In a game, in the Woldbury Forest, a warrior is badly wounded, and not only that, he's completely surrounded, with his fallen friends beside him. A guy tells his lady that even after everything, a certain person still hasn't shown up, so he wants to know what they're going to do. With a sinister look, she orders them to eliminate everyone. Thus, the executioner, without a second thought, charges at the warriors to wipe them out. The warrior looks back, expecting the worst, but someone moves swiftly in the shadows and with incredible agility and power, intercepts the attacking executioner. The warriors get excited when they see it's Jaehyun. One of the Imperial soldiers realizes it's Hirkin and quickly shouts for everyone to capture him. But Hirkin hears the order and, filled with power, moves rapidly and cuts down the one who gave the command. Not only him, but also the others who were approaching. He looks back with a mocking smile, covered in blood, and asks if they really think that all ganging up on him will change anything, since he knows none of them are good enough. This is Hirkan. His real name is Jaehyun, from the Haughty Mask Guild, and his nickname is Hero Slayer. His friends start apologizing and saying it was all their fault, because they didn't realize those people were the ones hunting them. Hirkan puts away his sword and makes it clear they don't need to apologize. He says that and extends his hand to help them. Then he reassures them that he's fine and tells them to get up. His friends are moved, having been saved once again. But Hirkan keeps emphasizing that, honestly, none of what's happening is their fault. And, looking at the person sitting and watching, he concludes that they're the real pathetic losers, since the real problem is people who can't fight fairly. With a sinister look, he asks the woman if he's wrong. She just smiles without saying a word, stands from her chair, and comments that it's all very exciting, but wants to know what's the point of their friendship. As she walks up to Hirkan with two people at her side, she makes it clear that trash coming together is still just a pile of trash. Her real name is Seol Yeon Chae from the Thunder Hunters Guild, and her nickname is Thunder Queen. Hirkan starts laughing and says she's being pretty sadistic, considering they're the ones getting beaten by the so-called trash. She gets serious and warns him to choose his words more carefully, or she might make him regret it and leave crying. Hirkan grabs his device and asks if she really plans to try making him regret it. He then activates his inventory, equips his mask, his weapon, and finally his full armor, completely transforming. He points his sword and makes it clear that things like regret are for weaklings like her. She goes crazy with rage and calls him a cocky little bastard, shouting for her minions to eliminate him. While Hirkan laughs and wonders if they never learn, he doesn't realize he's been severely impaled by a sword. When he notices, he's confused, but quickly realizes it was by his own friends, the ones he just saved. It doesn't take long for the system to warn that his HP is dropping fast and that his movements are being restricted because of it. As he collapses to the ground, he wonders what the hell just happened. His friend, upset by what he did, apologizes and explains that everyone there has to put food on the table in real life and that they have nothing against him. Hirkan wonders why his friends betrayed him like that. Meanwhile, Sil starts laughing hard and, unable to hold back, keeps mocking him, saying he's such a fool for believing in their act of friendship, as if that mattered when money is involved. She then starts walking toward him. As she reaches his fallen body, she calls out to him and makes it clear she's kicking him out of the game. She also emphasizes that if she kills him every time he logs in, she bets he'll eventually quit playing. While Hirkan is lying on the ground, furious, he hears her say that she heard he's a full-time warlord player and that without the game, he's just a useless piece of trash in real life. With a completely mocking expression, she wants to know if he really looks like he's gone back to being just trash. He becomes restless, claws the dirt with his nails, and charges at her, screaming for her to shut the hell up. But in an instant, blood sprays through the air, leaving him in disbelief. She's also surprised, seeing his friends stopping him with several swords stabbed into his body. She thanks them all. With the little strength he has left, Hirkan starts trembling and still insists on knowing why his friends did this, since the guild they had meant everything. His friend, guilt-ridden, simply asks Hirkan to die already. Then he says they were paid a few billion just to eliminate him. Hirkan remains disappointed in his friends, even after everything he did for them. He makes it clear that they once said they'd all be a family, but looking closely at their greedy faces, he realizes it was all just an illusion. Then, several system messages appear, saying that he has died and will receive a 48-hour login restriction penalty. He suddenly wakes up in the real world, terrified, screaming, and thinking he lost everything. The game in question is Warlord, a VR game that took over the world, highly profitable and powered by AI. Jaehyun thinks that game was what made him more than just trash. He remembers when he was playing and met the friend who betrayed him. At the time, he seemed really nice and even invited him to form a guild together. But every time he thinks about it, he gets even more furious, because what happened was unforgivable. He grabs his shirt, puts on some slippers, and runs through the city, thinking he must find and kill everyone involved. He grabs his phone and calls Dong-soo, wondering if he knew everything he went through and if they really think they can just move on alone. But as he runs like crazy, he doesn't notice the red light for him. At that moment, a truck comes speeding and gets dangerously close to hitting him. While he's thinking that if he had known things would end like this, he never would have wasted time caring about anyone. And now, unfortunately, he's about to be hit. Unable to dodge, he gets hit and thrown hard to the ground. While falling, he hears his phone say the number he called is unavailable and starts questioning how. Of all things, he ended up getting hit by a truck. He keeps thinking over and over that he can't die there. He also remembers the face of his friend who betrayed him and Sil, who totally screwed him over in the game. With the last bit of consciousness, he thinks he must get his revenge at all costs. Then something strange happens, and a system message says he's connecting. It says it's identifying the user. Finally, he receives a welcome message from the system. He opens his eyes, confused, and even more confused when he sees a huge monster in front of him, with several dead bodies around, and a large system screen asking him to complete the tutorial, where he must survive against the Minotaur, the Labyrinth Master. He tries to understand what's going on and what the hell kind of tutorial this is. Then he hears someone calling him a noob. Looking ahead, he sees two guys shouting at him, telling him to stop spacing out and wake up, and asking if he didn't see the alert because they need to defeat the Minotaur now. The creature doesn't waste time and lets out a huge roar. One of the guys says it's impossible to solo the front pocket since it looks like they'll need 13 of them to take the monster down. Hirkin asks them to wait a second and says he wants to know if the Minotaur is that tutorial boss type because he remembers it was removed from the game 5 years ago for being too hard. The guy is stunned and wants to know what the hell he's talking about, since the game Warlord was released only 10 months ago. That makes Hirkin even more confused about the situation. He starts thinking about the release date, but soon says he understands. Hirkin crouches down and picks up the sword. Then he starts walking toward the Minotaur, while the others want to know where he thinks he's going. Ignoring them, Hirkin gets ready, and as he charges straight at the boss, the guys wonder if he's crazy. The Minotaur notices his opponent's approach and prepares his powerful attack. However, Hirkin manages to dodge it at the last second. Increasing his speed, he lands a fierce blow, completely slicing up the tutorial boss. As the Minotaur's pieces fall to the ground, the guys who were there are left speechless, unable to believe what they just witnessed. But they soon exchange sly smiles and call out to Hirkin. One of them reaches out and says Hirkin is really good, then asks if he wants to join their guild. But Hirkan sees this request as a replay of when his old friend first invited him, so he gets super frustrated again. Then he says he just made a decision. While the guys laugh and ask what he decided, they are brutally wiped out by Hirkan's frustrated rage. Completely drenched in their blood, he says that if he ever trusts anyone again in his new life, he can be considered a damn dog. After returning to the real world, he's startled and wonders where he is, realizing he's in a huge V-Gear store full of people. Then he remembers that 5 years ago, he couldn't afford a VR device and had to use a demo unit. That scares him even more because it means he really went back in time. But he tosses the VR helmet aside and thinks that in that case, there's no time to waste. He runs out full speed, thinking he has 5 years of future knowledge and all the skills he developed. And if he puts them to good use, He's sure he can get his revenge. Without hesitation, he pulls out his credit card and asks the clerk for a V-Gear device. She looks a bit startled by his request, but quickly says, "All right," and that she'll process the payment. Jaehyun thinks that's great and starts wondering where he should begin. Then he hears someone calling him. It's the clerk, who awkwardly tells him his card doesn't have enough funds to buy the device. He's completely stunned. Then he looks down and remembers it makes sense. No way he'd be playing there if he had money. He starts to panic, wondering what he'll do and if he has to start making money first. But he thinks that would be bad, since he can't waste time on that. Then he's startled by a familiar voice asking why he's hesitating. Looking at the big screen, he sees Syl saying the strong never fear a challenge, because hesitation is a luxury on the battlefield. Then she urges everyone to become a warlord. That's Syl, the Thunder Queen, and the game's top-ranked model. Jaehyun watches the game ad on the massive screen, shocked that he just saw the person who took everything from him. He immediately remembers her saying he had gone back to being the same trash as always. Furious, he turns around and thinks he's in no position to be picky. The afternoon passes, and at his house, a V-Gear device is being installed. The technician tells Jaehyun the setup is done and the V-Gear is ready to use. Jaehyun replies okay and thanks him. Looking at something in his hand, he thinks that was the only way he could afford the device he had to borrow the money. He remembers when he went there, and the guy wanted to know how much he needed. Jaehyun said 10 million won, and the guy had no problem lending it. While Jaehyun had his hand on the table, the guy reached into his shirt and suddenly stabbed a knife between Jaehyun's fingers. And with a sinister look, he made it very clear that if the protagonist couldn't pay, things would get really difficult. Jaehyun was a bit hesitant about that, but said it was fine and that he'd managed to pay. Remembering this, he thinks it doesn't matter. As he starts getting ready to log in, he thinks that even if he has to crawl through hell, as long as he can take down the people who betrayed him, he won't have a problem with it. Then he shouts, "Link start!" The system appears, notifying that user identification is in progress. Once identification is confirmed, the system welcomes Hirkin back to Warlord. He immediately thinks it's been a while since he was there and knows it's time for her to show up. But he wonders what was her name again. Then an entity appears and congratulates him on completing the tutorial. She introduces herself as Ariadne and says she's there to guide him through class selection. Ariadne begins using her power and explains that he must choose a basic class and that there are 3 options currently available. The skills he develops in his basic class will determine his advanced class later. A warrior is a fighter who uses close-range weapons in battle, and if he enjoys action-packed combat, this class is perfect. Hirkin becomes a little intrigued, thinking about the warrior class since he used it last time, and knows it allows for fast leveling, but he also knows that playing solo with it gets pretty tough later. So he replies that he doesn't want that class. Ariadne describes the priest class, which is a support role that heals and empowers allies with magic. But the protagonist also refuses and makes it clear he's not going to waste time helping others. With that, Ariadne says only one option remains and hopes the minister's play will be exciting. She then releases her power, which starts enveloping Hirkin, surprising him with the energy surrounding him. It doesn't take long for the system to announce he's chosen a basic class and will be teleported to his class tower. When he arrives, an old man sitting on a book welcomes him and calls him a young seeker of knowledge. He introduces himself as Golko and says he'll be the guide on the path of magic. He then asks what type of magic the protagonist wishes to learn. Without hesitation, Hirkin answers that he wants to learn dark magic. The room falls silent for a moment. The old man asks if the protagonist really said ancestral magic and apologizes, saying his ears aren't what they used to be. Hirkin replies no, and that he said he wants to learn dark magic. Shocked, the old man asks where he even heard of that, since dark magic is powerful but devours the user's soul. The protagonist confidently replies that he knows he's fully aware of it and is willing to bet everything. Golko starts trembling and releases a black spring. Then his expression changes completely, and he says he hopes they can dive straight into this. He laughs, saying it's been a while since he saw a young person choose that path. After summoning a book of dark magic in front of the protagonist, he says that if he's ready, he should place his hand on the skill book, but warns again that this path is too treacherous for weak hearts. Without hesitation, Hirkin quickly places his hand on the dark book and with a confident look, says to get on with it, and emphasizes that his heart is far from weak. He starts laughing as the dark energy begins surrounding him. As the energy takes hold of him, Golko comments that someone interesting has finally shown up. Hirkin remembers a legendary video from his past life, the Necromancer player soloing a boss raid. He concludes that this is exactly the kind of power he needs right now. With that, the system announces that he has become a Reclaimer, his current title, Airhead, and that he's gained the skill, Bone Shard. Hirkin gets excited about the skill and immediately decides to test it, throwing a skull onto the ground. The system notifies that a skeleton warrior, infused with the protagonist's magic, is starting to take form. Hirkin just watches his magic take effect, and as soon as the skeleton he summoned stands before him, he thinks that this time he's going all in on necromancy. He turns and says it's time to level up and that he thinks the training dungeon should be just ahead. But then he looks at the skeleton soldiers he summoned and sees its head has fallen off. The two of them just stare at each other in silence. After that, a portal opens and someone steps out of it. It's the protagonist, with the system announcing that he has entered the beginner training dungeon. He's quite frustrated because seeing his summoned skeleton lose its head so easily makes him think back to how the summons he saw in his past life weren't that fragile. So he doesn't get it and opens the status window of his summon. He sees his skill, Bone Shard, Proficiency F, Summoned Unit, Level 1 Warrior. Usage, creates a Bone Shard. Target, infuse it with mana to summon the skeleton. Hirkin wonders if maybe he overdid it a bit. That's why he thinks he needs to level up quickly. Then he hears a sound and quickly turns to see what it is. Several charcoal wolves are approaching. Hirkin gets excited. It's finally time to test his skill. Some say charcoal wolves aren't that strong, but they're very fast, making them perfect to test combat performance. So he casts his Bone Shard skill and commands it to go after the wolves. As soon as the skill hits the ground, the skeleton soldier is summoned. The system then notifies that the skeleton warrior has detected an enemy and assumed a combat stance. The wolves, upon seeing the summoned creature, seem a bit intimidated, but the protagonist simply tells his summon to eliminate them quickly. The skeleton soldier charges at the creatures. Hirkin is excited, thinking this looks better than he expected and that at this rate, he'll reach max level fast. But with just one of the wolves' attacks, his skeleton soldier is completely shredded. He's left extremely disappointed by what he just witnessed. The skeleton's skull is thrown to his feet, making him furious and confused at the same time. He quickly opens the system screen and asks it to wait because this can't be right, and he wants to check the skills again. Clicking for more information, he realizes he probably forgot to set the mode, so he switches to Defense Mode 1, but the result is the same, and this time, the wolves are just gnawing on his summon's bones. He switches to Mode 3, Special Action, but that mode makes the warrior do the dance of enthusiasm. Hirkin starts crying, thinking he's completely screwed. He sits down and thinks this is a nightmare he's going through. When he tries to delete his character, the system notifies that character selection is unavailable because newly created accounts can't delete a character for 3 months. Hirkin reflects that unfortunately, he can't delete the account, can't change classes, and to make things worse, his loan payments start next month. He starts wondering if he should find another way to fix this. He also questions why nothing is going his way, just when he thought he was finally getting somewhere. Looking at his summon, he knows that idiot doesn't help, so he asks his summon to just stand still, please. He wonders how the hell that necromancer from his past life endured so many battles. Then he remembers something. He looks at the status window and sees that it's possible to improve in combat. He recalls that when he defeated the charcoal wolves, his summon was watching him the whole time, as if it were learning the movements. Then he smiles, throws his club to the summon, and makes it clear that it's lucky to be his minion, because, even if it doesn't seem like it, they used to call him a genius he trained a whole life and turned them into rankers. And there's only one thing his summon needs to remember about combat. He says this as he charges forward to land a blow, emphasizing that if the summon doesn't dodge, it dies. After landing the punch, he throws his summon far away and immediately tells it to get up again. Then, the same thing. He keeps doing it over and over, landing multiple hits on his summon, always slamming it hard against the wall, until he yells, telling it not to just stand there like an idiot after getting hit. It's supposed to dodge first, then counterattack when there's an opening. The skeleton soldier wipes its face and prepares for combat again, but this time, it's against the charcoal wolves once more. This time, however, it manages to dodge the wolves' charge and then lands a counterattack right on the jaw, and finally, a powerful spinning strike. With that, it defeats all the charcoal wolves. The skeleton soldier then turns to its master with a grateful look, but the protagonist wants to know what his summon is looking at. He already said there should be no distractions in battle. Still, he smiles and comments that the last strike wasn't bad at all. Then, the system informs that his bone shard proficiency has increased multiple times. Hirkin smiles and tells his summon did a great job as they leveled up. Sometime later, in the starter village of Castle Fegus, the protagonist is walking through the city, hearing people say the legal guild is recruiting new members, and others talking about a forest raid. He thinks his little bone learns fast, but knows that with a few more days of training, it'll be able to solo dungeons. That's why he sees this as the crucial point first. He needs to reach level 10. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. It's a chubby guy with a dumb face, wanting to know if the protagonist doesn't know he's supposed to apologize after bumping into someone. Hirkin starts wondering who the hell these third-rate bullies are. While the guy keeps talking trash, Hirkin doesn't care at all and thinks he doesn't have time for this, and that it might be best to just kill them and move on. The chubby guy gets ready to punch him while shouting that the protagonist is ignoring him. But then, out of nowhere, a guy appears and blocks the punch. He immediately says the chubby one can't go around punching people. The guy gets nervous and wants to know who the hell just blocked his attack. Hirkin starts sweating cold as he remembers who that person is. Looking at the guy's muscles and strange clothes, he's sure it's Shev the Slayer, the legendary warrior from his past life. The protagonist, afraid of what the chubby guy might do, shouts for him to wait without thinking, but the guy doesn't care and spits on the ground near the legendary warrior. Then he cracks his knuckles and tells Shev to stay out of it if he doesn't know anything, because it was the protagonist who bumped into him and didn't apologize. So he wants to know if Shev's never heard the saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Shev starts laughing, but then releases his terrifying monstrous aura, which makes the chubby guy crap his pants. The protagonist is really impressed by the power he feels. Shev smiles, but with a terrifying look, and says that in that case, since the guy hit the palm of his hand, should he retaliate? The chubby guy's friend screams, warning him that the man in front of them is Shev the Slayer. Then he says Shev is the leader of the Red Bulls, one of the top 30 guilds, a battle-crazed lunatic known as Shev the Killer Slayer. The chubby guy turns to his friend and asks why someone like that would be there, but Shev grabs his shoulder and wants to know the answer. The chubby guy turns with a terrified face, but then he and his friend run away apologizing. Shev starts laughing and says he's glad everything was resolved peacefully. Then he pats the protagonist on the shoulder and asks if he's okay, saying he shouldn't worry about people like that. But Hirkin quickly turns and brushes Shev's hand off his shoulder, making it clear that next time, he doesn't need his help. The Slayer is left confused, not understanding what the hell just happened. Smiling, he thinks that was pretty cold. As he quickly walks away, Hirkin thinks that for a moment, he was completely overwhelmed by Shev's power, but he clenches his fists and, furious, swears that the next time they meet, he won't be the same person he is now. Sometime later, in a dungeon, the protagonist is still thinking about what happened earlier and how the difference in strength is painfully obvious, but he knows Syl and Shev are at the same level, which means he needs to become just as strong if he wants revenge. While he's thinking about that, a massive black tiger charges toward him. However, without doing anything, his skeleton soldier easily defeats the creature coming his way. and with no mercy, the skeleton finishes off the black tiger. The system announces that the skeleton warrior has killed a black tiger and leveled up. While his summon looks pleased, Hirkin takes a deep breath and wonders if it really took him 3 days to reach level 10, thinking that it took longer than expected. That leaves his summon a bit upset, but after a while, the system finally congratulates the protagonist for reaching level 10. It says, monsters will no longer appear in the training dungeon, his beginner mark has been removed, and his rewards will be processed. Hirkan gets excited he finally made it. The watch is an essential device with several functions: stats, quests, map, inventory, and messages. The protagonist thinks it's been a while since he used it. He quickly opens his status window and sees that he's level 10. His class is Necromancer, with 3 points in strength, 3 in stamina, 5 in intelligence, and 5 in magic. He thinks it's a shame that his stats, but then the system prompts him to allocate his available stat points. He reviews his stats to decide what would best support his goals. He knows this is just the first stat distribution, so he needs to be careful. As a necromancer, the obvious choice would be to increase intelligence or magic, but he decides this time will be different and puts all his points into strength. With that, the protagonist's strength stat increases by 50 points, bringing his total strength to 53. His summon looks extremely disappointed. Seeing it upset, Hirkin asks what the problem is. Then he knocks on its skull and makes it clear he hasn't given up on necromancy, he's doing this to train it. He explains that increasing intelligence or magic right now won't make much difference, but investing in strength will allow him to teach it every move he mastered at his peak. He's literally betting his life on his summon's learning. The skeleton soldier gets emotional at its master's words, which only makes Hirkin more irritated, telling it to just focus on training while he takes care of the rest. He then says there's another way to make up for the other stats. The next day, he goes to the Monster Hunting Association at the Castle Figus branch. The mission distributor grabs an item and shouts to everyone there that fresh missions just arrived. While the crowd starts fighting to grab missions first, the protagonist calmly walks through them, thinking that missions this time of year are usually bad, but the guys are still hyped, so he figures they're all noobs. When he gets to the counter with the old man who gives out missions, he says he wants one and asks to see the list. The old man agrees but warns him that all that's left are the ones no one wants, either too hard or with lousy rewards. As Hirkin scans the available missions, he thinks most of them are really boring, but he notices one that catches his attention. After picking it up, he thinks he's found his ace. It's the Bima Mountain Cave, a basic mission with low-level monsters. The old man finds it strange and asks if he's sure he wants that one, since the reward is just 10 gold coins. He replies yes, and the system notifies that the quest has been updated. Then he thinks that at first, it seems like just any quest, but if completed before level 15, it'll grant him an ultra-rare title, Rising Star. The protagonist reflects on how people often question the value of a simple title, but he knows that titles increase a player's stats. For example, a scatterbrained mage who gets mocked by a wolf might just be a low-level alchemist with poor attributes, but once he obtains the Rising Star title, it increases attributes by percentage. In other words, this is his first step toward becoming a broken character. So he turns around, and after leaving the Quest Association, he thinks it's time to gear up. Sometime later, on Mount Bima, Hirkan isn't looking too pleased. He realizes he equipped himself with something ridiculous. He immediately starts complaining, wondering what the hell he just did, since after spending all his money on equipment for his summon, he only had enough left to afford cheap stuff, and now he looks like a fool. But he knows he just needs to finish the quest quickly and buy real clothes. So he runs off to complete the quest right away. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a bloodied hand rises. It's a man lying wounded among the plants, calling for help until he gets dragged back in. Sometime later, a warrior arrives at Mount Bima and declares that the grand adventure of the Great Multi is about to begin. He feels proud for being level 11 and thinks he might even become a top ranker in record time. Then he hears someone screaming for help, asking for someone to save their lost friend. The The warrior rushes over and asks what happened. The priest says a monster started attacking them out of nowhere, but he barely escaped, and to make it worse, they ran out of healing potions. The warrior starts looking through his device and says he thinks he has some potions and tells them to hang in there. The priest starts crying and thanks the warrior, but it was a total setup. Another guy was ready to strike the warrior while he was off guard. After taking the hit, the bleeding warrior collapses and wonders what just happened. The priest thanks him again and, along with his friends, makes it clear to the fallen warrior that they'll make good use of his items. The warrior is crushed when he realizes he was tricked by such pathetic people. The priest drives his sword into the warrior, finishing him off, and says it was his own fault for falling into such a lame trap. The system announces that player multi has been eliminated and removed from the game. It also says the player's watch has dropped and is now up for grabs by the bandits. The bearded warrior laughs and says nothing beats messing with noobs. With several watches on his arm, the priest turns around with a sinister look and tells his friends to go find the next sucker. They are members of the Ralph family, part of the infamous player killer gang. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, the protagonist's summon is ready to battle some fierce creatures that charge at it. Hirkin snaps his fingers and switches his summon to attack mode, making it rush at the creatures without hesitation. And with little effort, it completely obliterates them. The system reports that the skeleton warrior killed an ancient wolf and gained 375 experience. After another kill, 366 more, and finally, another 379. As Hirkin watches his summon handle the creatures, he thinks that now that he bought it a sword, it can defeat an entire pack of ancient wolves on its own. He also knows he made the right choice by prioritizing gear for the skeleton. Pleased, watching his creation grow stronger, he thinks that real gamers focus on performance, not appearance. The skeleton soldier looks back, sees his proud master, and immediately wonders why he's looking at him like that. However, Hirkin turns and replies that it doesn't matter if his summon is done dealing with the ancient wolves, then they should just leave already, because he needs to level up and get rid of the horrible outfit he's wearing. Little Bone runs after his master, but something suddenly comes flying, and an arrow hits the summoned skull dead on. This startles the protagonist, who wants to know where the hell the arrow came from. Someone approaches, apologizing. It's the same cheating players from earlier. The priest says he's really sorry, and explains that he saw the protagonist's creature from afar and thought it was a monster. They keep insisting they're sorry. Hirkin was about to say it was fine, but then he notices the blood-stained watches on the priest's arm, as well as the warrior's sword. He quickly concludes they're scum, so he starts acting, smiling and saying it's fine, but asks if they happen to have a mana potion. The priest apologizes again and says unfortunately they don't, but offers to help him level up, since his mana will naturally recover with each level up. The protagonist keeps pretending he doesn't suspect anything and says that sounds good. The priest insists it was their fault, so they'd be happy to help. Looking at the monsters ahead, he calls his group to battle. He explains that they'll weaken the monsters and the protagonist can deliver the finishing blow. As they move in, the priest quietly asks if everyone knows the plan. They all respond yes. The warrior whispers that he'll take aggro first. Then, the mage says he'll cast an attack buff second. And finally, they'll accidentally let the monster loose toward the clueless protagonist. That way, the poor idiot will panic when he sees the beast charging at him, so they all just wait for it to happen. However, they're quickly left speechless, unable to believe what they're seeing. The protagonist's summon easily defeats the creature. Hirkin then says he's fine and asks them to just keep going. They start wondering what kind of summon he's using, and maybe his level is higher than they thought. In that case, they decide to start sending multiple waves at once against him. Then, while he's distracted, the warrior sneaks up behind him. As he's about to strike, he thinks all he needs to do is defeat the summoner. But when he attacks, Hirkin easily dodges it, leaving the warrior confused as hell. His target just dodged an attack from a blind spot. With no time to react, he gets hit by a brutal blow from the protagonist. The priest panics and shouts, wanting to know what the hell is going on. Hirkin snaps his fingers and calls for his summon. Little Bone, who immediately joins him and charges at the thugs alongside his master. They scream in fear, begging them to wait. But with no chance to defend themselves, both are attacked by the coordinated strike of master and summon. After their bodies crash to the ground, Hirkin makes it clear he knows their kind all too well. As he walks toward them, he says they're the type who earn people's trust just to stab them in the back and take their loot. But he admits that if he still thought like before, he might have fallen for it. The blood-covered priest starts screaming in desperation, begging the protagonist to wait a second and just take all his items and go. But sadly, Hirkin makes it clear it's too late. He no longer trusts anyone. He says that, then mercilessly finishes off his opponent. At that moment, the system announces that player Ralph has been eliminated and that the 8 watches he carried have been dropped. After seeing how many watches Ralph had, the protagonist becomes furious, thinking the guy really was a scumbag. But something about it also makes him happy. He knows he'll make good use of the drops. First, he's going to get himself some proper clothes, but as he turns around, he sees his summon kicking the already defeated warrior, so he calls out to him and asks if he wants any of the drops lying around. Then the protagonist extends his hand and starts healing the wound caused by the arrow his summon took. It doesn't take long for Little Bone to be fully healed. He then raises his sword and strikes a heroic pose. Hirkin looks at his excited summon and says, "It really looks like he's happy." The protagonist also comments that appearance doesn't matter in the game, but while striking a ridiculous pose, he emphasizes that what truly matters is being beautiful on the inside. As his summon stares in shock at its master's absurd pose, Hirkin smiles and says the priest's dropped watches were truly a jackpot. There's less than a 1% chance that when someone sells another player's watch, the inventory will drop random items like rare gear with stat bonuses. For example, the goblin's black pants he equipped, which grant 5 extra points in mana and 5 in intelligence. Also the Sword of Ancient Essence, which gives 10 more points in mana, plus the skill books, from which he obtained the Book of Demonic Curse. And lastly, the most important, lots of gold. Hirkin picks up a mask from the dropped inventory and thinks that thanks to the fools he defeated, this was faster than expected. He then concludes that he'll soon start recording his gameplay and knows he'll need the right style for that. But after thinking about it, he remembers something that makes him uneasy. He starts recalling his past life, how he once asked the friend who betrayed him to imagine their whole guild wearing traditional hey-ho masks. At the time, he was so excited, saying the next day they'd rename the guild to Hey-Ho Mask. Remembering this leaves him a bit down, and he even considers completely changing his style. However, he begins doing something to the mask, altering its form entirely, and thinks he refuses to let anyone take what's his ever again. Furious, he tells himself he'll prove he was right, and this will be the beginning. So as soon as he equips his sinister mask, he runs off and calls for his summon to follow. Sometime later, in a different dungeon, the protagonist and Little Bones step through a portal, and the system announces that he has entered the Bima Mountain Cave dungeon. Hirkin examines some markings on the rocks and thinks he clearly remembers that in this dungeon, there are blue werewolves. He also knows they're tough monsters, but with his new gear, he believes he'll be fine and might even clear the dungeon in 10 minutes. So he calls his summon to go all in. A few hours later, Hirkan is in disbelief and yells, asking why there are no monsters around. He starts thinking this is driving him crazy because he knows if someone had already cleared the dungeon, the system would have sent a message. Then he sees his summon doing something near the rocks, and when he turns, he notices something that grabs his attention. So he heads over to where his summon is and sees something strange on the rocks. Suddenly, a massive dark energy begins to swell. The system announces that the protagonist has discovered an instance dungeon and asks if he wants to enter. He falls to the ground, startled, and says that must be why no monsters were spawning, because instance dungeons are random dungeons that appear inside another dungeon, and when they do, the normal dungeon shuts down until the instance one is completed. He also knows these dungeons are much harder, but give double the rewards. He starts wondering if it might be a trap, because he knows once someone enters an instance dungeon, they can't leave until it's completed or they die. So he gets up and tells his summon that, logically, he should just walk away, because if he dies, he won't be able to play for 2 days. It would make much more sense to just farm easy missions, but he knows that's not what matters right now. With that, the system confirms he's entered. After stepping through the portal, he says that as long as he doesn't die, he should be fine. But soon, a bright light covers his face, and as he tries to look around, he wonders if the place he's in is an ancient arena, also feeling an intense atmosphere. Then he gets startled by a powerful tremor, which was caused by a massive, sinister werewolf standing before him. It's a corrupted werewolf of unknown level. The creature doesn't hesitate and immediately launches an attack at the protagonist, who is still trying to understand what's happening and, unable to defend himself, is struck and thrown hard against the wall. Little Bone sees his master in trouble and immediately gets furious, assuming a battle stance. But Hirkin laughs and says this is perfect. He keeps laughing and says his luck is insane since a corrupted monster appeared. He's convinced this must be material for a main quest. He then calls for his summon and makes it clear that if they can't defeat the werewolf, they can say goodbye to dinner. With that, he charges at the creature. Little Bone gets ready too. Then, he lays down his sword for his master to step on and leap toward the corrupted werewolf. The creature lets out a loud howl, but Hirkan uses his skill curse release, and his sword is instantly infused with the energy of the demonic curse. The werewolf has no idea what this mere human is doing, but in the blink of an eye, it's struck and has one of its arms sliced off. The werewolf starts screaming in pain as the system notifies that the protagonist's skill is active and the target's stats have been reduced by 10%. As the werewolf howls in agony, Hirkin looks at his sword and reflects on the demonic curse, thinking that for a first try, it wasn't bad at all. However, the werewolf starts releasing a bloody aura and, now extremely enraged, charges straight at the protagonist. At that moment, a system message appears, warning that the corrupted werewolf is enraged and all of its status effects have been nullified. Hirkin simply prepares for the worst, thinking he was already expecting at least this much from a dungeon boss. Then he smiles and says he was saving this for later, but right now seems like the perfect time to test it. He activates his inventory, and a dark energy begins to surge, completely engulfing him, until an explosion occurs, unleashing all the energy, and Hirkin appears fully equipped in sinister battle armor, laughing and asking where he left off. A slot is one of Warlord's unique game features. When activated, the slot channels pure energy from the world of Warlord, enhancing attributes and shaping the player's body. As for the form, it's completely unpredictable, as it varies for each player, which is why most players usually call it Supreme Mode. Hirkin calls out the corrupted werewolf to bring it on and show what it's got. The beast becomes furious and lets out a powerful roar. Then it charges at the protagonist, but as it tries to strike, Hirkin dodges without much trouble. He keeps avoiding multiple lunges from the werewolf. Then he jumps back to gain some time, but the creature doesn't care and unleashes another powerful attack. While evading the werewolf's strike, the protagonist thinks that his opponent is definitely a boss, given its speed and power. He starts to wonder how many of the beast's attacks he could withstand. The werewolf comes charging again, showing several possible openings. Noticing one of them, Hirkin, with his sword radiating energy, lands a powerful slash on the werewolf, making it scream in pain. He then smiles and says that this is why he finds the game so fun, but he's startled by a tremor, as the werewolf is still not defeated and is attacking again. Hirkin takes a deep breath and realizes his opponent is still enraged and that he can't afford to relax in battle. While airborne and the werewolf about to grab him with its claws, the protagonist looks to the side, wondering if his summon is just hiding something. Then, Little Bone jumps onto the werewolf and manages to cut off its other arm. Hirkin immediately shouts to his summon, saying it's time for the attack they practiced. The werewolf is left confused and helpless as it's hit by their combo attack. The attack was so fast that they managed to land several simultaneous strikes, slicing the enemy completely, and the system announces that they have defeated the corrupted werewolf. Hirkan then deactivates his slot and comments that it wasn't bad at all. Next, the mission card the protagonist selected starts spinning and glowing brightly. It reveals that the Mount Bima Cave mission, Defeat the Monsters, has been completed, and the protagonist received 10 gold coins as a reward. The system also announces that the skeleton warrior defeated a high-level monster, and the skill, Bone Shard, has been upgraded to rank E. Additionally, the protagonist also obtained the werewolf skull and hide. While his summon celebrates, Hirkin notes that it seems like instant dungeons really do have the best drops. The system continues by announcing that the protagonist obtained the Corrupted Tracker's Necklace, a unique chronicle item. It boosts all class-related attributes, plus 18 to all stats. It's bound to the user, non-transferable, with only one requirement: the user must have the Corrupted Tracker title. Hirkan is quite surprised by this drop. He knows he can't sell it, but it's still a higher class item than any standard one. He gets even more surprised as he also earns 3 new titles. Rising Star, which grants plus 3% to intelligence and mana. Hirkan knew he was going to get that one. The next title is Hero Challenger, granting plus 3 to stamina. Hirkan comments that he even got a group title, since he soloed an instant dungeon. And finally, the Corrupted Tracker title. He's quite surprised and wonders if this is the introduction title for the first chapter of the main quest, the Corrupted Count. Hirkan knows that the main quest is the foundation of the Warlord game world, being a crucial storyline, and because the rewards are insanely good, every player wants in no matter what. It's the core content of Warlord for players. While trembling from all the rewards he received, he thinks that even in his past life, he barely made it to Chapter 4. He gets excited and thinks that what he got wasn't luck, but a jackpot. So he yells to log out immediately. Back in real life, he sees a breaking news live stream with a player announcing that his guild, Hydra, has officially entered the final phase of the Corrupted Count scenario, and that they aim to complete it within 3 months. Jaehyun pauses the live stream and feels really down, because what he thought was a jackpot in-game turns out to be nothing in the end. Then he gets furious and starts banging his head on the desk, since that player and his guild are already in the final phase. He considers that maybe he has no choice but to stay out and wait for the next chapter. But then he gets an idea. He goes back to his computer, thinking that maybe this is actually the perfect opportunity, since he knows the entire world is currently focused on the Corrupted Count, and the first main quest of Warlord is about to be completed. So he wonders if anything would change if he posted his video about the Corrupted Count, thinking it might go viral. Jaehyun thinks it was a great idea to have recorded everything, so he knows he needs to edit and upload it to Webtoon as fast as possible. However, he also knows that editing is the key, and he can't just leave that to anyone, meaning there's only one person for the job: the legendary editor from his past life, the filmmaker, Romeni. She sees the protagonist's request and wonders who this person named Hirkin could be. While checking the request, she questions what a level 15 could even accomplish. Maybe the starting cave, guessing it's just some rich newbie making a flashy video for social media, until something catches her eye and she ends up genuinely shocked, remembering a certain person. Then she gets really excited upon realizing who it is. This is Romeni, a freelance video editor, and her in-game nickname is Hell's Mouth. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman is watching some news on her tablet. One of her employees rushes in, asking if she called. She says a new video about the Corrupted Count has just been uploaded. She hands the tablet to her employee and says it's quite interesting, since a level 15 defeated a corrupted werewolf solo. The four-eyed guy laughs and says her team also saw him, but made it clear that corrupted werewolves are low level, so they didn't think it was worth tracking. She smiles and says she liked it. Then she asks her employee to bring the person from the video to her. This is Sholyon Che, heiress of the Thunder Corporation, the biggest business conglomerate, and her name in Warlord is none other than Thunder Queen Syl. The next day, the protagonist is quite surprised looking at something on his phone. Seeing the video he posted the day before, he notices it already has many views. To be exact, over 6,000 views. He feels awkward, knowing it took him months to reach that many views in his past life. Looking at the message Romeni sent, asking if he saw the view count, he realizes something else has changed. She contacted him first. He knows that normally she never reaches out first, as she's supposedly a very mysterious person. Then she asks when he'll send the next video. Jaehyun lies back in his pod, takes a deep breath, and says he's wondering that too, since he has no idea what to do for the next video, and there's no way he's going to find another monster like that werewolf with the ear again. So he thinks it's better to start making videos only once he reaches level 50. That said, he turns on the VR device, begins logging into the game, and thinks he needs to strike while the iron's hot. Meanwhile, Shev the Slayer is watching the protagonist's video. He comments that no matter how many times he watches it, the protagonist's moves always seem impressive. However, he becomes intrigued by something while watching the video and wonders if he doesn't already know him from somewhere, as he seems very familiar. Then a beautiful woman arrives. This is Yell, affiliated with the Red Bulls. Shev tells her he's talking about Hirkin, the one with the ha-ho mask, and that he's one of the trending topics right now. She wants to know if her friend is watching the video again, saying it would be strange if he weren't familiar when Shev watches it all the time. The blonde guy takes a deep breath and, all excited, shouts that the game makes you feel like you're moving in real life. So when people play for the first time, they tend to be shy with their movements. But that's not the case for the protagonist. Then he asks if she saw how the protagonist trained his summon, since it's on another level compared to other necromancers. Yell starts getting annoyed with her friend's chatter and yells at him to shut up. Then she starts pushing him and tells him that if he's going to keep talking nonsense, he should go back inside because they're going live in 5 minutes. Shev smiles, winks, and says he really likes her. Crossing her arms and taking a deep breath, she says that if he really does, then he'd better do well in the upcoming live stream. She then says that over 200,000 people bought tickets just to see him, the leader of the Red Bulls and the man ranked 9th in Warlord, the Slayer Shev. With that, as the live stream begins, a dungeon portal appears, and both he and the members of his guild get ready to enter. Shev smiles and, pointing his blade, tells everyone to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, at the affiliated Raiders Association of Castle Figus, Hirkin is very disappointed and starts slamming the table because there are no missions available. He wonders how there could be absolutely no good mission, so he considers taking a break from making videos for now. The old mission man approaches and says he knew the protagonist was the adventurer who cleared the Mount Bima cave dungeon. Hirkin remembers the old man. He introduces himself as Hotan and wants to know if the protagonist has a moment. After going to a more private place, the old man says he's heard everything and knows the protagonist even encountered a mutant in the Mount Bima cave. Hirkan is puzzled, thinking he doesn't remember any such quest, so he says he just saw a werewolf with strange eyes. Hotan turns and says that's what he thought, as he believes there's a strong chance the monster the protagonist faced had been exposed to the power of the corrupted. Hirkin finds this odd and wonders if the old man has lost his mind, but Hotan emphasizes that he doesn't know exactly who it is, but it's certain that the protagonist's power is causing monsters to go mad, and several are becoming victims. That's precisely why the Raiders Association has placed a bounty. But before he can finish speaking, his arm is suddenly grabbed. Hirkan, eyes gleaming, says he'd like to help capture this wicked bastard. He says this thinking it might be a hidden quest, and that he needs it as soon as possible. The old man tries to explain that he thinks it's too early for the protagonist to take this on, but Hirkan doesn't care, and makes it clear everything will be fine. Hotan gets a little embarrassed and says that, in that case, he'll give the protagonist a chance, depending on how well he does. Then, he says there's someone named Ahimbri in Castle Bangsu, east of Castle Figus, which surprises Hirkin when he hears the name. The old man goes on to say that this person will be able to guide him, and that he'll also write a letter of recommendation. Thus, the quest Ahimbri's Teachings is created, with the objective of finding Ahimbri and showing Hotan's letter of recommendation, with a skill book as the reward. Hirkan leaves the Raiders Association and shouts in joy. Then he wonders if this is really happening, and if, by any chance, he actually got a quest to become Ahimbri's student, knowing that this person is one of the 7 disciples of the Grand Mage Bokan, since all mages want to meet him because he provides rarer skill books. In other words, he's a very important NPC in the game, So he runs off happily, thinking he probably got this opportunity because the Rising Star title combined with the main quest of the corrupted Count, and that if things go well, he figures he won't need to worry about video material anymore, until he stops and realizes he almost forgot something he needed to do first. Then he heads into a forest, uses his bone fragment skill, and summons it. After Little Bone appears, he realizes he hasn't checked the rewards from the last battle, so he decides to start by using the werewolf skull he didn't sell. The system asks if the protagonist wants to use the werewolf skull to enhance the skeleton warrior. He says yes. The system then informs that the skeleton warrior gained werewolf traits and received 2 extra points in toughness. Hirkin knows it's now time for the corrupted tracker's necklace, so he wastes no time and equips it. The system announces that the effects of the corrupted tracker's necklace have been applied to him, giving him 18 extra points in all stats and boosting all class-related attributes. Hirkin knows everything is going well, since his preparations are complete. Next, he grabs 2 more bone fragments and throws them on the ground, summoning 2 more skeleton warriors, which leaves his primary summon confused. Hirkin tells Little Bone that from now on, there will be 3 of them, and they'll fight as a unit, so they'd better get along with each other. As the protagonist sets out with his 2 new summons, wondering what kind of monster might be in the area, Little Bone goes crazy, thinking he was supposed to be the master's only pupil. Doesn't take long before they encounter a level 25 forest bear. It starts attacking repeatedly, forcing the protagonist to dodge them all, until the wild bear finds an opening and charges. Hirkin panics, thinking he won't be able to dodge in time, but then he smiles, snaps his fingers, and says he grabbed the bear's aggro. With that, one of his summons leaps at the enraged bear, but unfortunately, the summon takes a heavy hit and is thrown back violently, several bones shattered. Hirkin gets angry and questions if the summon really thought such a predictable attack would work, since it needs to strike from the bear's blind spot. So he tells the summon to try again. It leaps at the beast once more, but again gets hit and slammed into the ground. Hirkin loses it and starts yelling, cursing his summon. Then he points out he already said to attack from the blind spot, and wants to know why the other summon did the exact same thing. However, the third summon walks forward and strikes a ridiculous pose, which actually makes its master smile, thinking maybe this one will do better. The final summon jumps at the bear, sword ready to strike, but the bear, without much effort, just swats it with its massive paw and knocks its head off. This leaves the protagonist even more furious and frustrated with his summons. So after some time, and after defeating the bear himself, he wonders if his summons even have brains because frankly, he doubts it. Then he tells them to put their heads back on. While they do that, he tells them to listen carefully and explains that when monsters are attacked, they obviously turn toward the direction of the attack. Then he draws a diagram on the ground and says that's why his summons need to go for the monster's blind spots. He then asks what would happen if they charged from where the monster is looking. The summons just make faces like they didn't understand anything, which makes him even angrier, and he tells them to just forget it. Even so, he thinks it's great that the skill's rank has increased, and that he can now summon 3 skeletons at once, thanks to the effects of the corrupted tracker's necklace. But he knows the problem is that his summons can't work together. They just repeat what was told to one of them before, but since they haven't learned to fight as a team, they don't know how to do it. So he finds himself in a dilemma, knowing that his summons cost triple the mana, but are even worse than before. Then he gets up and says whatever, since he already reached level 20 like he wanted, and it also seems like he won't be able to make combat videos for a while. So he turns around and tells his summons to get up too, because they're going to train all the way to Castle Bangsu. He thought he'd leave the fighting to his summons while he sat back and relaxed like a necromancer should, but it seems he won't be able to avoid the front lines. So he concludes that he's totally screwed. After a while, he returns to the Raiders Association branch at Castle Bangsu. Inside, it's full of players. Then, a guy walks out of a room, and everyone immediately gets excited to see that a certain player has come out. They desperately want to know what quest that player accepted, and that's when the protagonist enters, thinking everyone there is like a bunch of hyenas. He covers his face and concludes that clearly, you can find people like this anywhere, knowing they don't even try their best on their own and just want to leech off others. Then he hears someone call him. A bald guy wants to know if the protagonist has a good quest, suggesting they could do it together. But Hirkin couldn't care less and tells the guy to fuck off. As he walks up the stairs, he reflects that he can't let anyone find out he's doing a Himbri's quest. At the top of the stairs, he hands over Hotan's letter of recommendation. The player inspects it, confirms everything, and politely asks Hirkan to head to the second floor. Meanwhile, people keep acting like parasites and desperately try to get in, claiming they're in a party with Hirkan. As he walks, he wonders what kind of reward a Himbri might give him, thinking it must be good, since it's a hidden quest, and that he'll try to build a long-term relationship with him. As soon as he walks through the door, he politely asks to come in, but is shocked to see tons of books and a huge mess. A person among the clutter wants to know who the protagonist is, since he doesn't remember scheduling anything. This is the NPC Ahimbri. Hirkin hands over the letter of recommendation, introduces himself, and says he's there on Hotan, the old man's recommendation. The NPC looks at the letter and comments that the protagonist seems to be a novice dark mage, and therefore assumes he must be pretty skilled for his level. Hirkin laughs and says it was just luck, but he thinks it doesn't matter as long as he gets the reward. Ahimbri says he understands and proceeds to give the protagonist his rewards. Hirkin gets excited after receiving the Bone Armor skill book and the Helm of Madness book. Then he thanks Ahimbri for giving him 2 super rare books. Ahimbri says that's it for business and asks the protagonist to leave. The system then announces that the Ahimbri's teachings quest has been completed. He tells Hirkin to be careful on the way back. Hirkin finds it odd and asks the NPC to wait, wondering why the quest ended so quickly, and if he doesn't have another one to give, he knows he didn't come all this way just to get a couple of skills. So he starts yelling for Ahimbri, saying he'll do anything. The NPC then grabs the protagonist's hand and asks if he really will do anything. Hirkan replies yes. With a very suspicious expression, Ahimbri thanks him. With that, Hirkan receives the quest, the nest's egg, which requires him to retrieve the egg from the nest. And to make things worse, there's no reward. This leaves Hirkan in shock, thinking the NPC tricked him. Meanwhile, a knight walks through the city, causing people nearby to grow visibly nervous. Then they begin to wonder if the knight's gear isn't some kind of very expensive type. He continues walking and heads to the Affiliated Raiders Association. Then he wonders if that's where the player Ha-Ho mask might be. Meanwhile, the protagonist, after leaving Ahimbri's room, feels very disappointed, thinking it's really possible to get scammed by an NPC. So he walks off, thinking he expected to receive a quest related to the main storyline. But now he wants to know what the hell this egg quest is, especially since it has no reward. Still very frustrated, he keeps questioning if he really needs to do it. Then, out of nowhere, a strange guy appears right in front of him, asking about the quest. Soon, several other players surround the protagonist, all trying to find out what mission he got. He panics, thinking he forgot those guys were there, and wonders what to do now. Maybe he should just kill them all. Then, out of nowhere, the knight appears, releasing his intense power and blasting the players away. He asks the protagonist if he has a moment for a talk, saying he'd like to speak somewhere quiet. Hirkin finds it strange and wonders who the hell this guy is who just showed up. So he tells the knight to fuck off, but the knight gets really close to the protagonist's face and whispers, calling him Hey-Ho Mask and asking him to cooperate. That really scares Hirkin after hearing himself called by that name. So they go to an alley in the city. The knight says he's sorry for causing trouble. Then he taps his watch and says he felt like they couldn't talk properly out there. After unequipping his helmet, Hirkan is confused, thinking that based on the player's gear, he must be at least a ranker, but he doesn't recognize him. So he wonders who the player could be and how he knows the name Ha-Ho Mask. The knight asks if the protagonist really is Hey-Ho Mask. Hirkin starts getting nervous and thinks that in situations like this, the best thing to do is pretend he knows nothing. So he asks who this Hey-Ho Mask is that the knight keeps talking about, saying he just followed him there for a chat, but really wants to know who the hell Hey-Ho Mask is. The knight, a bit frustrated, wants to know if the protagonist didn't just receive a quest from an NPC named Ahimbri. Hirkin steps up to the player and demands to know who he is and why he should share any information, especially since he dragged him there. Still pretending he knows nothing, he flips the player off and asks if he's looking for a fight, but he thinks to himself that he has absolutely no clue who this guy is. All he knows is that he needs to keep pretending. The player stays silent for a moment, but suddenly reaches out his hand and says he clearly made a mistake and apologizes. Hirkin breathes a sigh of relief, shakes the player's hand, and says it's fine. Then he turns around to leave, making it clear he'll let it go just this once. The player just watches the protagonist walk away. However, another player had been hiding there using a skill and tells his friend that he doesn't think the protagonist is the one they're looking for. The knight points out one thing for sure: the guy isn't skilled, because if he had been playing Warlord for a while, he wouldn't have carelessly exposed his wrist with the watch like that. The other player then asks if they really need to keep monitoring the NPC Ahimbri, since the Corrupted Count quest is almost finished. And even if someone found out about it now, he wonders what they could really do. The knight says that the Nest's egg quest the protagonist received is the main quest, which is why he thinks they shouldn't take unnecessary risks. So the mage says he'll return to his position. The knight agrees and says goodbye. However, someone had been watching that conversation, Hirkin, who quickly realizes there were actually two players there. He thinks they're definitely part of an organization since they're working together, but he also believes that if they were from a normal guild, they would have made an offer after revealing who they were. With that, he concludes that those guys definitely aren't ordinary players, since they were testing him like that, but he remains curious, wondering who the hell those players were. The next day, Hirkin is still puzzled about what happened, thinking there must be something more to the Nest's egg quest he received. He figures they probably saw his video and already knew the Heiho mask would receive Ahimbri's quest, especially since they let him go so easily. That's why he thinks they don't care who Heiho mask actually is. So he's stuck in a dilemma, unsure what's going on with the quest he got, but knowing that if he continues it as is, he'll likely run into them again, and if he wants to avoid that, he won't even be able to post videos for a while. He wonders why those damned lunatics keep ruining his life, especially since just dealing with Solyan alone is already too much. Meanwhile, Solyan has just logged out of the game, and her secretary, Park Suji, appears, commenting that she did a great job. She then hands her lady a water bottle and asks how things went with the guild entrance exam. Solyan takes the bottle and says they were all trash. She also wants to know how they can all be so useless, and if there are any updates about the Heiho mask she mentioned. Suji hesitates a bit, but says he seems to have joined another guild, since he hasn't responded yet, which makes Solyan furious, demanding to know if that's true. Terrified, Suji says she doesn't think so and will investigate again. Solyan tells her not to come back until she's sure. While changing clothes, she asks what the chairman said. Suji replies that he hasn't said anything yet. Solyan smiles and explains that if he's staying quiet, it means Warlord is doing very well. Then, after getting dressed, she emphasizes that he tried to arrange a marriage by force when she told him about playing the game. While Suji is stunned by her boss's figure, Solyan tells her to gather a new batch of candidates and report to her the next morning. Suji is startled and asks if she really wants to hear about that the very next day, as it's quite sudden, but Solyan doesn't care and leaves the room, ignoring her secretary. Suji thinks her boss has a really nasty personality. Later, in a dungeon, Hirkin comments that it's been a while since he was there and that he barely remembers the lizard swamp. He figures that since Ahimbri is currently at Castle Bangsu, the quest must be somewhere around this region, especially because it involves finding an egg, so it's likely from some kind of bird, reptile, or insect. Filtering through places he can access at his current level, the lizard swamp was the only option. He then calls one of his summons and says the monsters here are high level, so he'll probably need to use the skill enhancement he received. Referring to the Helm of Madness, he knows he has to draw a mark and cast the proper spell. So he activates the helm, and his summon begins to change, its gaze now filled with a bloody energy. it quickly starts releasing a powerful aura that leaves the protagonist stunned. He gets really excited seeing his summon transforming into something incredible. He says they need to test it first, so he tells the summon to attack him, but he forgets the note in the skill that says there's a chance the summon might lose sanity. One of them takes a deep breath, eyes full of bloodlust, and charges at its master, who is now terrified. But Hirkin lands a solid punch to the summon's skull, launching it high into the air. As the skull crashes back to the ground, he demands to know how the summon dares to scream. Then he decides to review the skill more closely to check for a bug, but finds nothing. He figures maybe he got hit by his own skill somehow, but doesn't notice something emerging from the swamp behind him. A level 30 lizard man appears, ready to attack. Hirkin turns and says that, apparently, the test subjects arrived at just the right time. With that, he activates his skill again, and the system notifies that when the Helm of Madness is active, it increases the summon's attributes, and currently, the boost rate is 1.2x. Hirkin also activates Bone Armor, equipping his summon with armor, but for now, the only available piece is the chest plate. With that, all his summons are ready for battle, which makes the lizardmen a bit nervous. So Hirkan orders his summons to wipe out the monsters. They unleash a series of attacks, forcing the lizardmen into full defense. One of them takes advantage of a distracted enemy, appears behind it, and strikes with a powerful, merciless slash. It doesn't take long for the system to announce that the skeleton warriors killed 3 lizardmen and earned 864 experience points, and that the protagonist leveled up twice. Hirkin watches his summons and bursts into laughter, full of excitement. Then he tells his summons that for the next week, they'll be hunting monsters while searching for the egg, and if that's not the right region for the quest, they'll move elsewhere. While calling his summons to head out, someone watches him from afar. It's a bold woman. She plays coy, thinking about how she'll introduce herself. She keeps thinking how beautiful she is, then admits to herself that's not what she meant to think, but knows it's true, and there's nothing she can do, since everyone likes her no matter what. That's why life has always been easy for her. When she pretends she's in trouble, her slaves always come to help. But as soon as she takes a step, she slips in the mud and falls face first into a puddle. Furious, she thinks about how much she hates this place. She then remembers that one of her slaves brought her there to help her level up, but in the end, he died quickly, and now she's stuck there. Watching the protagonist from a distance, she knows the monsters there are too strong and the terrain is difficult. Then, as she stares more closely at the protagonist, she gets an idea maybe she just found herself a new slave. He hears a strange sound, and when he looks back, he sees Ilya stumbling before collapsing on the ground, asking for help. She puts on a pitiful face and says she hurt her legs because of the monsters, but inside, she's thinking the fool in front of her will fall for her act and won't resist helping a damsel in distress. But the protagonist doesn't care at all and simply turns away, continuing on his path. That leaves her completely stunned, wondering why the hell he acted like that. As she shouts for help, Hirkin just thinks another lunatic has shown up. Ilya bites her lip, absolutely furious, wondering how he dares ignore her. Hirkin continues his journey, fighting several monsters along the way. And while he gets bored watching his summons handle everything by themselves, he notices that the same woman is still following him. He realizes he's been ignoring her to avoid wasting time, but she just keeps following. So he starts remembering the faces of the players who tried to trick him a few days earlier, getting angry thinking that if they're in the game, they should at least play properly. He concludes it's better to deal with this now, so he finally turns around and asks the woman what she wants. She approaches and says she dropped her sword in one of the swamps while hunting and asks if he could help find it. Hirkin makes it clear that when he finds the sword, she'd better disappear from his sight. She gets excited and starts thanking him non-stop, saying she won't forget his help, but internally, she thinks she just fooled another idiot. After walking around the area, they eventually find the sword she mentioned. Ilya thanks the protagonist again. He says it's fine and reminds her not to forget the promise she made to disappear once she got the sword. He takes a deep breath and orders his summons to go retrieve the sword. They quickly head over. While laughing, she thanks him once more, but he knows that necromancers are nothing without their summons. So she takes advantage of the fact that the protagonist is distracted and attacks him. Just as she's about to succeed, Hirkin quickly turns around and tells her she's really slow. Then, while she's still surprised and trying to figure out what just happened, he grabs her clothes and throws her high into the air, making her fall straight into the swamp. She emerges from the water and starts cursing him. Furious, she demands to know if he really thinks he'll get away with something like that, because her bodyguards will find him and destroy him. Hirkin starts laughing and tells her to look behind her. She turns around, wondering what's back there, and sees several lizard men. While Ilya tries to defend herself as best she can, Hirkin makes it clear that she still has a long way to go before she can trick him. He also points out that he could see her intentions from the very beginning. He then thinks to himself that he's been fooled too many times and can't afford to let it happen again. So he turns and says she's already wasted enough of his time, then calls his summons to leave. However, he gets frustrated when he sees them mimicking the same flirty behavior they saw from the woman. Hirkin gets angry and orders them to stop learning weird things, or he'll eliminate them completely. Then a system message pops up, informing that the player Ilya has been eliminated. The protagonist gets excited and says he wasn't expecting to earn points for that, since he didn't eliminate her himself. Then he remembers her yelling that her bodyguards would come after him, and figures they probably don't even exist. He'd even bet someone like her doesn't have anything like that. However, a group is watching the protagonist through a recording device, and they are furious. Sometime later, still in the swamp dungeon, someone is injured and has a sword pointed at them. Hirkin, while leaving his sword stuck in the player, tells the protagonist to screw off and calls him an enemy of Lady Ilya. Hirkan says he's going to ask a question, wanting to know why the player is going so far for her, since it's not like he gained anything from it, and that's why he really wants to know if he thinks she'll date him if he avenges her. The player suddenly starts smiling, which confuses the protagonist. Then the player laughs maniacally and yells that it's because he loves her. So Hirkin eliminates him mercilessly and thinks the whole thing is a joke. Then he starts thinking about the girl from earlier who tried to deceive him, which makes him remember her. He never thought what she said about having bodyguards would turn out to be true, but knows that because of it, he's been running into crazy bums like them every day. He gets excited, thinking he's pretty eager due to not finding any missions, especially now that there's a bunch of shameless people trying to get him. He then wonders if he should find that woman and kill her again, but concludes it's better not to, as it might cause even more problems. With that, the system informs him that he obtained another unowned watch, as well as 5,000 gold coins, goblin leather boots, and the rare quality promise necklace. Hirkin wonders if the promise necklace he just picked up isn't one of those super rare items that could be sold for 800,000 won. He gets excited and shouts that love is great, thanking the idiots while thinking he'll finally have a fancy dinner. Suddenly, a guy appears shouting that the protagonist is right in front of him. Hirkin turns around excitedly, saying that the guy who killed Ilya is here. However, he finds himself face to face with several warriors, so he starts running away from them, as he didn't expect there to be so many. While running, he wonders how many there are, and if it's really possible for so many people to be obsessed with that woman. Then he decides to stop running and summons his minions. One of the players comments that those are the summoned skeletons they had heard about, and says he'll let his friend handle it like they agreed. He takes a deep breath and uses his love power skill, easily cutting through all the summons, while the protagonist screams that such a skill doesn't even exist. Then, he sees a system notification that his skeleton was destroyed, so he thinks they seem to be a higher level than him, and since there are so many, he doesn't think he can fight them head on. So he boosts his speed even more, leaving them behind, and swears that once he levels up, he'll find and eliminate them. After running for a while, Hirkin stops to catch his breath. He soon thinks that it's hard to shake players off because his level is lower, and for now, he just needs to keep moving. Then he's surprised when he feels something strange in the air. He turns around and wonders where he is, knowing that the place is very different from the rest. He realizes he doesn't remember a place like this in the lizard swamp, and that he's been in the area for days but has never seen this kind of black swamp. After thinking a bit more, he concludes it must be what he suspects. Meanwhile, the players are searching for the protagonist, wondering where he went. Then, the chubby one yells that he might be ahead, since he sees a skeleton, but what they're actually seeing are the protagonist's summons dancing like they're in a club on top of something strange. They're stunned by the sight. The chubby one gets furious, curses the protagonist, and says that it wasn't enough to hurt Lady Ilya, now he dares to insult them like this. Without thinking twice, he charges straight at the summons. But at that moment, a huge creature emerges from the swamp and grabs the chubby guy, pulling him into its massive mouth. His friends are paralyzed with fear because of the enormous creature. This is the level 40 lizard dragon, the boss of the lizard swamp, which easily devours the chubby guy. Hirkin just hides, watching the players deal with the boss. He then thinks he never imagined the nest would be the lizard dragon's nest, since he knows it's a boss with huge defense, HP, and attack, requiring a group of 20 level 40 players just to barely defeat it. He also reflects that, from what he heard, the lizard dragon raid was completed some time ago, and normally, this boss shouldn't even be here. However, he considers that if someone with a related quest enters the area like his quest to take the egg from the nest, the monster will respawn. In other words, if the lizard dragon is here, this must be the location of Ahimbri's quest. That makes him even more curious, wondering if Ahimbri really sent him there to defeat that thing and take the egg back, even knowing he's only a level 20 player. He gets furious, thinking that NPC is a real scumbag, but he also knows that luckily, he managed to gather some good comrades, so he figures it should be fine. One of Ilya's love slaves yells that the lizard dragon is too much and they better retreat, but Hirkin shows up and says they can't do that. He then uses his bone fragment skill and summons his skeleton warriors. The players, seeing the protagonist's summons, comment that they're surrounded. One of them, shouting that it's fine and they just need to push through, ends up getting struck by the lizard dragon without realizing it and is launched into the air. With that, the protagonist takes advantage of their distraction and runs off. As he sprints at full speed, Hirkin thanks them and says he'll never forget the sacrifice they made. He then thinks that now that the boss is occupied, it can only mean one thing. So he heads straight to the lizard's nest to steal the egg, knowing it should be empty. After jumping into the nest, he gets excited thinking all he has to do is grab the egg and get out. But he ends up shocked, as he doesn't see the egg anywhere. So he starts searching like a madman until he finally finds the egg and stares at it, puzzled. He thinks he found something really suspicious, and judging by its appearance, wonders if it doesn't look more like a rock than an egg. Then he gets spooked when the system informs him that his skeleton warrior was destroyed. He turns around and assumes the lizard dragon must be returning after detecting an intruder. It doesn't take long before the boss returns to the nest, furious. The protagonist tries to hide and thinks he's totally screwed. He also knows that now that the boss is back, he won't be able to search the nest any further. But looking at the thing that looks like an egg, he figures that if that's the case, he has no choice but to take it, even if it isn't really an egg. After returning to where the players were fighting the boss, he sees a chaotic scene with several bodies. Hirkin approaches one of them laughing, and while grabbing the player's watch, he says that Warlord is a really interesting game, and that there are so many crazies because everyone has too much freedom. The player gets furious and curses at him, but Hirkin stabs his sword near the player's face, and as the guy gets scared, the protagonist tells him to listen carefully to what he's about to say. He explains that he was just playing around until now, but that he has a lot to lose in this game. So he makes it clear that next time they meet, they won't get off so easy, and that this is a warning to them, and that woman too. After saying that, he turns and runs off at full speed. After walking a bit, he thinks that he swears. If those players keep bothering him, even after his warning, it'll be all-out war. Then he thinks it's time to make some extra cash with everything he got in the swamp dungeon. So he posts on the game forum that he just found a lizard dragon in the lizard swamp and wants to sell the exact location for 100,000 won. After returning to where Ahimbri is, he places what he thinks is an egg on the table and awkwardly tells Ahimbri that he brought what he asked for. He then hopes it really is the right item, since he doesn't want to search the whole map again. The NPC observes it closely, which makes the protagonist anxious, until a Himbri says that this is the item he was looking for and thanks the protagonist. He gets excited, thinking that in the end, he managed to bring the correct item. A Himbri comments that he was faster than expected and thought someone like him would take much longer. Hirkin gets nervous, wondering if he knew that and still gave him this mission. What kind of NPC is this? Still, he says he did his best and wants to know if he'll get another mission. A Himbri asks if the protagonist knows what the item is, because when they investigated the area near where the mutant monsters were, this thing was found. That's why he temporarily named the item, which looks like an egg, the Stone of Corruption. Hirkin is shocked, realizing that must be the reason those guys were after him, since he knows the Stone of Corruption is an important origin item related to the main quest. He figures they just wanted to make sure no one else got the item that could impact the main quest's progression. But at the time, he thought he had been scammed when he got that quest, so he never expected it to be part of the main story. A Himbri apologizes and says he knew the mission would be too hard for the protagonist, but since they're facing an unknown and powerful being, he needed to test Hirkin's willpower. He then gets serious and asks if Hirkin is ready to fight against corruption. The protagonist clenches his fists tightly, thinking he has plenty of willpower, and if this is part of the main quest, then it's his golden opportunity. So he yells that he'll devote his body and soul to it, but a Himbri replies, "Not right now," which leaves the protagonist completely confused, so he asks the NPC to be clearer. He explains that Hirkin must have seen how strong the monsters are, and therefore doesn't think he should give such a mission to a rookie. The protagonist is stunned, wondering if his level is really too low to continue the mission. But suddenly, the NPC changes his expression and tells the protagonist that if he asks the great mage Ahimbri to please accept him as a disciple, he might be willing to help and train him. After that, the protagonist leaves Ahimbri's room without saying a single word. Not long after, the system informs him that he completed the nest egg quest, obtained the title of Ahimbri's disciple, and that the quest, Ahimbri's Teachings Part 2, has begun, which requires him to reach level 40 before meeting Ahimbri again. The reward will be a skill book of the corrupted tracker ring. Then he remembers the pathetic scene he had to act out exactly what the NPC told him to do, so he gets furious, thinking Ahimbri really is a con artist. Meanwhile, in some dungeon, a fierce monster has been completely defeated. They shout to end the battle, and for anyone needing healing to head to the healers. One of the players tells his captain that their guild finally did something big. He agrees and asks the warrior to tell everyone to regroup after resting. He then runs over to another player, thanks him, and says he was even stronger than expected. That player is the knight who went after the protagonist. He replies that it was no problem at all, and that it was all thanks to the other players who supported him so well. The guild captain insists that wasn't the case and says that if it had been just them, at least 5 members would have died. That's why he believes it was thanks to him that they completed the raid with no casualties. He also admits he had doubts when he heard there were helpers who accepted money to assist in boss raids, and says he's really glad he hired him. Then he takes a pouch of coins and says it's all they have to offer. The knight notices that this isn't the promised payment. The captain awkwardly admits he knows that, but says it's separate from the original deal. However, the knight gets serious and says he won't accept it, as he doesn't like breaking the rules. This leaves the guild captain embarrassed and very surprised, and he apologizes, thinking the knight was just helping out for the money. While the captain wonders why a ranker would take on such a low-level raid, the knight walks off, saying he's going to collect all the items from the nest, as promised. The captain yells to warn him that there probably isn't anything of value in the nest. Meanwhile, the player thinks he got really lucky, since he never imagined he'd get a chance like this to obtain the Stone of Corruption. He remembers being worried when he heard the lizard dragon had respawned, thinking that Hey-Ho Mask might already be on the quest. But since the lizard dragon was still alive, he assumes the protagonist must have failed. So he jumps into the nest and thinks that defeating a boss isn't something you do with mechanics alone. He gets excited, knowing that all he has to do now is grab the Stone of Corruption and stop Heiho Mask from completing the quest. But then he's disappointed to realize the Stone of Corruption isn't there. He starts trembling with rage and shouts, cursing the protagonist. Meanwhile, the protagonist is logged out, staring intently at his phone. He takes a deep breath and says it's time, since during all those tough days, he kept telling himself that if he endured a bit longer, things would get better. But he gets nervous and decides that ends now. He builds up confidence and says he's going to do it. He's going to order steak. He grabs his phone, starts jumping around like crazy, and says he was trying to save on gas and food just in case. But now that he's completed the main quest, he figures it's okay to treat himself to a juicy steak, especially since he earned some extra money. So he thinks it's a fitting reward and time to convert it into real money. As soon as he does, he sees his massive balance in the account and gets excited, saying, "It's finally time for steak." But then he watches several deductions hit his account: debt payments, utility bills, and rent. His balance drops to 856.1, leaving him stunned, since that's not even enough to buy instant noodles. He starts pounding the floor and wonders why he works so hard and is still broke. Then he gets a message from Romeni, asking if he's still alive and if he quit WTube for good. He picks up his phone and thinks he forgot to update Romeni about his situation and that he can't make videos anymore because some lunatics are after him. But then he gets nervous and wonders if he really needs to be so cautious when he's practically starving. What did he even do wrong? He's just an innocent player enjoying the game. Frustrated, he gets up and decides he doesn't care anymore. He'll do whatever he wants. So he logs back into the game and goes to a creepy place that looks like a graveyard. The system notifies that he's entered the field of the forest of the dead. As he walks, he tells his summons that no matter how many times he comes here, it's always scary. He figures this is probably the best place for him to grind some experience, and the creepy atmosphere is also great for attracting views on his videos. With that, he turns around and calls his summons to hunt. But first, he says they've got a new teammate now, and he's in charge of strategy from now on. He tells them to get along. His new summon is a skeleton mage, a skill that the con artist Ahimbri gave him. He knows that the more his mastery improves, the more advanced the effects they'll be able to use. So he concludes it's a great skill, but also one that consumes a lot of mana. Then, looking ahead, he sees a hand emerging from the ground and says, that's their next target. Several skeletons begin rising from the ground as well, all at level 33. This leaves his summons confused, as the enemies look just like them. Hirkin looks back and wants to know what his summons are doing, since they're supposed to be out there hunting monsters. But they're clearly terrified of fighting copies of themselves. Still, the protagonist couldn't care less, and makes it clear that his summons will realize once the fight begins that undead monsters have a different trait than normal ones. However, he sees his summons hiding in fear and immediately demands to know what the hell they're doing. Frustrated, he snaps his fingers and tells them to stop wasting time. They have a lot of work to do. Boney wastes no time and charges forward, striking a skeleton with pity. He then watches the enemy stand still for a moment, but it soon keeps moving even after being hit, leaving Boney confused. Hirkin comments that, yes, that's right, normal attacks don't work. So he pulls a warhammer from his inventory, one that adds 35 strength and lands a simple hit on the skeleton, shattering it completely. He follows up with a blow to its skull, sending it flying, and thinks it was a perfect home run. He turns around and asks his summons if they saw what he just did. They just have to smash the skull. But what he sees instead is all of his summons holding their heads in fear of him, terrified that he might do the same to them. Hirkan then says the goal is to hunt 100 skeletons in 100 minutes because he's recording a timed attack video. With a sinister smile, he makes it very clear that if they fail, he won't let them leave. That instantly makes them dash off at full speed to hunt. After some time, the system reports that the protagonist has eliminated several skeletons and leveled up. He compliments his summons on doing a great job and thinks he expected them to take longer to get used to a weapon they'd never used before. But in the end, they're doing better than expected. Because of that, he believes the video will be a success, but he'll need to talk to Romeni first. That's when he senses a strange presence, and a massive level 35 skeleton warrior appears right in front of him. Hirkin gets nervous, realizing this is a rare monster that spawns randomly. He also knows there's a chance it might come back in a bovine form, so he runs at full speed with his summons toward the boss, thinking that he's finally going to get steak. As he charges, he wonders what he should eat first, grilled or roasted. But then he sees the skeleton warrior swinging a massive axe and has to leap back quickly, or he would have been wiped out by the monster's powerful blow. After retreating to his summons, he thinks that was terrifying. He nearly died without even reacting. Thankfully, he aimed at the creature's arm, which only enraged it more, and it quickly follows up with another strike. But Hirkin anticipates it, and together with his summons, strikes the skeleton warrior in the pelvis, slamming it to the ground. He then checks if his summons are okay. While saying it was easier than expected, he doesn't notice the skeleton warrior charging at him again. Just before it hits him, he comments that the creature is quite impatient. Then he yells out that there's still one last attack left from one of his summons. The skeleton mage begins channeling fire magic and launches it, hitting the warrior dead on and setting its bones ablaze. The system announces that the protagonist has slain a skeleton warrior and earned a large amount of experience. Hirkin takes a deep breath, thinking that was a close one. Looking at the flaming remains of the creature, he concludes he should get at least 10,000 views on that video. But he's still hungry and decides he's definitely grilling that steak. At that moment, the system alerts that the field boss has detected the death of one of the protagonist's subordinates, which leaves Hirkan confused. The system then continues warning that the field boss has found intruders, and finally, that the field boss is awakening. A massive magic circle appears right next to them. Then its head begins to emerge, followed by its body, until a colossal creature fully materializes before Hirkin and his summons. He's left speechless, unable to believe what he's seeing. The level 40 golden skeleton boss has appeared. He knows that the golden skeleton is the Forest of the Dead's boss, and the first mage class boss, a powerful one known as the Rookie Killer. He also recalls that the condition to make it appear was defeating several skeletons, though he hadn't considered that at the time. He thinks there's no way he can beat it, but if he does, it'll be a huge jackpot. Then he gets an idea of how to pull it off if he buffs his skeletons. Maybe there's a chance. So he calls his summons into battle, only to notice they've vanished. The system then informs him that his summons were dispelled due to lack of mana, which leaves him stunned. He starts to panic. He's all alone in this fight. He doesn't realize it's normal, since he had summoned all 4 and even made the mage cast all those spells. So there's no way he'd still have mana left. Facing the colossal creature, he knows he has no choice. He grabs his watch and says it's time to warm up his body for the first time in a long while. He activates his slot and equips his battle armor. With that, he faces the boss and dares it to bring it on. Without hesitation, he takes the initiative and charges forward. The golden skeleton quickly begins channeling its skill, growing stronger, and once it's ready, it fires at the protagonist, who has to dodge the powerful attacks. Hirkin knows that a single hit would kill him, and yet the boss is launching multiple attacks. It's no wonder it's called the Rookie Killer. While the golden skeleton continues attacking, Hirkin realizes he has no chance of winning if he allows it to keep casting spells freely. He jumps, and just before striking, thinks that all he needs to do is stop it from casting. He delivers a powerful blow to one of the golden skeleton's palms, managing to delay its attack. Hirkin notices that the boss's hands are tied to its spells, so he figures he just needs to destroy all of them. At that moment, the golden skeleton begins to react strangely, and the system alerts that the field boss is staring directly at the protagonist, which confuses him. Then the system warns that the boss has seen through him and is evaluating the protagonist's skill level. After making several gestures with its hands, the golden skeleton releases an intense wave of dark, negative energy. Hirkin gets scared, wondering what the hell is happening. In a blink, he's bombarded by the boss's dark energy. While running from the attacks, he tries to understand what's going on until he sees he won't be able to dodge one of them. At the last second, he leaps to the side, causing the attack to crash into the ground, but the impact launches him violently across the area. Lying on the ground, he catches his breath and questions the boss's insane attack pattern. He doesn't remember it being like this. He wonders if he's misremembering, or if the golden skeleton had hidden patterns, or maybe it just got rebalanced in a patch, like the Minotaur in the tutorial mission. That thought discourages him, since, unfortunately, he can't recall clearly after all. It's been years since he last hunted a golden skeleton. Still, he grabs his weapon and thinks how frustrating this is, having no skeletons to summon and not even remembering the boss's full attack pattern. Looking up at the colossal creature in front of him, he wonders how he's going to defeat it. The boss quickly launches another attack, forcing the protagonist to dodge again. He keeps doing this with every attack the golden skeleton makes. As he gets a little closer to the boss, he thinks he can actually dodge the attacks as long as he knows their trajectory. Unfortunately, he also knows that this leaves him with no time to counterattack, so he reflects that he needs to find a blind spot as fast as possible. That's when he gets startled. The boss grabs him with one of its arms. It pulls him in and lets out a tremendous roar right in his face. Hirkan thinks he's completely screwed. Watching the creature channeling an attack right in front of him, he wonders how many attack patterns this thing has. But he smiles and says he has a trump card too. He uses his demonic curse skill to inflict a debuff on the boss. The system announces that the target's stats will be reduced by 13%. With that, the protagonist breaks free from the boss's grip and charges at it. He comments that he didn't know how he'd get an opening, but the boss ended up giving him one. Then he channels power into his fist and delivers a powerful punch straight to the golden skeleton's face. A huge explosion follows from the impact. The skeleton's bones begin cracking and breaking at once, which gets Hirkan completely hyped. The golden skeleton starts to fade away. Not long after, the system informs the protagonist that he has defeated the golden skeleton, earned lots of experience points, received a hefty sum of gold coins, obtained the title Skeleton Slayer, and leveled up. He breathes in relief. As he deactivates his slot, he thinks that was a close one, certain he would have failed if it had lasted 10 more minutes. Then he pulls up his status screen and sees that he's currently at level 36, with 9 titles. His stats show 109 strength, 35 stamina, 101 intelligence, and 141 mana. He gets excited, knowing he's reached level 36. However, he also realizes that things will get dangerous from here. Even though 141 mana is a decent number considering he invested the bare minimum in that stat, he knows it's still not enough. So far, he's been pushing forward thanks to his titles and level ups, but now that he has more skills to use, it's just not sufficient. After all, he increased his strength for his skeleton warriors, but what's the point if the skeleton warriors vanish? He hangs his head, thinking he's already earned all the mana-related titles he can at this point, and wants new gear, but unfortunately, he has no money for that. Then, out of nowhere, he smiles and says he doesn't care and doesn't even know anymore. He skips off saying that, for now, he'll send the video to Rameni and focus on reaching level 40, and that later, for sure, he's going to eat beef ramen. Sometime later, after he sends the video he recorded in the Forest of Monsters dungeon to his editor, she watches it. She pauses it, takes a deep breath, and punches her teddy bear hard. Furious, she keeps beating the stuffed animal and asks if the protagonist is actually insane. But suddenly, her personality shifts, and she gets all giddy, jumping around the room and saying that Hirkan managed to defeat a boss stronger than him without taking a single hit, and he did it with no practice at all, proving he's truly talented. She sits down in her chair, relieved, and says the video is so good it barely needs any editing, and she'll soon send him the final version. Then she starts wondering what title to use for the video. Thinking of something cool, she suddenly has an idea and excitedly declares that she'll title it The Solo Emperor. Later, in the game, at the Bangsu Castle branch of the Adventurers Association, Hirkan arrives saying to Ahimbri that he's back, stronger just like he asked. He notices the protagonist all dirty and asks what happened and why he looks like a beggar. Hirkan laughs and just tells the NPC to hand over the reward already. The NPC agrees and says he'll give the promised reward. The system then announces that the protagonist has completed the quest, Ahimbri's Teachings Part 2, and has received the skill book Osteology. He's very impressed by the skill book, knowing it's a very rare necromancer ability not found on the market. The skill increases the stats of all summoned skeletons by 5%, reduces the mana cost to summon and maintain them by 10%, and also allows summoning one additional skeleton. But what he needed most was precisely that mana cost reduction, so he starts thanking the NPC frantically. Ahimbri also shows Hirkan that he obtained the corrupted tracker ring, and that he should use the corrupted stone he brought to harness its power. The corrupted tracker ring is unique in the game's history and grants 2 bonus points to class-specific stats and 9 points to all attributes. When used together with the corrupted tracker necklace, all attributes are boosted by 21 more points. Hirkan is drooling with happiness because he knows the corrupted tracker ring is that rare ring given only to the first players to complete the main storyline. He jumps to grab the ring and thanks the NPC, but Ahimbri closes his hand and says, on second thought, he's not sure he can just hand it over. He turns away, leaving the protagonist confused. Then, Ahimbri turns back, laughing, and tells him that if he wants the ring, he should come and take it if he can. Hirkan laughs and says, all right. Without hesitation, he activates his slot, puts on his battle armor, and charges at the NPC full force. Sometime later, outside the Scavengers Association, Hirkan has managed to get the ring. However, he's exhausted, wondering what got into that crazy old man. He would have killed him if he weren't an NPC. But in the end, he got the ring and the next quest. Ahimbri had told him that he'd lost contact with an agent named Miggy and that he thought the protagonist should visit Suryu Castle. Remembering that, he decides to let it slide for now. However, he knows that the Suryu Castle area is high level, so he figures he should level up more on the way. Then he sees several messages on his watch. It's Rameni with urgent news, saying she just posted the Golden Skeleton video on WTube and thinks he should take a look. The protagonist opens the video and immediately sees that it has over 2 million views, along with many comments praising him and asking for more, many of them including donations to the channel. He's blown away, wondering what the hell is happening. He drops to the ground in disbelief and starts counting how many zeros are in his account. Soon, he starts thinking about what to eat. Tomahawk, ribeye, filet mignon, sirloin, so many delicious things. He starts drooling, thinking he can now eat anything tasty he wants. Then he wonders about the jackpot he just hit. He knew the reactions would be good, but not this good. As he's thinking that he needs to log off soon, his watch beeps with a new message. It's a huge donation, and someone says they've been sending him messages. The message is from the recruitment leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild, saying they've tried reaching out several times but hadn't gotten a reply, so they're leaving a comment here. He says that the Thunder Hunters Guild would like to officially recruit him and asks if he could spare some time to discuss it with them. Hirkan gets furious. He knows that the Thunder Hunters is Chae Sol-yeon's guild, the woman who kicked him out of the game in his previous life. He then remembers how persistent they were back then, and apparently, they're still doing the same thing. Furious, he flips off the message and says he wouldn't join the Thunder Hunters even if his life depended on it. But after thinking a bit more, he feels like he said this before, so he recalls his past life when he was furious and saying it was annoying as hell, and he wants to know why Chae Sol-yeon is being so persistent after being rejected so many times, especially since she was already in a guild. One of his friends at the time commented that he was pretty lucky, since the Thunder Hunters were one of the best guilds even among the top 30, and that the guild leader was the daughter of a rich family, so if he joined, he'd definitely get a 6-figure salary. His other friend added that it made sense they were after someone like Hirkan. Then he smiled and explained that it was because the protagonist was really good at the game, and in all the raid videos from his guild, every single comment was just about him. He finished by saying that, honestly, Hirkan was way too good for them. Hirkan took a deep breath and quickly asked them to stop, making it clear he didn't care about the 6-figure salary because he didn't want to join the Thunder Hunters, and the money would come once their own guild became the strongest. Plus, he preferred to keep playing with his current guild. His friend gave a fake little laugh and said he was right. So, after remembering all that, He feels even more frustrated now, but he knows they don't need to betray him again over it. He starts slapping his own face and thinks it's not time to get drunk on the money. He's got a lot of work to do, so he pulls out the skeleton fragments and throws them. As soon as he summons them all, he makes it clear to his minions that they know he was the one who did everything in the Golden Skeleton raid and that they did nothing. He explains that they're going to start training again because they need to move more efficiently and can't repeat what happened last time, so he asks if they're up for it. But he ends up seeing his old friends in his summons faces, then quickly realizes they're not them, and that makes him happy, thinking this time will be different. He calls his summons to become the strongest, then says their next destination is Suryu Castle, and asks if they should train along the way. All his summons nod, suggesting yes. With that, Hirkin summons his weapon and says the training will be simple, they're just going to run all the way there. And if any of them fall behind, they'll get punished. That makes them take off running at full speed, afraid of getting hit. And so, they head for Suryu Castle. Meanwhile, Syl is deep in thought. A mage approaches and asks what she's thinking about. She's standing over several defeated monsters. The mage informs her lady that it's almost time for the meeting. This is Hatch from the Thunder Hunters Guild. Syl jumps down from where she was and quickly asks how the progress is going on the Corrupted Count mission. Hatch says they haven't made any progress yet and still haven't found any clue for the next quest. Syl gets furious and says she can't believe they let the Hydra Guild grab the main quest before them. Hatch tries to argue, saying she thinks they'll find it soon, since they're going to a meeting with the leaders of all 30 top guilds. Syl emphasizes that there's no way a meeting with those losers will be useful. Even so, Hatch asks the guildmaster to be careful as she walks away. Guys, here's a quick recap of the latest chapters to keep you updated. The protagonist's WTube video was a hit, and he made a lot of money overnight. He was also close to losing control, but thanks to the person responsible for everything he went through, the flames of his revenge were reignited. So he decided to walk the path of a hungry beast. The first thing he did was go to the loan shark he had borrowed money from, and as soon as he got there, he threw down his money bag and made it clear he would pay the full debt, principal, and interest in cash, which surprised the loan shark. Jaehyun, as he's called in real life, after handing over the money, asked if everything was okay. Next, the protagonist bought rare skill books, which made him quite happy. However, once back in the game, he knew he was broke again, with his account balance at 0. Surrounded by his summons, Hirkin lamented that he thought he was ready for this, but admitted that seeing his bank account still hurt. He quickly decided to forget about it and learn the new skills he bought. He wasted no time and learned them. The system then informed him he had acquired the skin grafting skill, a level F mastery passive that increases defense by attaching monster remains to his skin. If he takes too much damage, the material must be replaced. He decided to test it right away, and the system asked if he wanted to use the skeleton warrior's horns to enhance it. He said yes, and the system notified that he had gained the essence of a skeleton warrior and 5 defense points. Curious, he equipped a sword and tested it by attacking himself. He was pleased, and commented that he was perfectly fine, and that it was much better than expected since nothing happened to him. Then he moved on to the next skill. The system notified him he had acquired the Curse of Sloth skill, allowing him to cast a curse that slows the target's movements. The larger, faster, and stronger the target, the more mana it consumes and the shorter the duration. Hirkin found it interesting, looked to the side, saw his summons, and tested the skill on them, concluding it could be useful in battle. Finally, he opened his last book. The system then informed him he had obtained the Golem summoning skill. Hirkin knew this was the hardest skill to get and the one he wanted most. He tested it immediately, which even surprised his summons. He smiled, and seeing his summoned golem, said he could finally summon it. Then he shouted that a necromancer is nothing without golems, and judging by the size of his new summon, he knew it was more reliable than any of the tanks there. He smiled and snapped his fingers, activating his copy mode, passive, on the golem. He then created a bond with the summon, knowing it had a copy mode that could sync its movements with his. By combining the golem's strength with his own movements, he believed it could be ridiculously effective. However, the golem just stood still, shocking the summons and driving the protagonist crazy, wondering why it didn't work. He questioned whether it was a bug, but then the golem mimicked his earlier movement, leaving everyone speechless. Hirkin wondered if this was faster than his other summons could react, then laughed and asked himself what he should do next. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone mentioned they thought everyone had arrived and asked if they could start the meeting. This was Nergal, leader of the Ares Guild, who thanked everyone for coming despite being busy. Shev the Slayer, leader of the Red Bulls Guild, laughed and said he recognized a few familiar faces there. Berg, the leader of the Big Smile Guild, just takes a deep breath, while Syl, the leader of the Thunder Hunters Guild, remains silent. Berg wants to know if 29 were invited, and only 4 showed up. Shev laughs and says more people came than he expected, since they're talking about the top 30 guilds. Nergal points out that this was really sudden, then explains that normally the top 30 warlord guilds are fiercely competing, and it's very rare to have a meeting like this one. However, he becomes serious and reveals that the Hydra Guild discovered the identity of the corrupted Count and is planning a final raid in a month. Shev starts laughing and says that's insane, knowing none of the other guilds even came close. And if that's true, then Hydra pulled something off. But he's quickly interrupted by someone slamming the table. It's Berg, furious, yelling that it's all over if they let Hydra get the corrupted Count, since they'll end up monopolizing all future main quests, sponsors, ads, and content. Syl tells Berg to shut up, and releasing her power, says that if he's scared, he should just sit quietly and not bother anyone. Berg doesn't like that at all, quickly equips his claws and asks if she wants to fight. Shev asks them to calm down, saying they're not here to fight. Nergal agrees with the blonde and makes it clear that a fight between them would only benefit Hydra. Then, Nergal emphasizes that this is exactly why he's proposing an anti-Hydra alliance. The 4 guilds present will agree not to fight until the corrupted Count missions are finished, and will share all info about him. He then asks if anyone opposes his idea. Shev says he's not a big fan of alliance schemes, but thinks there's no other way. Berg makes it clear that if they don't stop Hydra, they're screwed. Nergal concludes the meeting, but Syl, without saying a word, clearly didn't like any of it. Later, outside the game, someone's taking a shower. It's her, thinking the meeting was humiliating since they couldn't even defeat the Chapter 1 boss alone and had to join forces with other guilds. But she knows there's nothing she can do for now, because if Hydra gets the corrupted Count first, they're done. So, for now, she knows it's time to lay low and wait for the next chance. She picks up her phone and tells someone to order all guild members to keep an eye on Hydra and report any strange activity, because the corrupted Count will be theirs no matter what. Meanwhile, inside the game at the Tsuryu Castle branch of the Adventurers Association, Hirkan is surprised, wanting to know what's going on. A guy says he already asked him to go to the Bobaru Forest. He explains that's where Agent Miggy disappeared and that the protagonist should search the area for traces. Hirkan says he knows the Bobaru Forest is full of level 70 monsters, a dangerous area, and that he could die instantly if he goes there now. The adventurer sighs and says that's exactly why he's asking him, a disciple of Ahimbri. He then makes it clear that if the protagonist refuses, he'll lose his status as a corruption tracker, which scares him even more. After leaving the association, Hirkan sits by a fountain thinking, and concludes he's totally screwed. He opens his quest window and sees he has to find the missing Agent Miggy, who's investigating the corrupted stones, and continue the mission with a reward of 500 gold coins and additional rewards. The penalty is losing the corrupted tracker title. If the quest isn't completed in time, he has 29 days, 9 hours, and 33 minutes. Hirkan gets furious, knowing that if he loses his corrupted tracker status, he'll be kicked from the main quest. Scared, he realizes that accepting all those high-level quests backfired, since he normally wouldn't be able to complete them, but somehow managed an advance to the next stage. And to make things worse, he now accepted a quest meant for level 60 or higher, so he finds himself at a crossroads, wondering what to do, knowing he can't just give up on the main quest like that. But at the same time, he knows he can't go to the Bobaru Forest either. That's when he overhears a player asking a mage if she thinks the Hydra Guild will complete the main quest. Because if they do, he believes they'll definitely rise above the other guilds. The mage emphasizes that the rest of the top 30 guilds haven't even managed to start the main quest. The player then asks what'll happen to the other main quests if the corrupted count is defeated, which scares Hirkan quite a bit, but he quickly smiles, looks at his watch, and realizes that maybe he doesn't need to go to the Bobaru forest after all. Meanwhile, someone is observing a huge castle from afar, reporting that nothing special has happened and that his and his friend's mission is finally ending, since having to sit and watch the castle for hours every day was starting to drive him crazy. He asks if his friend agrees. After getting no reply, he calls out to him, his friend being Nadal, 8th in command of Hydra. The guy wants to know what the reward for defeating the corrupted count will be, and if Hydra will definitely become the best guild. Nadal clearly says not to get ahead of themselves. He adds that it's not over yet, as their mission is to secretly monitor the corrupted count's castle. He explains they can't let their guard down or leak info, because true professionals know how to stay calm. Then, out of nowhere, a player runs up shouting that he's found Natal, which makes him furious, asking what the hell is going on. The player is Kim's, rank 3 of the Red Bull Guild, who smiles and says it's been a while. Natal, shaking with rage, demands to know what a Red Bull member is doing there. Kim says the boss on that mountain is high level, so he came to defeat it. He then asks if that's not what they're there for too. Natal looks at his friend, knowing they can't reveal their real mission, and replies that yes, that's exactly why. But Kim's walks up and asks why he looks like he's dying to take a dump, which enrages Natal even more, yelling that it's not true. Kim's turns and says he's leaving, and tells Natal to feel free to go relieve himself, making him even crazier with rage, screaming that he already said that's not it. So Kim's walks away while Natal yells at him to come back. After walking a bit, Kim's taps his watch and informs someone that the 8th in command of Hydra is there, and that it looks like the lead they got was true. Shev and Yel are listening as Kim's passes on the information. The leader says it's unbelievable that the anonymous lead about the corrupted count's location was accurate. Yel says she was sure it was a prank, but in the end, they sent Kim's just in case. So she points out that they were given such important information way too easily. She wonders what the motive is. Shev says he doesn't know, but maybe it's someone inside Hydra holding a grudge against their own guild. Kim's chimes in, saying they're not really in a position to be picky about things like that, since they were about to lose everything to Hydra. So he asks if he can start a fight to buy them some time. But Yel tells him no and says to fall back for now, since if that really is the corrupted count's location, then most of Hydra's forces must be there, and they can't afford to lose one of their top members right now. Kim says the leader is being too soft on him, since it's not like the Red Bulls will fall apart if he's not around. But at that moment, someone charges at him and a massive explosion goes off. Shev and Yel are immediately concerned about their friend. As the dust settles, Kim's finds a sword pointed at his face and realizes they weren't the only ones who got the anonymous tip. He then starts laughing and announces that the princess of the Thunder Hunters is there. She immediately demands that Kim's tell her everything he knows or she'll eliminate him right there. This is the Thunder Princess, Hahui, from the Thunder Hunters Guild. Meanwhile, a bear growls fiercely as the protagonist's golem prepares for battle. The massive bear wastes no time and strikes the golem, which simply defends against the attacks. Eventually, it spots an opening and counterattacks. While the protagonist's summons watch the fight. The battle rages on, and the skeletons are enjoying the show while eating popcorn. Hirkan, however, is puzzled, checking his status and wondering why everything is so quiet, since he's sure the emails were sent and he should be getting replies. He knows the only way to solve this without going to Bobaru Forest is to force the mission to end. He's aware that Warlord's main story consists of many chapters. The current one is Chapter 1, The Corrupted Count. And when the Corrupted Count is defeated, the chapter ends and all related missions are forcefully concluded. He takes a deep breath and realizes that even if he tried to defeat the Corrupted Count himself, he wouldn't make it in time. So he prefers to move on to the next chapter within the remaining time. He then starts yelling that he doesn't care who it is. He just needs someone to defeat the corrupted Count. That's exactly why he's spreading the information to several guilds, except for Chae Sol-yeon's. So he wonders why no one is responding. Suddenly, something catches his attention. The system notifies him that the Hydra Guild is starting a live stream. Meanwhile, his golem is being severely attacked, having its arms broken, and the giant bear doesn't stop, launching another powerful blow. But Hirkin shows up, punching the bear in the head and telling it to shut up and stay quiet while he's thinking. He makes it clear that he needs to watch a stream, so he wants peace. After sitting down to watch the live stream, a host greets all viewers and announces that the Hydra Guild was the first to discover the identity of the corrupted Count and is planning to attempt a raid. The planned date for the raid is, Hirkin hopes it's sometime this month. Then the host says it'll be in 3 days, which really surprises the protagonist. The stream ends, and he comments that it's sooner than expected, but not shocking, just as he predicted. He starts laughing like a maniac and thinks this is perfect. He then orders his golem to resume fighting the bear. While they fight, he remarks that Hydra probably got nervous because he spread the info to other guilds. Since he knows that if it's Hydra, there's nothing to worry about. They're far ahead of the other guilds in terms of progress on the main quest, and have many skilled players. So he concludes that once the main mission ends, his biggest obstacle will be gone, and in 3 days, his happy life will begin. After some time, the 3 days pass, and many players are being defeated. The system announces that all Hydra Guild members died in the raid and the mission failed, leaving the protagonist in utter disbelief. He throws his phone to the ground and yells, demanding to know if they're messing with him. He shouts that if they were going to start the raid so early, the least they could have had was a plan. He wants to know why they even tried if they were going to fail in an hour. He also questions whether he overestimated them and if he now needs to start looking for alternatives. Then he sees that the Red Bulls Guild has started a live stream. He quickly grabs his phone and wonders if Red Bulls is where the Slayer Shev is from. Meanwhile, in the game, Shev the Slayer comments that since the field is being reset, he assumes the Hydra Guild's raid failed. He then asks if his soldiers saw what happened. He explains that the corrupted Count is a powerful enemy, powerful enough to massacre even the Hydra Guild. And not only that, but they also won't have backup item supplies, meaning their chances of success will be very low. Even so, Shev slams his sword into the ground and shouts, making it clear that the Red Bulls Guild will accept the challenge. The soldiers immediately start yelling, fired up for the battle ahead. Jae-hyun, watching the stream, wonders if the Red Bulls Guild is really going to start the corrupted Count quest, since even though they're good, he knows it's still not enough. Then he's surprised to hear Shev announce that they'll be joined in the raid by their partner, the Guildmaster of the Thunder Hunters, the Queen of Thunder, Sil. This leaves the protagonist confused after realizing it's Chae Sol-yeon. A bit earlier, at the Red Bulls camp, Shev was commenting on how unexpected it was that the Queen of Thunder herself requested a meeting. So he wants to know if she's declaring war. Sil replies, no, that for now, they're still allies. Shev looks at Kim's and says he heard one of his men got beaten up, while Sil says it was nothing, just their guild's way of saying hello. Hahui sticks her tongue out at Kim's, teasing him. Shev then gets serious and asks to cut to the point, saying he heard they have info on the corrupted. He pretends not to know what she's talking about, but Sil says she doesn't have time for games, and that she's confirmed some members of the top 30 guilds received information about the corrupted Count, and that since someone like him, who couldn't even begin tracking the Count, suddenly started doing it, even an idiot would notice. He laughs and admits she caught him, saying it's true, but notes they don't know who provided the tip. She gives a sinister laugh and asks if he really thinks the Hydra Guild will succeed. Shev says he's not sure. Sil replies they'll fail, and that they moved up the raid date just to be first. But she knows the corrupted Count is the first boss, so it won't be that easy. They'd have better chances if they let others go first to gather information. Shev gets serious and says he's sure she didn't come just to talk about Hydra, so what's her real point? She gives a slight smile, then slams her sword hard into the table, even surprising the Red Bulls leader. While Kim's gets ready for the worst, Chev signals him to stay calm. Sil asks if they can't work together on the corrupted Count raid and says she'll let him get the first kill. Chev is quite surprised and thinks she's bluffing, but now, with her in the raid against the corrupted Count, he sees this was expected. Watching how she fights and slays raid monsters, he realizes she's not just talk. Still, he knows the corrupted Count is no joke. As for the Count himself, he laughs and says they're not doing bad for scum like them. This is the corrupted Count, the main quest boss and final boss of Chapter 1. He then commands his creatures to attack without rest and declares he'll crush their will completely. Thus, an intense battle begins, with the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters alliance on one side and the corrupted Count on the other. As the fight drags on, Chev knows their allied forces are reaching their limit. Sil comments that the monsters just keep coming. Then Chev steps forward and, unleashing his fearsome power, yells to the Queen of Thunder that he'll clear a path for her. He launches a powerful forward strike, and she rushes in alongside him. As Chev's mighty attack heads toward the corrupted Count, the Queen of Thunder follows close behind. The boss becomes enraged and counterattacks, demanding to know how they dare challenge him. Sil tries with all her might to keep dodging the countless attacks from the corrupted Count until she leaps into the air, fully confident, and prepares her strike but ends up being severely hit, leaving her confused and trying to understand where the attacks came from. The corrupted Count had buried his strikes into the ground, so they would come up behind her and intercept her midair. Chev, worried, shouts to know if she's okay. Sil takes a deep breath, gives a slight smile, then unleashes several attacks, breaking free and rushing toward the corrupted Count. With eyes full of confidence, she manages to land her powerful blow on the boss. Chev breathes a sigh of relief and says she's scarier than he thought. And so, before the fallen body of the corrupted Count, Sil sees the system message confirming that the Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters guilds have defeated the corrupted Count. The protagonist is stunned upon hearing that Chae Seol-yeon defeated the boss of Chapter 1. He throws his phone to the ground and mutters that it doesn't matter, he only needed the corrupted Count to be defeated, and it didn't matter by whom. He then hopes Sil enjoys it while she can, because the corrupted Count will be the last she gets. After all, he knows that in the end, the one who'll win will be him. Sometime later, in the dungeon of the Bulkus Mountains, the protagonist is with his summons, thinking that his real name is Jaehyun, and currently, in the game, he's Hirkan. He's a warlord player who somehow reincarnated. His dream is to become the strongest in the game, to get revenge on the bastards who betrayed him. As he reflects on all this, he suddenly hears a tremendous noise around him, and before he realizes it, a herd of wild boars is charging straight at him, and he has to run to avoid being trampled. A few hours earlier, the protagonist arrived at the entrance to the Bulkus Mountains and saw that the field was blocked. While Littlebone is confused by the barrier, Hirkan explains that it's a locked field until someone meets a certain condition. Since he hasn't met it yet, entry is restricted, but he knows that the Bulkus Mountains are the main stage of Chapter 2's storyline, and that when the main quest of Chapter 1 is completed, entry is automatically granted. So after crossing the barrier, the system notifies him that he has entered the Bulkus Mountains and received the title of First to Set Foot in the Bulkus Mountains, increasing all his stats by 2 points and class-related attributes by 1 point. He gets excited and thinks, just as expected, no one else had discovered it yet. He calls his summons and declares that it's his time to shine, but he quickly comes face to face with several monsters. The monsters in question are all wild boars, level 60, fierce beasts that roam in packs. Hirkan, being only level 41, is shocked to encounter them right away. Back in the present, the boars are enraged and charging after the protagonist, who keeps running and wondering how he got so unlucky and how the hell he ran into those boars as soon as he entered. He also thinks some people have probably already noticed the blocked field is now open, so he can't afford to waste any more time there. He knows his chances are low, but still, it looks like he has to try. So he shouts for his summons to activate their helms and charge at the boars. However, the creatures are so strong that they easily defeat the protagonist's summons. As Hirkan retreats, thinking his summons were wiped out in a single hit. The system notifies that the skeleton warrior has been destroyed after taking too much damage. The protagonist then smiles and says that was just bait. He activates his sloth curse skill on the massive wild boars. He approaches and tells them they won't be able to move for a while. Then, drawing his sword, he charges in and says it's time to pay for destroying his skeletons, until he steps on a banana peel and face plants right in front of the massive beasts. Then, another banana peel falls onto his head. Hirkin grows furious, demanding to know what the hell is going on and where the banana peel came from. Up on a tree branch, a monkey is laughing. It's a level 50 armored monkey, a monster known for playing tricks on humans. Hirkin gets even angrier, quickly stands up, and tells the monkey to wait because he's about to get beaten up. But then the system notifies him that the effect of the sloth curse has worn off. He turns around in a panic, thinking this is really bad. Just then, a bright flash comes from his direction and completely shatters the wild boar's head. Hirkin is startled, trying to understand what just happened. Up in a tree, someone is firing a crossbow, releasing countless arrows that, in a blink, brutally wipe out several wild boars. Hirkin, amazed by how easily the monsters were taken down, wonders how it's possible with just one shot. Then the mysterious person approaches and asks if the protagonist is hurt. Hirkin turns and sees an old man, wondering if it could really be who he's thinking. Meanwhile, at Suryu Castle, two adventurers are surprised by what they see ahead. One of them notices a knight leaning against the wall and asks if that's the White Mamba's armor set. The other responds that it looks like it, and then asks if the person they're seeing is a rancor. The knight, visibly impatient, adjusts his glasses and asks if his companion has found the identity of the informant. A mage steps out from the shadows and says no, that none of the guilds know who sent the information. He adds that it makes sense after all. We're talking about someone who knew the identity of the corrupted count and was willing to give that information away for free. So how are they supposed to find someone like that? The knight also wants to know about the Ha-Ho mask if his friend has any updates. The mage replies that he's just posting regular hunting videos, and that it seems to be something about giant bears. The knight begins to get angry while the mage continues, saying there's no way a newbie who just started the main storyline could be behind all this. He then asks where the knight's next assistant job will be. The knight says it'll be with the Sweepers Guild. The mage, frustrated, comments that it looks like they're going to be really busy again. The knight assures him he'll handle the assistant job and asks his friend to focus on finding the person who leaked the information. He emphasizes that they don't know who this person is, but swears he'll make sure they pay for destroying the balance of the world. Later, in a humble cabin in the Bulkus Mountains, the old man who saved the protagonist from the boars asks if he's really a disciple of the mage Ahimbri. All excited, Hirkin replies that he is, and thinks to himself how lucky he was. He never thought he'd run into Ma Wung, the main NPC from Chapter 2's central storyline. The old man says that luckily he found the protagonist in time while out on patrol. Hirkin knows that Ma Wung is skilled enough to have once been the prince's sword instructor, but was expelled due to an unfortunate event. After that, he became the captain of the guards who protect the Bulkus Mountains. That's why Hirkan knows for sure he had to find this NPC in Chapter 2 and feels incredibly lucky. Ma Wung tells the protagonist that he should go back, which confuses him, so he asks the old man to clarify. Ma Wung explains that he doesn't know what brought Hirkan here, but there's nothing in that place except monsters. So again, he urges him to go back before something worse happens. Hirkan smiles and says the corrupted count is dead. He thinks to himself that there's no point in the old man playing hard to get, since he already knows how to enter Chapter 2. He then adds that even with the count's defeat, there are still corrupted monsters out there, and that he was tracking the source and ended up here. He then wants to know if the old man knows anything about it. The old man says he has something in mind, but no evidence yet, which is why he asks if the protagonist could help him gather some. With that, the system notifies that Hirkan has obtained the title of first to contact a Bulkus Watchman, and also the title of Initiator, granting him an additional 14 attribute points. Hirkan gets excited after learning he received 2 rare titles and tells the old man that he can indeed help. Ma Weng asks the protagonist to first calm down and then investigate the monsters near the area. Thus, the quest, the Bulka's Watchman's Request, is created, and Hirkan must defeat 50 monsters in the Bulkas Mountains, with a reward of 500 gold coins and increased trust from Ma Weng. Without wasting time, Hirkan heads out of the cabin, thinking this is great since he knew he needed to level up anyway. He then reflects that he'll leave the high-level monsters, like wild boars and warrior bears, for later and start with the easier ones. Until he remembers something. Recalling how the armored monkey mocked him, he decides he'll start with it and wonders how he's going to make it pay. Later, still in the Bulkas Mountains dungeon, a player slips on a banana peel, followed by another. This keeps happening for a while, and the armored monkey just laughs at the players. Then another player starts walking by, and the monkey immediately sets its sights on its next victim. It gets ready, but Hirkan suddenly appears behind it and says he finally found it. The monkey turns around awkwardly, and the protagonist, with a bizarre expression, says he's going to eliminate it. Without hesitation, he grabs his sword and charges at the creature. However, the armored monkey easily dodges all of the protagonist's attacks. Hirkan tries everything to land a hit, but the monkey always evades. Then the monkey increases its speed and quickly flees. The protagonist chases after it, furious. While chasing the creature, he thinks about how annoying the monkey is so fast, and the trees keep getting in the way, making it hard to attack. So he stops on a tree branch, prepares an attack, and throws his sword at the monkey. The creature notices the attack coming and gets really scared. The protagonist's sword hits, but it lands right beside the monkey, scaring it even more. The creature starts laughing at the protagonist, but Hirkan makes it clear that the sword attack was just a distraction. Right then, his golem appears and delivers a powerful punch, causing massive destruction. Hirkan watches from afar, and it doesn't take long for the system to inform him that he has earned the title of being the first to hunt down and eliminate an armored monkey. Hirkan is pleased, and thinks it's time to start hunting more of them. Meanwhile, several cameras are snapping photos, as Shev the Slayer and Sil the Queen of Thunder are there. They shout out congratulations to the Red Bull Guild's Red Bull, and to Sil from the Thunder Hunters for completing the first chapter's boss raid. Then, a reporter player approaches the Queen of Thunder and asks if she'd like to say something. She gives a slight smile and says she thinks they were really lucky this time, but they'll keep working hard to bring good results in the future. However, off camera, she looks displeased. Hahui, walking with the Queen of Thunder, says she's the best. Then he admits he thought they were done for when the last wave of monsters came, but then she appeared, jumped in alone, and defeated the corrupted Count. Sil says she was lucky and emphasizes that they couldn't have done it without the Red Bulls. Still, she knows that to achieve a full victory, they need the skills of the player known as Heiho Mask. Disappointed, she asks Hahui to call Hatch. Shocked, he yells, wanting to know why the Queen of Thunder would need that loser. Sil becomes serious and makes it clear that there's something they need to hunt. Meanwhile, something is breaking, and the system soon informs that the protagonist's equipment durability has dropped to 0 and was destroyed. Hirkan looks at his sword in frustration and thinks it's time to look for new gear. But he knows the problem is that he has no money, so he concludes that his only option is to try for gems, since he knows they have a very low drop rate from monsters and are used to craft items. For example, the Green Goblin gem grants 1 extra point of dexterity. The Werewolf gem grants 2 extra points in the attack attribute. They also have additional effects depending on the monster they drop from. He then thinks that gems dropped by armored monkeys are great for making equipment. With that, he summons his creatures and shouts that they're going to hunt every last armored monkey. 9 hours later, Hirkan is devastated, as he had no success in getting any gem drops. And, looking at the pile of countless armored monkeys, he wonders if a drop should have happened by now. Then, with a crazed expression, he tells his summons that he'll try just 1 more, because he thinks maybe this time it will drop. Suddenly, someone approaches, calling out to the protagonist. A warrior in sinister armor says that Hirkan must be Heiho Mask. The protagonist is intrigued, wondering who this person appearing out of nowhere could be. Looking more closely, he notices the man is decked out in a full and expensive fire lizard set and wields a hero orc sword, meaning he's at least level 70. So he starts thinking maybe the guy is one of those players. The man introduces himself as Coyote. Then, he starts making some strange movements. And as soon as he stops in a completely ridiculous pose, he officially challenges the protagonist to a duel. Hirkan is confused, wondering what the hell the guy in front of him is doing, while Coyote comments that he heard the protagonist is getting popular on WTube, so he points out that beating him would make him popular too. Hirkan thinks that he must be just another attention-starved loser. He turns away and says he's busy and tells him to get lost. Coyote yells, asking the protagonist to wait. Hirkan, irritated, wonders why the gem isn't dropping, and now there's a crazy idiot bothering him on top of it. Coyote shouts that he'll pay 5,000 gold if the protagonist fights him. Hirkan stops when he hears that, quickly turns around and runs up to the player, saying he'll gladly accept the duel and welcomes him, calling him a customer, and thinking that he loves customers. A few hours earlier, Coyote was thinking about himself, believing he was the hero of justice, and that, thanks to his talent, he, Coyote, was a hero who was always the center of attention, no matter what game he played. Well, at least that's what he thought, because in Warlord, no one really paid much attention to him, since he always heard people saying it was much more fun to watch Hey Ho Mask. And as soon as he looked around, he saw that no one was paying attention to him, and he only heard people asking each other if they had seen the new video from Hey Ho Mask. That made him furious. He punched the ground and, thinking about Hey Ho Mask, began yelling that he was being buried by him because they started the game at the same time. Coyote knew his opponent's level was lower than his, and that he didn't even have good items, so he wondered why everyone loved him. Then, upon realizing something, he questioned where he was, since he had run off without thinking and ended up there. And as he looked ahead, he saw a player surrounded by little creatures. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was Hey Ho Mask. However, he knew that was supposed to be a blocked field, so why was he hunting there? Then he had an idea. What if he posted a video of himself defeating Hey Ho Mask? If it worked, could he steal all his fame? So back to the present, Coyote removes all his gear except his helmet and tells the protagonist that he'll give him 5,000 gold if he can beat him in a duel. Hirkan can't believe what he's seeing and yells, wanting to know why the hell he's stripping if he said he wanted to fight. Coyote replies that it's to make it a fair fight and emphasizes that, from what he heard, it seems the protagonist's armor just broke. Hirkan doesn't like hearing that. He didn't expect his opponent to know about it. Coyote insists that what he wants is a fair one-on-one battle, and that he doesn't want anyone saying he only won because of his gear, which is why he asked the protagonist to give it his all. Still in disbelief, Hirkan wants to know if his opponent really thinks he'll take him seriously dressed like that. But as Coyote charges at him without hesitation, he shouts for them to cut the chatter and just fight already. Hirkan dodges the first strike and points out that Coyote should listen when people talk, but the player doesn't care and keeps launching a flurry of attacks, forcing Hirkan to dodge all of them. Coyote gets irritated and demands that the protagonist fight back instead of just defending. While still dodging, Hirkan tells Coyote to make him do it, which enrages him even more, prompting him to activate his booster skill and throw a powerful punch. Hirkan worries if he'll have time to dodge, but ends up getting hit and is sent flying. Lying on the ground, Hirkan realizes his opponent just used the booster skill, a warrior class ability that speeds up movement for a moment. Watching Coyote from a distance and seeing his aura, he reflects that, although he may look like an idiot, his level seems higher than his own. So he concludes that facing him head-on is a bad idea. Then he gets an idea. He gets up from the ground, and Coyote comments that it looks like the protagonist is finally ready to face him. He tells him to go all out because he'll surpass his best. As he charges again, yelling that he's going to show everyone he's stronger than Hey Ho Mask, he activates his booster ability once more. But Hirkan throws dirt at Coyote's eyes, and while he's distracted, the protagonist sweeps his legs out from under him, making him lose balance and tumble to the ground. Hirkan makes it clear to his opponent that if his strength stat is higher, he just needs to overcome it with his own skills. That said, he lands a powerful kick to Coyote's face, followed by a strong uppercut, launching Coyote hard into a tree. The player trembles with rage, calls Hirkan a coward, and demands to know how he considers what he just did a skill. The protagonist responds that no one cares about that when fighting for their life. Hirkan laughs and makes it clear to Kyoto that he lost because he'd rather stick to his pride than focus on winning. Then, he activates his skin grafting skill, Armored Monkey Hide, and the system immediately notifies that the protagonist has been strengthened with the Armored Monkey's attributes. Kyoto becomes very worried and thinks that if he's hit by that, he'll definitely die. With a sinister aura, Hirkan tells Kyoto that he's the one who started this fight, so he better be ready for it. As he charges toward the player, Kyoto starts screaming, asking the protagonist to wait. Then he starts crying and says he surrenders. However, the protagonist can't stop his attack, and a massive wave of destruction follows. Fortunately, and luckily for Kyoto, Hirkan manages to change the direction of his blow, hitting right beside his opponent's head. The tree and everything behind it are completely destroyed. Kyoto trembles in fear, thinking it was so terrifying that he almost forgot he was in a game. Hirkan laughs and tells Kyoto to hand over the 5,000 gold already. However, he adds that he's sure his opponent would prefer not to be forcibly logged out for 2 days, so he suggests they settle things peacefully from now on. Kyoto removes his helmet and shouts that Heiho Mask is an amazing guy. He also says the protagonist is so strong and impressive, which scares him, wondering what's gotten into this guy. The blonde emphasizes that he, Kyoto, admits defeat and hands over the 5,000 gold he promised, along with his sword. Hirkan looks at the sword in his hand and realizes it's the hero orc's sword, marveling at it, saying he knows it grants plus 66 strength, plus 66 vitality, and also ignores 9% of defense, and figures it must be worth at least 15,000 gold at auction. However, he tries to stay calm and asks why the blonde is giving him such a rare item. Kyoto smiles and asks the protagonist to consider it a token of his gratitude. He then explains that he had been blinded by popularity all this time and didn't work hard to actually get stronger, and that Hirkan made him realize that. With that, he strikes a ridiculous pose and asks the protagonist to please accept it, emphasizing that he's truly worthy of becoming his brother. Hirkan is dumbfounded by the scene before him and wonders if that's really the reason he gave him the sword. But he also knows that while Kyoto may seem like an idiot, he might have a cool side. Still, he kicks the blonde and asks if that's what he thought he was going to say, then tells him to go to hell and fuck off. He then tells his summons to get him. Later, Kyoto is left with a swollen face after getting thoroughly beaten. He tries to explain again, saying his full name is Don Quixote, and that he'll return when he becomes worthy of being the protagonist's brother. As Hirkan walks off with his summons, Kyoto continues shouting that he'll be looking forward to the day they meet again. The protagonist smiles and comments that it looks like Kyoto is having fun with the game. Then, changing the subject, he starts laughing like a madman while looking at his new sword, and says that now that he's got it, he won't need to hunt armored monkeys anymore. He reflects that now he should be ready to take on the next quest, but suddenly turns with a calm expression and asks his summons if maybe he should just hunt 100 more armored monkeys, because he feels like something really good will drop this time. All his summons hate the idea and start grabbing him, trying to stop him from going after that. After returning and handing in the requested items, NPC Ma Wung says it was 950 armored monkeys, 104 fang wolves, and 76 venomous lizards. He praises the protagonist, saying he did a great job, adds that the investigation is progressing well thanks to him, but wants to know what's with that expression on the protagonist's face. Hirkan gets embarrassed, apologizes, and says he was just thinking about how to spend the money he earned. Wung stands up and says that since the next quest will be especially dangerous, he points to the map and explains that near the mountain peak, a warrior bear has appeared. He adds that warrior bears are about 4 meters tall and are equipped with armor like human warriors. So he emphasizes that if the protagonist can find out where they're getting their weapons from, it would greatly help in discovering the identity of the corrupted one. Hirkan stands up from the chair and comments that, in other words, Wung wants him to defeat them and bring back one of their weapons. The NPC asks if the protagonist thinks he'll be okay going alone, since even guards have trouble dealing with them solo, and suggests he should look for someone else. But Hirkan makes it clear he'll be fine, and already knows how to handle warrior bears. Not long after, Hirkan arrives at a place near the mountain and thinks this must be the spot. He then calls his summons and, all excited, says it's time to spend a little. When he opens the auction window, the system informs him that he can now participate in auctions with other players. Hirkin has in mind that the best item he can buy at his current level is the skeletal snake set. He then buys the skeletal snake shoulder guard, followed by the boots, gloves, and helmet from the same set. The system informs him that his defense has increased by 70 points, mana by 34, and strength by 34 as well, and that his mana consumption will now be reduced by 10% when the full set is equipped. It also shows that he spent 37,996 gold. Hirkin tries to contain himself but can't, and starts spinning on the ground upside down, saying that, so this is what it feels like to have money, and that he'll buy all the skill books for his level with the gold he has left. Soon after, the system announces that he has bought the skill books for Corrosive Spirit, Blindness, Muscle Modification, False Heart, Bone Bomb, and Hardening, and that the total for all those books was 17,593 gold. Even more excited, Hirkin says he knows he's still a bit below the warrior bear's level, but with all that, he thinks he'll be fine. Then one of his summons taps him on the shoulder, and when he turns to see what it is, he finds all his summons staring at him with a strange expression, as if asking whether he's not going to give them anything. Hirkin turns back and admits he forgot about them, and will look for something nice for them. However, the system informs him that he currently has insufficient funds, which makes him worried, wondering if he's already broke again. So, feeling awkward, he turns to them and says, "Looks like his money ran out." Hirkin immediately gets scared when he sees that the attitude of his summons has turned creepy. While he tries to explain that it wasn't on purpose, some creatures appear behind him. Without any warning or order, his summons charge at the creatures, while the protagonist shouts that maybe he'll get more money when they eliminate them. Hirkin feels a bit relieved watching his summons finish off the boars and thinks, thankfully, some wild creatures showed up at the perfect time. A few moments later, the last wild boar is tied up with a very sad face, and Boney is licking his sword with a very sinister look. Hirkin tells them to stop wasting time and finish off the boar already, as he'll equip them on the way. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful attack hits the big boar. The protagonist immediately turns to see who did that, and soon, some players appear, demanding to know who he thinks he is, hunting there without permission, since that area belongs to the Apollo Guild. Hirkin pauses, and looking at the players in front of him, concludes that they're just another bunch of losers. The guys introduce themselves. One says his name is Ajang, the other, Wang Zhang, and finally, the last one, Iljang, and they declare they are the great trio of the Apollo Guild. Hirkin laughs and says he gets it, but without any mercy or pity, he quickly launches several consecutive attacks on all three. He then makes it clear they're just a bunch of losers trying to annoy him. Turning away, he wonders why he's been attracting so many people lately, and considers that maybe he needs to see a shaman or something. As he leaves with his summons, saying he just wasted his time there, the players are left trembling on the ground. But Wang Zhang, using what little strength he has left, thinks that the protagonist actually dared to lay a hand on his guild and that they'll make him regret it, so he taps his watch and reports everything that happened to his superiors. Not long after, a man next to a giant tiger, upon hearing about the earlier incident, wants to know if the protagonist really attacked his subordinates even after hearing his name. The guild member confirms it and emphasizes that's what Wang Zhang reported. The guild leader then tosses a gold bar to the member and orders him to bring the protagonist in, no matter the cost. He then makes it clear that he'll make him pay for disrespecting his name. Meanwhile, Hirkin is impressed, seeing a beautiful view and realizing he's reached the area where warrior bears spawn. He turns and calls for his summons, only to see them striking ridiculous poses, and quickly demands to know what the hell they're doing. After smacking each one on the head, he yells for them to stop fooling around. He then declares that they're going to hunt a warrior bear, which is level 70 and has 3 phases, so they need to prepare for this battle. He emphasizes that defeating the bear will put them ahead of the top 30 guilds in terms of main quest progress. He stresses that he expects no mistakes from his summons. They immediately salute, signaling that they understand. Hirkin then hears a loud roar, takes a deep breath, turns, and says, "Speak of the devil!" The enormous warrior bear appears right in front of them. Hirkin activates his watch and quickly equips his battle gear. Confident, he declares that he's going to claim this main quest for himself. Meanwhile, a guy thinks that this must be the Bulka's Mountains and hopes that Heiho Mask is still around, since he came to the location right after watching the video about the armored monkey. He takes a deep breath, starts banging his head against a tree, and wonders why the hell he has to go to the ends of the earth, since he was supposed to be someone important and ended up being ordered to fetch a rookie. As he starts shouting, wondering how he'll even manage that because it feels like a crime, a wild boar king is about to attack him. He turns when he hears the noise, but without doing anything dramatic, simply conjures a magic circle and unleashes a powerful hellfire attack on the creature, burning it completely. This is Ballista Hatch of the Thunder Hunters Guild, also ranked 5th among all mages in Warlord, and he's just hoping Heiho Mask shows up soon. Back to the protagonist's battle, the massive bear lets out a loud roar, and Hirkin remembers that before his regression, when he challenged the bear along with his guild members, they failed 6 times before barely defeating it. But he knows that if he fails again this time, he'll lose his lead in the main quest to someone else. So he reflects that to land an effective hit on the warrior bear, he'll need to aim for gaps in its armor and remove it. As he keeps thinking that he can do this, now that he's prepared with his new skills, the massive bear charges at him in a fury. Hirkin smiles and tells his summons to act on his signal. He then charges at the beast, thinking that his new passive skill, leg strength modification, will be highly effective. However, his speed is so high that he ends up overshooting and flying right past the bear. Hirkin tries to make sense of what the hell just happened, while the bear and the summons just watch him soar through the air. But without wasting any time, the massive bear attacks the protagonist's summons, and the system reports that the warrior bear completely wiped out the skeletons, which makes Hirkin furious. The protagonist looks into his leg strength modification skill, which boosts leg power, allowing faster and stronger movement. He gets even more enraged and yells that there's a limit to fast and strong. He then spots a nearby rock, heads toward it, and once again uses his acceleration, charging full force at the warrior bear. But he's so fast that he crashes straight into the bear, which is left wondering what the hell this crazy human is trying to do. Meanwhile, Hirkin marvels at the creature's fur. It's really soft. But he's quickly struck and thrown hard into a rock. While lying on the ground, he thinks that his leg strength is too much and he can't control it. Still, he managed to rip off part of the warrior bear's armor, but he questions how useful that really is, because if his skills are acting like this, he wonders how he'll land an effective attack. Without wasting time, the giant bear charges at him again, and when it delivers a powerful blow, Hirkin is forced to dodge at the last second. He then starts channeling his power and activates Bone Bomb, which creates a bomb using mana, and he throws it right into the creature's face, causing a massive explosion. However, it only enrages the bear even more. Hirkin starts to panic, thinking this is way too hard and that ever since it came to this, he might have to give up on direct attacks. So he uses his mana to restore and summon his skeletal warriors again. He then states that he has no choice but to fight like a proper necromancer, but he quickly notices the strong distrust in his little summons faces. So he shouts that this time, he'll do it properly. Next, he summons his golem, which immediately appears and attacks the massive warrior bear. The bear doesn't stand still. It strikes the golem with its powerful attack. Hirkin smiles, thinking he still has one last card up his sleeve. He then uses the Harden skill on the golem, making it more durable. With that, he snaps his fingers and orders his summons to attack. They quickly charge at the bear, whose sword is being held back by the golem. The skeletal warriors manage to land their hits, but this only serves to make the creature even angrier. However, Hirkin makes it clear the bear shouldn't be mad yet. There's still one big attack left. He then yells for his skeletal mage to finish it off, but both he and the warrior bear get caught in the flames of the skeleton mage's attack. Hirkin can't believe he got hit too, so he turns furiously and shouts, calling his summon an idiot and saying it was supposed to wait until he got out of the way. At that moment, the warrior bear lets out a massive roar, and the system reports that the creature used its battle cry skill, allowing it to recover 50% of the damage taken, and it quickly charges at the protagonist, who's still distracted by his summon. Hirkin takes a deep breath, turns around laughing, and declares that he doesn't care about strategy. Brute force and numbers are always the best option. Then he throws multiple bone bombs at the bear, causing an overwhelming explosion visible from far away. The summons can't believe what their master is doing, but he doesn't care, and continues bombing the warrior bear non-stop. Time passes. On top of the fallen creature, the system reports that he defeated the warrior bear and that the protagonist's experience increased. He also received 104 gold. Thus, the NPC Wung's judgment quest was completed. Hirkin looks at his trembling hand and thinks that the warrior bear was the one his entire guild struggled against before his regression. He then clenches his fist tightly, thinking that now he managed to defeat it alone, and that means he wasn't wrong after all. So he walks over to his summons and tells them they did a great job, and that now he can return to the NPC guard and proceed with the next quest. And, striking a ridiculous pose, he shouts that the extermination of the warrior bear is complete. But when he sees his summons talking among themselves, saying that he did it without fighting properly, Hirkin goes absolutely nuts and yells at them to shut up. Meanwhile, at the tavern in the western base of Bulkus, while a few warriors are laughing, the mage Ballista is sitting alone in the corner. He takes a deep breath and, on the verge of losing his sanity, thinks about how he still hasn't found Ha-Ho Mask. He also reflects that he's been combing the mountains for days, and the guy is nowhere to be found. To make things worse, Ha-Ho Mask's video has gone viral, which means the Bulkus Mountains will probably be crowded soon, making his mission even harder. He starts banging his head on the table and concludes that if he returns without the protagonist, Lady Syl will kill him. He then questions whether it's not a bit absurd for his lady to ask him to search an entire mountain alone looking for one man. The mage gets frustrated and curses the Thunder Hunters Guild, not noticing his watch making noise. Then he realizes he's in a call with Syl. He quickly jumps from his seat, trembling, and tries to apologize, saying that's not what he meant. But she replies that he's working hard, which makes him a little uneasy. Syl says she thinks the task she gave him was unreasonable after all. He's searching an entire mountain on his own, and that she understands how hard it must be. Even for him, the mage is stunned by her words. He starts laughing, saying he's fine, that it's no problem at all, and asks if he can get back to the mission. Syl then tells him that she sent Hahui to help. Out of nowhere, an explosion goes off in the tavern, blasting a hole in the wall. As Hatch turns around startled, Syl makes it clear that the two will work together to find Ha-Ho Mask. Someone walks through the hole and yells at the mage, calling him an idiot. It's none other than the Princess of Thunder, Hahui of the Thunder Hunters Guild, who's furious and tells Hatch that it's his fault she had to come all the way there. Hatch is stunned, thinking she's one of the people who hate him. He screams that he hates this rotten world. Later, someone from above comments that Bulkus seems to be getting pretty crowded and that even a village has formed. It's the protagonist, who also mentions that most players have probably realized this is now the main search area. He then takes off at full speed, leaping from tree to tree, thinking he has to hurry and reach NPC Wung, until he sees three guys coming his way, and upon closer look, notices their clothes resemble those of the three guys he saw earlier. So he wonders if they're there to get revenge for their friends. He closes his eyes and tells them to attack already because he doesn't have time, but he doesn't realize they run right past him without paying any attention. He turns around, confused, trying to understand. They just shout for help. Hirkin is puzzled, saying he didn't do anything, but doesn't notice something approaching. In a blink, the three guys are brutally attacked, and Hirkin's face gets scratched in the process. He turns to see what's going on and sees two people. It's Hahui, the Princess of Thunder, and the Mage Hatch. Upon noticing the emblem on their clothes, Hirkin realizes they're members of the Thunder Hunters Guild, but he's quickly startled by a sword pointed straight at him. Hahui demands to know if he's the guy called Ha-Ho Mask from the videos. Hirkin recalls that Hahui is the second in command of the Thunder Hunters and also a fanatic who would crawl through hell if Syl ordered it. And the other one is the level 3 mage of the Thunder Hunters, nicknamed Ballista, a genius mage who never lets a target escape. He also remembers that, before his regression, they were the biggest threats, and he never imagined he'd run into them here. However, he reflects that, seeing as they're looking for Ha-Ho Mask, they're probably there for guild recruitment, but he'd love to kill them all, even though he knows that's impossible right now. So he climbs down from the tree and asks if they're really looking for Ha-Ho Mask. He plays dumb and acts like a fool, asking who that person even is. While putting on a ridiculous act, he laughs internally, thinking he'll just keep playing dumb since they won't be able to do anything without proof. But Hahui suddenly approaches him with a sinister look and yells that he's lying. The Thunder Princess's gaze grows even more terrifying as she explains that there's no way someone could cross the Bulkus Mountains without hearing about Ha-Ho Mask, especially since that idiot's video hit 20 million views. She emphasizes that the hood the protagonist is wearing reminds her very much of Ha-Ho Mask, which is why she really wants to know if he's the one they're after. Hirkin gets nervous, Realizing she's very sharp, the mage steps in and tells them to stop, saying that's not the issue right now. He then points at the Thunder Princess's forehead and yells that the problem is her. He starts ranting that she destroyed the inn, killed people just because she thought they were suspicious, and now he wants to know how she plans to fix all this, since everyone knows their guild and they won't even be able to deny it. Hatch starts shouting even louder, demanding that she apologize quickly before the guild's reputation takes a hit because of her. Hahui also gets flustered and yells back, asking why the hell she should have to apologize. Hirkin watches, stunned, wondering if they've always been like this. Eventually, Hahui, visibly annoyed, mutters an apology. Hatch watches her walk off and asks what kind of dumb behavior that was. He then turns to the protagonist, apologizes for his partner, and wishes him a good game. But as Hirkin sighs in relief, thinking he narrowly avoided trouble, he fails to notice someone rushing at him. When he sees a fist flying straight at his face, he's terrified, and before he can react, he's punched by the Thunder Princess and slammed into a rock. Hatch loses it, grabs Hahui, and screams, demanding to know why the hell she hit someone again. Did he call her a mad dog, or has she actually gone crazy? She replies that she thought the protagonist would at least dodge her punch. Hirkin wants to know if they really just assaulted an innocent user who had his guard down, so he calls them out. Then, putting on glasses, he announces that he's formally filing a complaint against the Thunder Hunters Guild. He opens the forum window and explains that first, he'll post it on the official forums to make it public, and the title will be Thunder Hunters is a cruel guild that massacres newbies. The mage panics and quickly apologizes, saying they'll compensate him and begging him to just forget about it if possible. So Hatch hands the protagonist a handful of gold coins, and Hirkin comments that since the mage is offering 1,000 gold coins as a gesture of sincerity, he'll let it go. Hatch breathes a sigh of relief and thanks him. He then grabs Hahui's arm and while dragging her away, yells that he can't stand her. Hirkin knows what he just did is pathetic, but for now, it's the best option because he's fully aware that provoking them carelessly would be a disaster. That's why he knows he just needs to endure this a little longer. As they walk away, Hatch asks why the hell she causes problems every single time, and if she doesn't realize image management is vital for a major guild. Slightly confused, Hahui wonders if people don't instinctively dodge when attacked. Hatch asks if she's seriously trying to say it's his fault for not dodging her punch. She replies that it's not that, it's just that guy. He looked like he was just annoyed seeing the attack coming his way, almost as if he thought he had no choice but to take the hit. Hatch says he's begging her and asks if she can just be quiet. She tells him to shut up and calls him a loser. Meanwhile, the protagonist returns to NPC Wung's house and hands over a piece of the warrior bear's armor. Wung comments that this was expected and that something is definitely going on. He thanks the protagonist once again and emphasizes that if it weren't for him, there would have been many casualties. However, he wants to know if he's okay, since he sees him trembling. Hirkin replies that he's fine, but is thinking that the NPC needs to hurry up and move on, because if there's any delay, the top 30 guilds will catch up. With that, the NPC grabs a chest and places it on the table. As he opens it, he asks the protagonist to pick just one. Wung explains that while he was active in the Bulkus Mountains, he marked maps of monster dens. Hirkin remembers that means they're treasure maps, and gets excited, thinking that all kinds of rare items can be obtained from the dungeons marked on them. But just as Hirkin reaches for one, the NPC makes it clear he has a favor to ask. Hirkin gets furious, thinking he knew it, there's no way he'd give something like this for free. The NPC then explains that there have been reports of armed monsters appearing beyond the Bulkus Mountains too, and he wants the protagonist to go to those places and investigate, just like last time. Hirkin takes the map, says yes, and asks where the location is. Wung says it's the Perung Forest. The protagonist makes a face like he just sucked a lemon, and the NPC, noticing, asks if he has something to complain about. Hirkin says no. As he steps outside, he takes a deep breath and gets really annoyed, because he knows Perung Forest is a level 90 hunting zone, which means he'll need to level up separately on the way there. He then wonders if the perfect hunting ground right now is the Sura Canyon, since he knows there are level 75 demon worshippers there. But he gets excited and thinks that since he already defeated the warrior bear, a demon goat should be easy to hunt. However, as he walks a bit further, he gets really startled, and upon seeing Shev the Slayer ahead of him, wonders what the hell that guy is doing there. Shev, in turn, is surprised to see the protagonist. Meanwhile, Hatch is crying, calling Lady Syl through remote transmission. The mage says he can't work with such a barbaric person. Syl laughs and says it seems the two of them are struggling with the mission. Hatch tries to explain that it's not that he doesn't want to do it, but he heard that the Red Bulls Guild already took over the Sura Canyon, so he wants to know if they shouldn't start focusing on the main quest too. He then asks why they even have to beg a guy who doesn't want to join the Thunder Hunters Guild in the first place. Syl thinks for a moment. Then she orders them to stop tracking Heiho Mask and declares that the Thunder Hunters will now enter the main mission. Hatch starts crying even more from happiness and says that's just what he expected from Lady Syl. After the remote call ends, she leans back, smiles, and thinks that the strong are drawn to the strong, and for that reason, she wants to see how long Heiho Mask can keep running. Before the MC met Shev, the Slayer, he was already in the Parung field and encountered his first level 75 creature. However, he eliminated it without much difficulty. His summons were not idle either, and kept attacking. As a result, the MC managed to advance 2 levels. He became excited and remarked that he had finally reached level 62 and that everything was going well. While talking to his summons about leveling up a bit more before heading straight to the Parung Forest, some players were watching him from afar. Soon, they were all amazed to discover that the MC was the Heiho Mask. It didn't take long before several of them surrounded Hirkan, hugging and kissing him. As he heard players say they loved seeing him there, he began to get furious. He quickly ran off and called his summons to get out of there. While running, he wondered why this was happening. What made it possible was the success of his video against the furious warrior bear, which became a real jackpot. However, he knew this wasn't entirely good, since people began following him all the time. Because of that, he could barely hunt, as many people were always surrounding him. So, he called his summons and said they would change plans. They would head to the center of Sura Canyon now, since the level range there was high and people wouldn't be able to follow him easily. Then, while running, he came across Shev, just like before. He immediately stopped running. Shev smiled and said it had been a while since he'd seen the MC. Once again, Hirkan made a face like he had just sucked on a sour lemon. Shev gave Hirkan a big slap on the back and asked if he was the guy from the starting town, saying he was embarrassed when he left without saying anything. But he also commented that the MC's leveling speed was impressive, since he wouldn't have imagined that someone who had been in the starting town just a few months ago would now be hunting in Sura Canyon, a bit tired from all the running. Hirkan asked about Shev, as he knew Sura Canyon wasn't the kind of hunting ground a ranker like him would normally visit. Shev laughed and asked if the MC hadn't heard. The day before, his guild, Red Bulls, had decided to claim Sura Canyon, and they needed a nearby base to proceed with the main quest. Hirkan thought that in the end, even Red Bulls was also working on the main quest. Shev got excited and pointed out that he came there wondering if he might get the chance to meet the Heiho Mask. While the MC and his summons stood in shock, Shev asked if he had seen the video of the Heiho Mask against the warrior bear, since he had heard a rumor that the Heiho Mask was around there and was eager to meet him. Then, getting even more excited, he asked if the MC wasn't curious about this super rookie as well. Shev shouted, calling the MC to go find the Heiho Mask together. Without thinking twice, Hirkan took off running again with his summons, shouting apologies to Shev and saying he didn't even know who this so-called Heiho Mask was. After running for a while, Hirkan stopped and, furious, wondered why on earth everyone was chasing him. He thought about how Syl from the Thunderous Hunters Guild and now Shev from the Red Bulls Guild, 2 entire guilds were after him, and so he really wanted to understand what kind of bad situation this was. Hirkan began to feel like he was going crazy and stressed that, at this rate, he would have to forget about the main quest, since he wouldn't even be able to level up, and that maybe he should find a new hunting ground. But he knew this was the only decent hunting ground around. Then, he remembered some maps he got from Mr. Wung. As soon as he grabbed one, he said he was sure there was a rare dungeon somewhere around there. It didn't take long before he saw that dungeon marked on the map. Upon reaching a waterfall, he thought that rare dungeons were usually hidden in hard-to-reach places, and that although it wouldn't be easy to get something great, you had to take big risks. So, taking a deep breath, he jumped into the lake with his summons. The system quickly informs him that breathing is restricted underwater and that the available time will only be 20 seconds. Hirkan thinks that if the map he got from Mr. Wong is correct, there must definitely be a secret dungeon around there. As he keeps swimming and his breathing time decreases, he also knows that the question is whether he will make it in time until he finds the place. With only a few seconds left before his time runs out, he thinks it's quite far and fears he won't make it. With just 1 second remaining, Hirkan believes it's just a little further. He manages to reach it and bursts out of the water. The system informs him that he has entered the dungeon and that the MC has obtained the title of the one who discovered the secret, as well as the title of Dungeon Explorer. Hirkan is impressed by the place around him. As soon as he emerges from the water, he comments that it was just as he thought. If people are the problem, just hunt where they aren't. As they walk through the dungeon, Hirkan wonders what kind of monsters will appear there, and since it's a secret dungeon, whether there must be some strong monsters. Then he hears a strange noise. A creature appears, its eyes glowing intensely. The MC is a bit startled, but upon looking closely at the creature in front of him, he is left stunned, unable to believe what it could be. The two stare at each other for a while, until Hirkan becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know if the creature is messing with him and whether, by any chance, it wants him to defeat it. However, he is surprised to see the creature emitting fire from its body. Hirkan wonders if this dungeon is the kind of place where elemental-type monsters appear, knowing they are among the rarest monster types in Warlord. That's because the items they drop are materials for attribute gear and are incredibly popular. Thus, he gets quite excited and comments that, in other words, this means he can make a fortune just by hunting them. The little creature, in turn, is shocked by the expression on the MC's face. Without a second thought, Hirkan orders his summons to eliminate all elemental-type monsters. The little creature, terrified, lets out a loud sound. Immediately after, a tremor begins to shake the area. Hirkan grows worried, wondering what it could be. Then, a massive level 70 fire salamander appears to protect its little creature. The MC can't believe that this monster has shown up here. The salamander wastes no time and begins channeling its flames, quickly firing them toward the MC, forcing him to run to avoid being hit. Hirkan observes the salamander's fiery attack and is surprised, as he didn't expect such an opening move. He gets up and thinks he has no choice, knowing things will get troublesome if this keeps up. So, he wonders if he should try using his new power. He then activates the Helm of Madness ability on Little Bone. Next, he uses bone armor. Finally, he equips the Black Orc Skull, an item he spent a fortune on to strengthen the skeleton. Thus, he completes the summoning of the Skeleton Knight, which terrifies both the huge salamander and the little creature as it approaches. The Skeleton Knight points its sword and in the blink of an eye, completely slices the fire salamander apart. Hirkan is thrilled and thinks that the Skeleton Knight is ready for battle. Thus, it does not take long for a horde of wild salamanders to appear. Hirkan knows he will have to fight them. They begin preparing their flaming attacks, and the MC only smiles, thinking that it will be the perfect test. Then he shouts for the Skeleton Knight to attack immediately. Without much difficulty, his summon easily slices all the salamanders. With their elimination, the system announces that the MC has defeated some salamanders and gained experience points. However, he keeps watching the Skeleton Knight showing off to the other summons, but he does not care and shouts saying that hunting on auto is really very good, since he has in mind that he has improved a skeleton and it can hunt alone automatically. Besides, the salamander essence is worth more than he expected, and it will be more than enough to offset the cost of the upgrade. Therefore, he comments that he just needs to keep going until he upgrades all the skeletons. Then he shouts to his summons that they will continue until they kill the boss, so they can go to the Parung Forest. However, an hour later, the MC is furious, thinking that he already knew something like this would happen, since the system is warning him that he has discovered the instant dungeon of the throne room. Hirkan, intrigued by the instant dungeon, comments that there is no way to know what is inside and that it is not like he can return once he enters it. Then he thinks that he will not be able to play for 2 days if he enters the dungeon and fails, since he has in mind that this is more than enough time for the Thunderous Hunters and for the Red Bulls to get ahead of him in the main quest. However, he also knows that it is not like he has another place to go around there, and that apparently he will not have a choice. Therefore, he decides to enter, and after passing through the entrance, he makes it clear to his summons that he can only depend on luck. As soon as he walks a little inside the instant dungeon, the system warns him that he has already reached the throne room. And while they continue walking through the place, he notices that there are many statues of knights and thinks that it seems like it was meant to be an abandoned temple. And observing the statues more closely, he realizes that they all have blade marks and therefore thinks that something strange is happening, until he is very surprised to notice something in front of him as he sees a huge creature sitting on a throne. As soon as he gets closer to the creature, it awakens and begins to release its intense power. Hirkan becomes worried, as that was not his intention. Then he shouts, asking his summons to enter defense mode as quickly as possible. However, it is too late, and the creature attacks them all at once. The system warns that the skeleton warriors were destroyed after taking too much damage. Hirkan jumps back and becomes worried about the situation he finds himself in, as he did not expect the creature in front of him to be there. The creature in question is a level 80 Spirit Knight. Hirkan has in mind that it is a monster equipped with the highest quality battle AI. He also thinks that he encountered one in his past life, and that he was more or less at the same level he is at now, and the entire Haho Mask Guild was there as well. But even so, they were all completely annihilated, and at the time, he knew he had no choice but to give up. However, he knows he cannot let this happen again. Therefore, he summons his skeleton warriors again, and they immediately go together against the Spirit Knight, who in turn prepares his enormous sword and delivers a powerful attack on some summons, but others, as well as the MC, jump over the attack. Hirkan tries to take advantage of the gap, and along with his skeleton knight, delivers a joint attack, but the Spirit Knight easily manages to block the double attack, until one of the MC's summons tries to take advantage of the fact that the Spirit Knight is busy blocking the attack and goes to his back, landing a full thrust on the creature. However, the summon is left not understanding anything, as it seems that his attack had no effect at all. Hirkan shouts, calling the skeleton warrior an idiot, and orders him to immediately get away from the Spirit Knight, but it is already too late and the summon is brutally attacked. With that, the system announces that a skeleton warrior has been completely destroyed. Hirkan and the skeleton knight take distance, and the MC comments that a stab in the heart is not a critical attack on the Spirit Knight. And observing the creature closely, he questions himself about what to do, since he knows that normal skeletons or the golem will not be useful there, until he begins to remember a moment in his past life of his old friend wanting to know why he attacked a monster 4 times bigger than him head-on. Hirkan does not know what to answer, but replies that he only thought that he would not have dinner if he did not catch the monster, and his friend could not believe the reason the MC used to attack the huge monster. After remembering this, Hirkan charges at the Spirit Knight, questioning since when he was the type to think while playing the game. And as soon as he strikes his attack, he thinks that if he cannot deal critical attacks, he just needs to accumulate damage. After dodging an attack, he realizes that it is working and that he will only need to continue. However, he notices that the Spirit Knight is getting faster and ends up being hit, spitting blood. Then, he stands still for a brief moment, and soon after, while holding the Spirit Knight's sword, he laughs and says it was just acting. Thus, the Skeleton Knight appears behind the Spirit Knight, and with his attack cuts off the arm of the knight that was holding the sword. The Skeleton Knight jumps close to his master, and while Hirkan observes the Spirit Knight, he makes it clear to his summon that they will not have dinner if they do not defeat the opponent. Meanwhile, in the village of Sura Canyon, Shev and Yel are walking through the village, and he comments that apparently the place is doing better than expected. Yel replies that it is obvious, since the Red Bulls Guild is in charge of the area, and that they secured a good supply route to ensure nothing is missing. Until suddenly, Shev starts laughing, and all excited comments that then he thinks maybe the Haho Mask could appear there. Hearing this makes Yel furious, and unable to believe what the idiot of her friend is saying. Thus, she emphasizes that he has been going crazy about this Haho Mask, and that she just does not understand it, since all this person did was hunt some low-level monsters. Shev makes it clear that the monsters may even be low-level for them, but for the Haho Mask, the monsters are high-level, since in the game they are in, where the person can feel pain, there are only 2 types of people who dare to challenge monsters stronger than themselves. That said, he becomes serious and says that they are either crazy or they are born warriors, and thinking about the Haho Mask, he stresses that he is both types. Back to the fight between the MC and the Spirit Knight. The place where the creature had its arm cut begins to have a strange reaction, and it does not take long for a spiritual blade to be created in its place. Hirkan laughs and questions if the creature losing an arm means nothing, then calls it annoying. He then takes a deep breath and exhales, trying to stay calm. Thus, he charges at the Spirit Knight along with his summon. The creature prepares its attack and soon delivers a powerful slash, completely shattering the ground and forcing the MC and his summon to jump back. Hirkan jumps onto a rock and comments that apparently his opponent is really trying to bury him alive, but he does not care. And together with his summon, he keeps jumping from rock to rock, and they go against the creature. The MC delivers a powerful slash from one side and the Skeleton Knight from the other. Then both start running around the Spirit Knight, striking several consecutive blows. Hirkan gets excited when he realizes that it is working, and that they only need to accumulate a little more damage the way they are doing, and thus they will be able to defeat the Spirit Knight. However, the creature begins to emit a strange power and then releases a wave of fire around itself, forcing the MC and his summon to retreat immediately. Hirkan is surprised, questioning if the Spirit Knight has become even stronger, who in turn leaps and strikes at the MC, who is frightened by the tremendous strength of the creature. Hirkan, while trying to withstand the attack, thinks that his opponent's attacks are completely different from before. Then he begins to get irritated with all of this and strikes the Spirit Knight. Next, he shouts, calling his summon to deliver the next blow together. However, he barely finishes saying this and is severely struck by a counterattack from the Spirit Knight, being thrown far away. While lying down, Hirkan thinks that he focused too much on controlling his summons and was careless with his defense. At that moment, the Spirit Knight advances to deliver his powerful attack, but something moves quickly. It is the MC's Skeleton Knight who steps in front of the attack to protect him. While Hirkan is surprised to see that his summon saved him, the system announces that the Skeleton Knight has been completely destroyed. Before vanishing, the summon looks back and gives an all-good sign to his master. And as soon as the Skeleton Knight disappears, Hirkan begins to tremble with rage and leaps toward the Spirit Knight using his Bone Bomb skill. The creature begins to be bombarded all over its body, but still manages to block the MC's assault. Hirkan tries to resist and thinks that just a little more is missing. Thus, more bone bombs surround the Spirit Knight, and a huge explosion happens. Hirkan thinks that he knows it is still not enough, as he needs to do this a few more times. However, the Spirit Knight bursts out of the smoke of the explosion and stands right in front of the MC, who is very frightened because he did not expect this. But he gives a smile and wants to know if the creature knew that Spirit-type monsters do not take much magic damage. But what he really wants to know is if his opponent thought he did not know that when he was using the Bone Bomb. Then, he says that he mixed some of the skeleton fragments into the previous bombs. Thus, he snaps his fingers and activates his ultimate summon, Skeleton Fragment skill, causing several summons to emerge, grabbing the Spirit Knight. With that, Hirkan takes the opportunity and charges forward, saying that it is the end of the creature and, at incredible speed, delivers multiple attacks. And so, the system informs that he has defeated a Spirit Knight and obtained 455,663 gold, as well as receiving the title of Chivalrous Spirit, the Spirit Knight's armor fragment, and finally, several experience points. In this way, he manages to level up once again. Hirkan begins to remember something and thinks that in the past, the members of his guild said that there was no way they could defeat a Spirit Knight and that the MC had led them to their deaths. However, seeing his summons all gathered again, he also sees the Skeleton Knight making a gesture that everything is fine. Then he thinks that now it is very different from that damn time. Thus, he tells his summons that they did a great job. But as soon as he sees them putting on a ridiculous act, he turns back and questions why he is not able to leave the instant dungeon. And, while the summons surround him, he wonders if perhaps another boss could exist, but does not notice something emerging right behind him. And as soon as he hears a noise, he turns startled and sees a door opening, and questions if it could be a randomly appearing reward room. Then he runs excitedly, thanking several gods at once. As he approaches, he begins to wonder what rewards he might receive, if it could be gold, a weapon, or even a hidden skill book, but ends up devastated upon picking up an old book and noticing that it is a research record book of an ancient power. But he knows that this is related to the main quest, and that he has read it so many times in his past life that he has even memorized it. And while he starts shouting, wanting to know why he is receiving such a trash item in a reward room, something begins to shine intensely behind him, and as soon as he notices, he turns and is very surprised by what it is. After leaving the instant dungeon, he goes straight to the Parung Forest, and thinks that he must have leveled up enough and that now it is time to return to the main quest. Then he calls his summons, which at the moment are all equipped with incredible new armor. Hirkan, seeing his summons acting like idiots, thinks that they are always so excited, but he knows he cannot blame them, since he would never have imagined that what was in the reward room was a stolen skill that allows him to equip his own equipment on the summons. And because of that, he knows it means that now he can improve his summons regardless of their level. But it is obvious that it will cost a fortune to buy all the equipment. And while he shouts, making it clear to his summons that they better make it worth it, some people watch him from afar, and soon one of them starts clapping and saying that it is quite impressive and calls the MC Haho mask. And as soon as they come out of the forest, they comment that it is just as the rumors say. A hairy-chested guy starts saying that if the MC is wondering who they are, the other one with glasses adds that they live for romance, and the skinny one with a tuft finishes saying that they die for romance. Then, the three together say that they are the Outlaw Romantics, the R2 family. Hirkan cannot believe it, thinking that there are only weirdos in this game. Then he turns and walks away with his summons. But the R2 family group continues following the MC, and the hairy-chested guy comments that the Haho mask is walking too fast, but he thinks that is to be expected from someone as skilled as him. Hirkan begins to get furious, and the guys keep saying that they can barely reach the Haho mask's pace and ask him to go slower. The MC completely loses his temper and shouts, telling them to fuck off and get lost. The hairy-chested guy, a little embarrassed, comments that the MC still has not given them an answer. So they ask Hirkan to join them, and the MC shouts, wanting to know if they really thought he would join. The hairy-chested guy asks the Haho mask to allow them to officially introduce themselves. Thus, he says that they are from the R2 family and are training to reach level 100 in the Purung Forest, but that the monsters there are too strong for them, and that unfortunately, they are not strong enough to hunt the monsters in the area, and that is why they are going around looking for more members for the group. However, for some reason, no one wanted to join. Hirkan thinks that he knows very well the reason, until one of them grabs the MC's hand and insists again for him to join them. Hirkan is quite startled by the guy's sudden approach and tells him to go to hell. Sometime later, the R2 family group is all on the ground with several bruises and injuries on their bodies. And Hirkan makes it clear that he does not care about their romance crap, since he does not intend to work with anyone. So he wants to know if they understand. One of them comments that he understands and that he will not insist anymore. Hirkan makes it very clear that if they follow him again, he will eliminate them once and for all. He says that and leaves with his summons. The hairy-chested guy takes a deep breath and comments that they were rejected again and that the Haho mask was the last hope. The guy with the mustache and glasses wants to know if they should just give up on the Purung Forest until the one with the tuft sees something on his watch and asks his captain if he remembers the musical family from last time. He wants to know if the tufted guy means the group that hung them on a tree for thinking they were creepy. His partner replies yes, and warns that they are asking for help. Meanwhile, the MC is facing a huge ogre with his summons and quickly asks them to prepare because they will all attack at once. Thus, Hirkan leaps, and together with his summons, they completely retaliate against the monster. With that, the system announces that he has defeated a black ogre and gained experience points. Hirkan deactivates his battle armor and, looking at the defeated creature, comments that with it, they have defeated 55 black ogres. Then he thinks that since he has already faced the Spirit Knight, most monsters will be much easier from now on, since the monster's movements will be very predictable. Thus, he clicks on his watch and thinks that it is already good enough, as he is leveling up very quickly. He checks the mission given by the gamekeeper Ma Wung, in which he needs to find traces of armored monsters in the Purung Forest and report, and he will be rewarded by Mr. Wung himself. Then, Hirkan cannot believe it, and questions how it is that he cannot even find a trace of armored monsters there in the forest, since he has not even begun to progress in the main quest. Next, he thinks that he cannot waste so much time, as he is sure that the 30 top guilds have also started the progression of the main quest, and that he knows it is only a matter of time until they catch up with him. Then he starts considering that maybe he should have asked the guys from the R2 family for some information, but just thinking about how they were, he knows he made the right choice, since he would rather die than work together with those guys. Until, out of nowhere, an explosion happens right in the middle of the forest. Then he turns startled and questions who the hell is blowing up the place and what kind of monster is causing so much trouble, until something comes to his mind and he gets excited, calling his summons. Meanwhile, one of the guys from the R2 family group is defending himself from an attack and, very frightened, questions who these monsters could be. Then he begins observing them and realizes that they are armored, and that is why he cannot attack them properly. And besides that, they have formed a battle formation, and it is not like he can simply attack directly. But the strangest thing is that he knows these guys were not supposed to be there, and he thinks that what is behind them all is their boss. Then he thinks that it is a monster intelligent enough to command a monstrous army, and that he thinks it is not something the R2 family can handle alone, until the skinny, tufted guy arrives and uses his firewall skill, separating his captain from the black ogres. The mustached guy arrives too and asks his captain if he is all right. Next, the mustached guy informs that the musical family is practically exterminated, and that he also thinks they will not be able to hold on for much longer. At this moment, the tufted guy starts shouting in fear, wanting to know if they should just flee while they still can, as he thinks they will end up dying if they continue there. The captain thinks that his friend is right, since he knows that the chances of defeating them are tiny, until he remembers something, in which he was always asking for help, and people only told them to stay away. And it was always like that. Every time he asked for help, he never got anything in return. So in the end, it was always just the three of them. Thus, he takes a deep breath and orders his partners to use all the remaining mana to secure an escape route for the musical family. They do not understand this sudden request, but the captain turns and makes it clear that they know well what it is like to have people abandoning them all the time, especially when they need help. So he stresses that they must not abandon these people knowing that. Both the mustached guy and the skinny tufted guy are moved by their captain's determination. Next, the captain charges at the monsters, saying that he will hold them off and that they will help the rest. Then, he starts delivering several attacks and finishes with a powerful charge strike to the black ogre's belly. He begins to get excited, thinking that it is working and that he just needs to keep up the pace. However, it does not take long before he receives a counterattack and is thrown hard to the ground. While lying down, he begins to feel great pain, and as soon as he looks up, he sees the huge black ogre preparing its kick and thinks that he will not be able to move. Thus, the creature delivers its kick, but something shining comes in their direction, telling the captain to stop trying to look like a nice guy. It is the MC who manages to arrive in time and block the black ogre's attack. The captain cannot believe the person who just saved him. Hirkan makes it clear that he only said what he just said so that he would not misunderstand. Then, he turns and emphasizes that he is not there to help him, as he is only there to make sure the captain's group does not steal his monsters. The captain does not understand anything, and Hirkan calls his summons. Then he orders them to attack the monsters immediately, and thus an incredible battle begins. The hairy-chested guy cannot believe the agility of the MC's summons and questions if they can really move the way they are moving. And observing Hirkan from behind, he knows that this is beyond what a normal necromancer should be capable of. Then he questions who the Ha-Ho mask really is. It does not take long for the summons to defeat several black ogres. Thus, the system announces that the MC has defeated several armored ogres and gained experience points. Hirkan breathes in relief and comments that now that he has finished with the small cockroaches, he points his sword at the ogre boss and calls him. Then he wants to know if he is sad for seeing his subordinates eliminated, but makes it clear that he should not worry, as soon he will be with them. Hearing this drives the boss mad with rage, but before that, the MC looks at the captain of the R2 family and asks his summons to take him out of his way, as he does not want any trash getting in his way in the battle against the boss, until the boss stomps on the ground with everything and makes the whole place shake. Then he stands before the MC and lets out a powerful roar. This is the level 80 Helmet Ogre. While receiving medical treatment from the mustached guy, the captain comments that he thinks it is difficult even for the Ha-Ho mask to fight the boss alone. But here's someone saying that they think it is an exaggeration even for the Ha-Ho mask. Then the captain turns and sees that it is a member of the musical family guild. The guy comments that the boss's eyes are marbled black and red, which means that it is a corrupted monster related to the progression of the main quest, and that normally corrupted monsters are 3 times stronger than normal monsters. Meanwhile, Hirkan tries to block the huge creature's strike, but has to jump back immediately to avoid being hit by the boss's powerful sword attack. The MC thinks that he is very resilient, and also that he seems better than his summons, until the guy from the musical family group shouts warning the MC that he must not get too close to the boss, who in turn begins to release his terrible corrupted aura and charges full force at the MC. The guy from the musical guild is worried, commenting that he thinks not even the Ha-Ho mask will withstand this. However, Hyrule takes his sword and while channeling power into it, laughs and wants to know why the boss does not try to block his attack. Thus, he delivers his powerful strike that opens a huge hole in the middle of the helmet ogre, who soon falls hard to the ground, completely defeated. Both the R2 group and the guy from the musical guild are stunned, unable to believe what they have just seen. With that, the system announces to the MC that he has defeated a helmet ogre and that he obtained gold, experience points, and leveled up. Hirkan deactivates his battle armor and comments that it was much easier than he imagined. Then the system announces that he has obtained a fragment of the ogre's helmet and that now the MC meets the requirements for the mission's completion. Hirkan looks at the mission and comments that now he just needs to return to Mr. Wung's house and continue with the main quest progression. But he knows that before that, he needs to figure out how to divide the drops. Then he thinks that it was 20 black ogres and 1 helmet ogre, and that he is sure it will be worth a fortune, since it is a rare monster. Watching them approach, he knows that normally the player who attacks the monster first can choose how to divide the drops, but ends up furious and questioning if he did not end up doing everything alone after all. Thus, he begins to remember some moments ago when the R2 group was cornered and he was going to wait for them to be eliminated, but ended up hearing their leader saying that he would buy time for other people to escape. Then, he ended up being surprised by this, and his body ended up moving on its own afterwards. The R2 group goes to the MC, and the captain thanks him, saying that they survived because of his help. Hirkan takes a deep breath and thinks that at least they are grateful. However, the captain becomes serious and makes it clear that he does not think they can let the MC leave so easily. Hirkan thinks that he should have guessed that nothing is more important than money. The R2 group captain grabs the MC and comments that he will take a picture. But the guy from the musical family group says that he cannot let him do that, since he was the first to arrive there. Hirkan wants to know what the hell they think they are doing. The captain replies that they are trying to take pictures with him as proof that they were there during the attack, but Hirkan wants to know if they will not want to split the drops. This leaves the captain a little thoughtful, and then he asks the guy from the musical group if they will need any drop. He was about to answer yes, but the captain slaps his shoulder hard and with a sinister aura comments that he is sure he will not mind leaving the drops behind when they were all saved by the Ha-Ho mask. Embarrassed, he replies no, and that the MC can take everything. Thus, the R2 group captain gives Hirkan a thumbs up and says that he can take it all. Hirkan does not understand anything and thinks that he would ask himself what the hell romance means to these guys. With that, some time passes, and in the middle of the Purung forest, the MC and his summons keep running back to Mr. Wung's house. Hirkan keeps thinking about their request for him to join the guild, and that the captain had said that he was sure they would not go far, but that with his skills, they would always be there to help him whenever he needed. Thus, Hirkan concludes that although they seem like idiots, he thinks he is sure that the game would be fun with them, but he also knows that if he did that, he would never become the best version of himself. Then he smiles and reflects that he should be against the top 30 guilds. After thinking about this, he calls his summons to speed up the pace and all excited shouts that they will soon finish the mission and move on to the next. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a huge warrior bear is being defeated, and on top of its body is Syl, the leader of the Thunderous Hunters Guild. The members, seeing her wielding the sword, start shouting that she is amazing, until Hatch and Hahui appear running and calling her. Hahui comments that her master was amazing as always, and that they were such elegant moves. Syl wants to know what the problem is. Hatch says that he has 2 new pieces of information to report, and that the first is that 2 of the top 30 guilds have started a war, and that the guilds involved are the Triple Wing Guild and the Big Smile Guild, in which it all started when Burke, an officer of Big Smile, started a fight with a member of the Triple Wing Guild when they met during an attack, and that since then, the 2 guilds have been investing an enormous amount of resources in the war, but that the Big Smile Guild especially has been the most affected. Syl comments that a war during such an important period in the progression of the main quest is something very foolish, and that she sincerely hopes one of them falls after this. Then she wants to know the second piece of information. Hatch feels a little awkward to say it, but informs that the Ha-Ho mask seems to have defeated the Helmet Ogre, and that it seems he is always ahead of the Thunderous Hunters Guild when it comes to main quest progression. Syl is stunned hearing this, but soon gives a smile, which leaves the Mage Hatch unable to believe that he saw his lady laughing, as he thought she would be angry. Syl only comments that she thinks they need to speed things up too. Thus, she makes it clear that they are to immediately receive the next mission from the monster hunter Wung, since the Thunderous Hunters Guild must take on the second chapter of the main quest progression. After a while, in Bangsu Castle, the NPC Ahimbri is very happy to see the MC, who in turn is very disappointed, questioning why he had to come back there. Ahimbri comments that he heard from the hunter Wung that the MC completed his missions well, and that the hunter had asked him to give something to the MC. Then he takes an item from his clothes and says that it is the Ring of the Secret Order, which increases all attributes by 77 points, increases HP and mana recovery by 20%, and finally attributes related to the job by 22 points. Hirkan, a little worried, thinks that everything is going well so far, since before, in Mr. Wung's cabin, he was all excited saying that he would join the Secret Order without problems. However, the monster hunter replied no, and stressed that the MC really should think about it, because as a member of the Secret Order, he must be prepared to put his life at risk. Hirkan, all excited, commented that he was not afraid to put his life at risk to fight evil, but inside he thought that if he joined the Secret Order, he would receive the ring that would give several attribute boosts. With that, the MC was trying to hold himself back from screaming with happiness. The hunter Wung commented that he understood, and that if that was what the MC wanted, he would not stop him. Then he commented that the MC should go meet Professor Ahimbri again, which left Hirkan in disbelief that he would have to see him again. Then he wanted to know why he should see him. Wung explained that Ahimbri was also a member of the Secret Order, and that he would give the emblem of the order. Hirkan was quite frightened, because he knew that bastard Ahimbri would not give anything for free, and he was not wrong in the end, since the NPC, making a bizarre face, asks the MC to say please for him to give the ring. However, furious, Hirkan slams his hand on the ground, which catches the NPC's attention. Thus, the MC wants to know if the professor is going to keep doing this every time. Then he goes upside down and, trembling all over, starts begging the professor to please give him the ring. Ahimbri just keeps laughing at the MC's face. After getting the ring, Hirkan knows that the reward is too good to refuse. The NPC then comments that now that the MC is part of the Secret Order, he will give him a mission. Then he summons something in his hand and makes it clear that now what the MC needs is a mission that will make him stronger, and that is why he will go to the war zone next. Hirkan looks at the mission in front of him and cannot believe it, since it is a place where there are several bizarre creatures, and the place is in complete chaos, being a true scenario of a chaotic war zone. Thus, after arriving at his destination, Hirkan is impressed since he is standing before the war zone, because he knows that in this place there is an endless wave of monsters coming from beyond the castle walls, and that the creatures keep appearing for a certain time, which makes the raid more dangerous than normal ones. But on the other hand, the person is rewarded according to the amount they manage to kill, so it is possible to make a lot of money from it. Then he checks his Warzone mission, in which he needs to defeat the monsters coming from beyond the castle walls, and that the reward ranking will be defined based on the number of monsters eliminated. Thus, he thinks that he had been waiting to go there before he reincarnated but couldn't because the guild members didn't want to. While walking through the area again, he thinks that he will first make some preparations. Someone is watching him from afar. The person thinks they found him, and, observing the MC closely, believes they found the Ha-Ho mask. Meanwhile, in another place, some guys are being attacked, and a huge furious tiger lets out a roar that leaves another man terrified. Then, he bows and screams, begging the man in front of him to spare his life. That man is Apollo, master of the Apollo Guild, who calls everyone fools and comments that they couldn't even handle a rookie and still came back empty-handed. The fat man furiously rises from his throne and demands a more precise explanation. The man says that the Thunder Hunters interfered out of nowhere, and then they couldn't do anything since those people are supposedly trying to recruit the MC for their guild. Apollo becomes even angrier upon hearing that. Then, he opens a system window and emphasizes that he thinks the Ha-Ho mask is acting arrogantly, believing that the top 30 guilds are supporting him, and that in this case, He thinks he will use a certain thing against him. In another place, Heavybean, an officer of the Big Smile Guild, one of the top 30, receives a message from Apollo. He takes a deep breath and wonders what the fat man wants now, then answers the call and asks what he desires. Apollo says he has a favor to ask and requests that he teach the player Haho Mask a lesson. Heavybean wants to know if it is that rookie who has been rising recently and why. The fat man grits his teeth and says that the Heiho Mask dared to touch his guards and did not apologize. Then he yells that, in other words, he made a fool out of him. Heavybean is surprised by that and, furious inside, thinks that means it is nothing serious, but apologizes to Apollo and emphasizes that he thinks he cannot do that because a guild like Big Smile should not get involved in such matters. The fat man becomes serious and makes it clear that there is no other choice since, from now on, he will stop sponsoring the Big Smile Guild. Then he wants to know if it was not thanks to his sponsorship that the guild entered the top 30. Heavybean begins to get angry, while Apollo continues saying that if he cannot fulfill a simple favor, then it makes no sense to continue sponsoring him. The guild officer slams the table and calls out Apollo. With a completely different expression, he says that now that he thinks about it, the Haho Mask is just a piece of trash, and that he will teach him a lesson. Then he makes it clear that he will contact him as soon as the matter is settled. After ending the call, he goes crazy and starts screaming that rejecting this request would cost the guild a lot. But on the other hand, he knows that attacking the Haho Mask would ruin the guild's reputation. Then he wonders why the hell Apollo is trying to make his life harder than it already is, until someone approaches, wanting to know if he needs help. That is Cho Wurung, a reserve affiliate of the Big Smile Guild, who wants to know if she just needs to eliminate the MC. Heavybean thinks that if he leaves this matter to her, who is not an official member of the guild, he might avoid tarnishing the guild's reputation. Then he wants to know if she thinks she can handle the Haho Mask. Cho Wurung asks Heavybean to leave the matter to her and emphasizes that she owes her life to him. With a sinister expression, she emphasizes that to reward him, she will definitely eliminate the Haho Mask. Back in the war zone, a soldier beats the drum and shouts for all participants to gather at the castle gate. Quickly, several contestants approach. Begley, captain of the Turba Castle Wall Administration, shouts explaining that they are opening the gate and makes it clear that he thinks everyone should be prepared. Hirkan thinks that he knows Begley is a main NPC. The administration captain emphasizes that outside the walls, it is a lawless zone full of monsters, and that the castle gate will open again after 144 hours, and that the reward will be based on the number of monsters killed. However, he makes it very clear that the gate will not open until then, and that everyone should keep that in mind. In addition, they will be giving a special mission, the Blue Giant one, in which they need to defeat the Blue Giant, a mutant that appears in the war zone, and the reward will be a unique skill book. Hirkan is quite impressed to hear that, and wonders if the reward will really be a unique skill book, since he knows that such a thing grants a unique rank skill, and that he only saw that a few times during his past life. So he really wants to know how they are giving that as a reward. Thus, he looks back and, seeing the expression of the contestants upon hearing about such a reward, also wonders if it is not too much. The participants begin to comment among themselves that they need the unique skill book. Then, they stare at the MC since they know he is the strongest among them and that this means they will have to join forces to eliminate him. Hirkan thinks that he doesn't believe it is a matter of being able to defeat the Blue Giant or not. Then, while he prepares, Bagel shouts asking everyone to get ready and open the gate. As soon as the gate opens, the MC rushes forward at high speed ahead of everyone and thinks that he just needs to be the first. The contestants can't believe the incredible speed of the Haho Mask and start shouting that they need to chase after him as fast as possible, until Cho Wurung, in the middle of everyone, comments that she has an idea and wants to know why they don't form a team among themselves. One of the contestants goes to Cho Wurung, who is just a rookie, and wants to know if she thinks she can say anything about what they should do. Then he puts his finger on her forehead and tells her to get out of there right away. With a simple move, she brutally attacks the guy, and as soon as he falls completely injured to the ground, Cho Wurung wants to know why everyone is so nervous. While the other participants are afraid of her, she comments that she thinks it must be because of the unique skill book, but emphasizes that she doesn't care about it since she just wants to kill the Haho Mask. Then she turns and states that if everyone listens to her, she will give them the book since, after all, they won't be able to get it with the level they have. And that's why she thinks it's a good deal for everyone. They are scared, thinking about what they will do. But in the end, they end up agreeing to join her. From the top of a mountain, the MC observes the scene and, furious, wonders if they really teamed up to try to eliminate him. Then he thinks that he will already be busy hunting monsters, and now will have to worry about them too. However, he smiles and thinks that there is no other choice. Meanwhile, Cho Woo-rung thinks she was lucky to gather so many people and doubts that the MC can win against so many people, but wonders what she should do after eliminating him. Cho Woo-rung thinks that when she manages to do that, Heavy Bean will recognize her, and she will be able to join the Big Smile Guild as an official member, and then she will have her subordinates to praise her. Then, she starts imagining herself being flattered and served, and that, in the end, she can have as many pieces of furniture as she wants, until she gets scared upon hearing someone calling her and warning that the monsters are approaching quickly. She gets ready and shouts for everyone to form up and deal with one at a time. One of the guys shouts that he thinks something seems strange since there are more monsters than usual. Cho Woo-rung has in mind that she knows they won't be able to maintain the formation this way, until she notices the MC sitting on top of the golem. He, in turn, wants to know how she dares to be in his return. Then he starts banging on a golden gong and shouting for everyone to fuck off. She can't believe what she's seeing, because clearly the MC is attracting the monsters. At that moment, the participants start being attacked by the creatures, and a soldier, while trying to hold back the monsters' advance, shouts warning Miss Cho that they won't be able to endure for long because there are too many monsters, and that's why he wants her to give the order for everyone to retreat. Cho kills a creature and thinks that she knows the plan was ruined because she wanted to ambush the MC while he was hunting, but in the end, the ones who got ambushed were them, until she has an idea and orders everyone to hold out as long as they can, because once the lure fades, the monsters will calm down. Then she makes it clear that she will take care of the MC personally. Thus, she rushes out at high speed, jumping from creature to creature, thinking that while the small fish serve as bait for the monsters, she will handle the MC alone. Meanwhile, Hirkan is playing his lure along with his summons until he notices something and sees someone approaching quickly. Cho, as soon as she arrives where the MC is, calls him out and challenges him to a one-on-one duel. He smiles and wants to know if she really thinks he will accept. Then he wants to know if she is the leader of the damned little group ahead. Then he stands up, draws his sword, and wants to know if she knows him, because no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't remember her face. And it's quite strange for someone he's never met to want so badly to eliminate him. Cho thinks she knows very well that she can't expose her connection to the Big Smile Guild, so she says she just wants to eliminate a competitor who seeks the unique skill book. Hirkan wants to know if that's really true, but soon launches an attack and, while she blocks, makes it clear that she's lying. Thus, he says it's written all over her face that she doesn't care about the skill book. Cho readies her daggers and tries to strike the MC, who in turn blocks her assault and thinks her movements aren't bad, but he quickly crouches and unleashes his bone bomb skill. An explosion occurs, but she manages to dodge by jumping back. Hirkan is impressed to see that she managed to evade his attack and emphasizes that there's no way someone so skilled could be unknown, so he wants to know what group she's from. Cho wants to know which one the MC thinks she's from. Then she activates her clock and says that if he's curious, why doesn't he try to find out? Thus, she activates her battle armor and releases an intense power throughout her body. Hirkan concludes that she's really serious because she even activated the armor. Observing her more closely, he reflects that if he eliminates her, he won't know which guild she's from, but he knows she's not an opponent to play around with. Then he understands he's in quite an annoying situation, but still prepares himself and tells her to give it her all. While Cho says she will start with everything right from the beginning, the MC's summons watch her while eating popcorn. She notices the summons and wants to know what the hell is going on. Hirkan tells her not to feel bothered by his summons because he ordered them not to interfere. Cho is intrigued and wants to know why. Hirkan wants to know if she didn't challenge him to a one-on-one duel, so why would he summon creatures for a duel? She becomes even more intrigued by the answer and thinks she had imagined he would just be a superficial guy based on his previous actions, but also seems to have an innocent side. Then she knows that because of that, his death will be inevitable. Thus, she charges at him with everything she has, but is very surprised to see her attack being blocked. Hirkan laughs and wants to know what she's doing because nothing has changed from before. However, she moves behind the MC in the blink of an eye and strikes him. Hirkan becomes concerned and questions whether her speed really increased in an instant. She stares at him with a sinister look and makes it clear that she's not done yet, then unleashes several consecutive attacks in a matter of seconds. Hirkan is attacked from all sides and soon falls to his knees on the ground. Cho comments that he's being really cute since he's even making the pose of a chair on the floor. However, she doesn't care and charges at him again, shouting for him to die for going against Heavy Bean. The MC keeps his head down, but someone trips Cho. It's one of the MC's summons. She is startled, trying to understand what the hell just happened. Hirkan smiles and, while preparing his attack, comments that she's from the Big Smile Guild then. She's frightened seeing the attack coming her way and thinks she won't be able to defend in time. Thus, she's hit, and after a while, the MC ties her to a tree. Then he goes up to her and wants to know why the Big Smile Guild is hunting him. Cho laughs and wants to know if he really expects her to answer his question. The MC wants to know if she isn't Cho Wurung, Heavy Bean's subordinate from the Big Smile Guild. She gets embarrassed and replies that she's not from there. The MC tells her not to lie because he already knows everything. She's shocked and wants to know how he found out. Hirkan thinks he knows that before his regression, she was one of Heavy Bean's most famous subordinates, but that he had never fought her before, and that's why it took him a while to realize it. Thus, he replies that he basically has his sources. However, he wants to know why Big Smile is after him since he knows he didn't get involved with them. Cho takes a deep breath and says she doesn't know, but soon screams asking the MC to eliminate her once and for all. Hirkan says he would never do that and makes it clear that it would be a waste to let someone like her die. But he thinks that besides that, he knows she'll resurrect after 2 days anyway, and that it's better to leave her tied there rotting until he sees something on his watch and questions if the blue giant really appeared. Thus, he turns around and, while leaving, makes it clear that if she tries any funny business again, he'll eliminate her once and for all. Cho lowers her head and thinks that the MC saw through her plan and was one step ahead the whole time. But even so, he said it would be a waste to eliminate her, so she wonders what kind of idiot he is. Then Cho starts trembling all over and, with a completely new feeling she's never experienced before, wants to know how Mask Haho dared to flirt with her. After some time, Heavy Bean is receiving a call from Cho Wurung, and she apologizes. Then she says she failed to eliminate Mask Haho. Heavy Bean says she did well and asks her to rest. Cho replies that she understands and apologizes again. After the call ends, Heavy Bean goes crazy with rage and shouts that even she, whom he trusted, failed. However, he knows he needs to think positively because Apollo still doesn't know and might try again. Then Apollo calls him and wants to know if Mask Haho has already been eliminated because he heard news that one of the top 30 guilds, Big Smile, was defeated by him. The chubby guy also points out that if this is made public, he wants to know what Heavy Bean thinks will happen. He's embarrassed, feels his soul leaving his own mouth, and thinks that everything happening is because of that damn Mask Haho. And while thinking about him, he keeps cursing him. Meanwhile, he wants to know why he's suddenly feeling an itch in his ear. Meanwhile, the MC arrives where the blue giant is, and, all excited, summons his invocations to deal with the creature as quickly as possible. However, it takes longer than the MC expected, and he is completely exhausted. On the ground, he comments to his invocations that he barely managed to defeat the level 85 blue giant. After unequipping his battle armor, he wants to know why the blue giant has the HP of a level 100 monster, since he didn't expect it to take 30 minutes to defeat it, even going all out. Hirkan thinks about some people and comments that he should thank those idiots who ended up killing themselves, as he believes that if it weren't for that, they would have stolen his monsters. But he soon remembers Cho, gets furious, and concludes that there's no way he needs to thank them. Then he recalls the conversation he had with her and thinks about the Big Smile Guild hunting him, wondering why, since he's never encountered them in this life. He also remembers that before the regression, due to his guild's sudden rise, the top 30 guilds felt threatened and tried to eliminate them by working together, and he knew that among them were Sill's Thunder Hunters. So he questions whether this could also be her doing, as he suspects something is wrong. Thus, he tries to think of something but soon shouts that he's no good at that. Then he calls his invocations to make things clearer, because if anyone gets in his way, he will eliminate them. Next, he sees that there are 138 hours left until the event ends, and, all excited, comments that now they will start making money. 138 hours later, the castle gate opens and the participants return angry, saying that it was really difficult this time. One of them emphasizes that they shouldn't have messed with the Haho mask. His friend comments that it was all because he wanted to listen to that Cho Wurung. However, he gets nervous and yells, wanting to know how that was his fault. At that moment, the MC appears covered in cash and makes it clear to them that they don't need to fight since the day is beautiful. But upon noticing one of their faces, he quickly wants to know what's wrong. Then he starts mocking them, saying they're idiots who came back empty-handed. They don't like being mocked at all. But while the MC thinks it's just karma, Cho is once again watching from the shadows. She gets nervous and, observing the MC closely, swears that next time it will be different. But in her eyes, she's seeing the MC differently, wanting him for herself. Then she turns away all embarrassed and thinks she needs to eliminate him instead of fantasizing about him. At that moment, Bagel shouts that he will announce the mission's top contributor. Thus, he yells the MC's name and asks him to go to his office. Hirkin gets excited, thinking that he's finally been recognized. It doesn't take long for him to reach the office of the administrative captain, who comments that the MC was truly incredible since he defeated the most monsters and even the blue giant, so he thanks him for his efforts. However, he says that lately, more strange monsters have been appearing, blue-skinned monsters with ice energy, and some they had never seen before, like the blue giant that the MC defeated, and he firmly believes they are coming from the ice mountain. Then he emphasizes that if they had the opportunity, he would like to send an expedition to that mountain. But Bagley notices that the MC isn't paying any attention and quickly wants to know if he's listening. Hirkin replies yes, but thinks that he knows very well about the map of the Frozen Mountain Kingdom. As soon as Bagley mentions the mission reward and wants to send the MC, he gets all excited, and the administrative captain comments that he's quite predictable. However, he says that there's a letter from his master requesting that the MC go to the Urgel Mountains to begin the secret organization mission, and that he will need to speak with the blacksmith wolf to receive the next mission. The reward itself is unknown. Hirkin keeps in mind that the Urgel Mountain is full of high-level monsters, and it's no wonder he was sent there. But he gets furious and considers that maybe they just want to mess with him. Bagley takes the unique skill book and gives it to the MC, saying it's his reward for winning. While Hirkan keeps kissing his reward non-stop, Bagel comments that he's giving him such a reward and hopes that the MC will take good care of it. Hirkan, all excited, wonders which skill he will get but knows that any unique skill is great. Then, he places his hand on the book and the system notifies that he used the unnamed skill book. It then informs him that he obtained clay creation. Hirkin gets confused, trying to understand what kind of skill that is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Thunder Queen wants to know who it was. Hatch asks her to calm down, but she is extremely furious and unleashes her attack, completely destroying everything in front of her. The mage can't believe the extent of her destructive power, and while he's terrified, dying of fear of his lady, she remains furious, thinking about some idiots who appeared out of nowhere and stole her monster from the main mission her guild was doing in the raid. Syl looks back with a terrifying expression and asks the mage who those bastards were who interfered with her plans. Hatch says they aren't part of the top 30 guilds, and, judging by how they escaped their investigation, he thinks they must be quite high-leveled. Syl clenches her teeth angrily and orders the mage to find out what they looked like and place a bounty on them, as well as ensure that no one is around when the monster respawns again. Then she grips her sword tightly and with a murderous instinct makes it clear that she doesn't know who they are, but she's sure that if they dare to appear again, she swears she will eliminate them with all her strength. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone is playing chess and wants to know if it wasn't too cruel to steal the monster from the Thunder Hunters, since the mission was quite dangerous and almost went wrong. The other person emphasizes that there was no other choice, as the Thunder Hunters' speed was faster than they thought. The warrior laughs and wants to know if the next target will be the Hydra Guild. The mage asks him to calm down, as she thinks that if that happens and their identities are exposed, it will be very bad, until someone appears saying that they agree with what she said. Then he emphasizes that the purpose of everyone gathered there is to balance the game through darkness, and therefore asks them not to forget the purpose of the guild. This is Singlet from the Hands Guild. The warrior Richard, affiliated with the Hands Guild, says that he understands well, as does Mikkel. Weaver also fully agrees. However, someone raises her hand, calls Singlet, and asks about the Haho mask. Then she makes it clear that it was because of his failure that the MC is completing the main mission so quickly. This is Momo, a member of the Hands Guild. Singlet doesn't like hearing that, but emphasizes that the guild's most urgent goal is to stop the top 30 guilds and that he will take responsibility for the Haho mask later. Mikhail tells them to stop with the useless talk and says they should head straight to the next mission. Thus, they prepare and state that it's all for the master. Meanwhile, the MC is analyzing his new skill, clay creation, with which he can transform clay into monsters using monster drops. And as proficiency increases, the creation stats will become more similar to the target monsters, with the materials being consumed when used. Hirkin knows that basically, he can transform a golem into another monster, so he imagines that means he can create creatures that can fly or be used in battle. All excited, he thinks this skill is wonderful. Thus, he decides it's time to test it and grabs a tooth from the blue giant he defeated in the war zone. Pointing at the golem, he uses his clay creation skill. His summon quickly starts reacting, and Hirkan begins to get excited, thinking that an incredible monster will emerge, until the golem transforms into a very small version of the blue giant. Hirkan gets quite confused, trying to understand what the hell just happened. With that, the system notifies that the MC's skill rank is low, so it will be 50% less effective. Hirkan can't believe it and yells, cursing the game. After some time, he arrives at Urgel village and still very furious. Thinks it's his fault for getting his hopes up, since he knows pets are rare even in his past life, and there was no way to get one so easily. But he thinks he'll level up the skill rank slowly, and that, for now, he should focus on the main mission. As soon as he checks it in the system, he thinks about the blacksmith Wolf, as he knows him very well, since Wolf is part of the Secret Order and the most famous blacksmith NPC. Many epic items with incredible stats are born from his hands, and no one can meet him outside of the main mission, which is why Hirkan has never met him before, thinking that maybe this time he can get some good weapons. After walking a lot, he finally arrives at the place where Wolf is supposedly located and, without wasting time, opens the door and asks for permission to enter. However, he becomes confused when he sees everything is so quiet and no one is there. Then, someone moves quickly, and the MC notices it and immediately turns around but ends up taking a massive punch to the face, being thrown hard against the wall. The system repeatedly warns that the MC has lost HP. Hirkan tries to understand what's going on and questions who the hell is attacking in an NPC area. An old man shouts, wanting to know if that's all the MC has. Then he slams his huge hammer onto the ground and makes it clear that newcomers these days are all weak since they were stronger back in his time. This is the blacksmith NPC Wolf. Hirkan thinks about what to say and ends up asking if the old man is really the blacksmith Wolf. He replies yes, and the MC wants to know why he was attacked. Wolf answers that it was just a test for new members of the order, as they are not a secret order for nothing. Hirkan goes crazy with anger and questions if the old man is mocking him, since who would attack someone out of nowhere just for a test? However, he soon sees a system notification informing that he obtained the title, the first to speak with Wolf, and that his work-related stats increased by 25 points, as well as the title, the first to survive the blacksmith, increasing his HP by 25%. Hirkan is impressed and wonders if he really got 2 titles from this, as they are very good. Wolf wants to know if the boy is angry about it, since he knows that newcomers these days have no patience. Then the blacksmith sees the MC making a heart shape with his hands and saying that he loves him. Next, Hirkan grabs the blacksmith's leg and begs the old man to use him as he pleases. Wolf wants to know what the hell is wrong with him and calls him crazy. The MC keeps trying to flatter the old man, and Wolf starts getting scared by the MC's behavior until he throws a bag in his face and tells him to get lost. Then, he kicks Hirkan out and orders him to go to the Bahim forest to deliver the bag. Hirkan stumbles down the stairs and falls face first onto the ground. The MC begins to get up and excited, thinks he'll endure being cursed at and attacked, since he knows that NPC gives out titles easily, and he'll do whatever it takes to make it happen again. At that moment, a system notification arrives informing that a new mission has been registered, being the request of NPC Wolf, in which the MC must deliver the bag to those who reside in the Bahim forest, and the reward will be being recognized by the blacksmith. Hirkan gets excited, knowing that those who live in the Bahim forest are elves. However, he thinks there's a problem, since he knows elves are generally hostile toward humans, live hidden in the forest, and are even harder to find because they move around frequently. Then he thinks that, in his past life, people made maps to find them, but he doubts that a bit, since, in the first place, he doesn't understand why they're so obsessed with elves. Therefore, he figures he'll have no other option. Thus, he goes to the city square, where there are several players, and starts banging his golden gong, shouting that he's buying information about the Beheim Forest and offering up to 100,000 gold depending on the information. People start whispering to each other, wondering if that's the Haho mask and why he's there. Hirkin knows it's a bit embarrassing, but for now, it's the best he can do, since if he posted saying he was buying information, he'd risk the top 30 guilds recognizing him. So, he prefers to endure some embarrassment rather than spend the whole day in the mountains. Then, someone approaches, and everyone, including the MC, becomes startled as they see a man carrying a huge, completely defeated creature. This man says to the MC that he must be the so-called Haho mask. Hirkan is shocked, as he knows that the man in front of him is Pitbull Singh. As soon as the surrounding players realize who's there, they start asking if it's really one of the top 100 ranked players and why he's there. They quickly begin speculating that maybe Singh came because he plans to fight the Haho mask, who in turn knows he fought Singh in his past life and back then managed to defeat him, though he also knew that Singh was a very skilled fighter. However, he thinks he can't guarantee victory this time. One of the players asks if the Haho mask isn't strong enough to defeat Pitbull Singh. Another comments that Singh got the nickname Pitbull because of the cruel way he defeats his enemies, and that his level is much higher than the Haho masks. They keep saying that the MC doesn't stand a chance against him, and that they believe Pitbull Singh could defeat the Haho mask with one hand. Hirkan goes crazy with rage hearing the other players' comments, and immediately yells at them to shut up or he'll eliminate them first. Then he's surprised when someone mentions hearing that he's buying information about the Beheim Forest. Singh approaches the MC with a sinister aura and says he'll tell him everything about the forest. Hirkan wonders if the big guy really knows about the Beheim Forest, or if it could be a trap, so he decides to ask about his price. Singh starts talking about the price, and both Hirkan and the other players wait anxiously to hear what the big guy will say. However, the furious Pitbull says that the price is that he'd like to confess his love, which leaves the MC completely confused, not understanding anything. The players around them become embarrassed and wonder if the infamous Pitbull Singh is really confessing to the Haho mask. After leaving the city and heading into the forest, the MC takes a deep breath and wants to know what the hell happened back there. Singh raises his hand and asks the MC to first calm down and control his breathing. Hirkan goes wild and shouts, wanting to know if he thinks he can calm down after such humiliation. Then he says that Singh confessed in the middle of the square, and now the whole city is in chaos, and that's why they had to run into the forest to escape the crowd. Singh tries to explain, but the MC interrupts him and makes it clear that he doesn't like men, and therefore has to reject his confession. As soon as he says that, silence fills the area, and Pitbull gets irritated, wanting to know what the MC is implying since he never confessed. Hirkan is confused, not understanding anything. Singh says that a few months ago, as usual, he was hunting around there until something caught his attention, and he saw that it was just a rabbit. Then someone approached the rabbit, saying it shouldn't be wandering alone. He was immediately impressed, and says that's when he met her, realizing she was the most beautiful being in the world they live in. But as soon as he tried to do something, she suddenly ran away as if terrified and never appeared again. So he waited for months in the same place, hoping she would return someday. Hirkan imagines the scene and can't believe it. Singh continues, saying that he gathered all kinds of information about elves from the local NPCs. The MC immediately wants to know if he wasn't being a stalker. However, Singh explains that even after visiting every place, the locals only said they had seen an elf once before, but he never found anything. Until, when he was thinking of giving up, he heard the Haho mask looking for information about elves, and decided to ask for help. Hirkan concludes that's why he acted that way back then, but he gets nervous, and wonders why he didn't just say that instead of starting with a love confession. Even so, he feels he's gotten involved with someone exhausting, but needs to finish the mission quickly since only he has a lead about the elves. Thus, he asks the big guy to take him to where the elves usually appear. Singh gets excited and says he'll take him. As soon as they arrive in front of a huge waterfall, Singh explains that based on what he heard from the residents, the place where elves most often appear is there, at Bikong Waterfall, and the other location where they sometimes show up is beneath the great oak tree. Hirkan thinks about what Pitbull said about the residents and quickly wants to know if monsters also appear there. Sing replies yes, especially large monsters. The MC smiles and thinks that then it's just as he imagined. Then he says they'll do as always, hunt some monsters. It doesn't take long for a massive snake to appear. It's a level 90 bark serpent. Sing says he'll handle it quickly, but Hirkan tells him to wait and says he'll take care of it alone. Sing asks if the MC is sure about that since the creature's level is quite high and it won't be easy. Hirkan asks who he thinks he's talking to and then dashes forward at high speed, shouting that he's the Ha-Ho Mask. The serpent, upon noticing the MC approaching, lunges to attack. Hirkan smiles, but the creature is very fast and ends up headbutting him, throwing him hard backward. Sing sees the MC on the ground and can't believe what he's seeing. Then he wants to know if the Ha-Ho Mask wasn't supposed to be amazing. Hirkan takes a deep breath and immediately starts screaming in pain, saying his nose hurts. Both Sing and the huge serpent can't believe what they're witnessing. While Pitbull wonders what the hell the Ha-Ho Mask is doing, the serpent charges at him again. Then he yells for him to dodge. Hirkan panics, thinking he's about to be eliminated. At that moment, an arrow is fired, hitting the serpent squarely, followed by more attacks striking the creature. Sing is very surprised. Hirkan laughs and comments that NPCs, known as residents, unlike players, don't fight monsters, since he knows that when they encounter monsters, they run for their lives. So he suspected that when the residents there are hunted and cornered by monsters, the elves end up appearing. Sing wants to know if the Ha-Ho Mask predicted that from the start. Hirkan laughs and replies that it's something like that, and that he thought there was a chance. And apparently, it looks like the elves finally appeared. Then he goes up to her, introduces himself, and says he's there under Lord Wolf's orders. But while he continues explaining that he has a very important mission, an arrow is aimed at his face. One of the elves comments that, in other words, he deceived them. The other becomes furious and shouts that she told them not to trust humans. She then adds that humans are liars, disgusting and greedy creatures. Hirkan feels all those insults are directed at him. Soon after, one of the elves says there's no way Lord Wolf would entrust a task to a lying scoundrel like the MC, who begins to get nervous, wondering what to do and if he should try convincing them by force. Then Sing kneels down, which makes the MC curious to know what he's doing. Sing apologizes for deceiving them, but makes it clear that he needed to meet one of them since they had met before right there in the forest. She is surprised, and Sing continues, saying that back then, he fell in love with her at first sight. Then he extends his hand and gently asks the elf to give him a chance to get to know her. Hirkan can't believe what he's seeing since he knows the elves already hate humans, and now he's revealing that he's a stalker. However, the elf replies that it's fine, leaving the MC even more confused. They start talking and laughing, saying that Selene ended up charming a human. Thus, they begin taking Sing to their village, leaving the MC standing there speechless, still shocked and not understanding what the hell the game is doing. However, in the end, the Ha-Ho Mask completed the mission of finding the elves. Thus, Hirkan and Sing go after the elves. However, the MC is furious, wanting to know if this was supposed to be a dating simulation and why the hell everything is unfolding this way. Sing, a little embarrassed, calls Hirkan and comments that he feels like he could die of happiness. The MC gets even angrier and tells Pitbull to go to hell since they were almost killed by one of them. Then, he wants to know if he is going to keep walking around with the elf he fell in love with just because his confession was accepted. Next, he makes it clear to Sing that the prettier they are, the crazier people get, as he knows someone even more beautiful and completely nuts. Sing points out that he doesn't like elves just because they are beautiful and emphasizes that elves are symbols of fantasy. Hirkan is intrigued by this and soon thinks that Pitbull is actually a pervert. But Sing quickly explains that it's not the way the MC is thinking. Then he tells him that when he was younger, in all the games, novels, and comics he read and played, elves, especially dark elves, were essential icons of fantasy, and that adventuring through magical worlds alongside them had always been his dream. Hirkan becomes even more confused and questions what the hell he's talking about and what that has to do with confessing. However, he is surprised to hear Sing asking if he doesn't feel the same. Then Pitbull wants to know if the MC isn't in this game to fulfill his dreams. Hirkan takes a deep breath and says that he doesn't have stupid dreams like that. Then he laughs and says that his dream is to become the strongest in the game and destroy any idiot who looks at him the wrong way. Sing listens to the MC say that it's just about imagining their faces, because he'll be thrilled when that day comes. So Pitbull asks the MC if that doesn't make him the same as those who looked at him the wrong way. That question leaves Hirkan completely surprised, since he hadn't thought of it that way. However, he smiles, and showing his middle fingers to Pitbull, wants to know what's wrong with that, since he knows that the strong always devour the weak, and that's how the world works. Sing comments that if it's natural for the weak to be devoured, then he wants to know if what happened to the MC wasn't natural. Hirkan starts getting angry, and while Pitbull was about to say something else, he punches him. A huge explosion happens, drawing the attention of even the elves. Hirkan grabs Sing by the collar and asks what the hell he knows. Then he emphasizes that dreams and happiness, that kind of thing, are for people who already have something. Next, he wants to know if Sing knows what it's like to fight to survive day after day, and if he also knows what it's like to lose the little he had in an instant. Hirkan grips Sing's clothes tighter, and as he starts equipping his battle armor, becomes even angrier, and says that he knows Sing is trying to give him a sermon, but makes it clear that he doesn't want to hear it anymore. Sing is very surprised by the MC's words, until the elves shout that humans are always picking fights for no reason. However, one of them turns and says that they have arrived in Behem, their village. Hirkan steps forward and asks them to show the way. One of them says that the village elder is in the largest tree, and while the MC walks ahead alone, one of the elves wants to know if Sing really got into a fight with his companion. Sing just stays quiet. As soon as they reach the largest tree in the village, the elf calls for the elder and says that she brought a human who said he was there at Lord Wolf's request. The MC takes a deep breath and thinks that Sing started the fight and ended up losing his composure. So he thinks it's better to let it go since he knows it won't lead anywhere and that he needs to focus on the main mission. The village elder appears and says that since it's a message from Lord Wolf, it must be from the secret order. This is the elder elf of the Behem tribe. The NPC Dadre Hirkan takes a package and says that's exactly what the elder said. And as soon as he delivers it to the elder, the system informs that Hirkan has delivered Wolf's package to the Behem tribe and that the Wolf's message mission has been completed. Dra begins to untie the package, and the MC is soon very surprised by what he sees, since he realizes it is an epic item that removes all negative effects and status penalties, being the Bracelet of Purification. Then he becomes nervous upon realizing what he was delivering, and understands why Wolf didn't let him see what was inside the package, until he remembers something and reflects that the next mission is to purify the corrupted elf and find out who was behind the main quest. Thus, he becomes excited because he knows the reward for completing the mission will be the Bracelet of Purification. However, the elven elder turns and asks the MC to leave. Hirkan shouts for him to wait and asks if there isn't still something he's supposed to do, like using the item to save someone. Dra replies that there isn't and that there's nothing else for the MC to do because he knows that currently he is too weak. Hirkan goes crazy with anger, questioning whether there really is some level restriction. Then he thinks it's like before, where his level is too low for mission progression. Next, he clenches his fist tightly and makes it clear to the elder that he will return once he completes his training. That said, he goes to an area with monsters, and while eliminating them, he thinks that nothing has been going right lately, and after defeating several creatures, he thinks about the Thunder Queen, and that, at the moment, the main quest progression belongs to the Thunder Hunters. And as more creatures rush toward him, he reflects that they recently defeated the ogre and must be in the Urgal Mountains, and will not need to go to the battle zones. Then, very angry with how things turned out, he brutally slaughters the creatures and thinks he's quite satisfied with himself because he knows he should have reached level 100 long ago, even if he had to stop sleeping. As he keeps slaughtering the creatures mercilessly, he wonders if he can still make it in time. One of his summons just watches its master acting strangely. Hirkan thinks about what Sing said earlier, then gets even angrier and shouts, wanting to know why he has to listen to such crap. However, he accidentally drops his sword, and several monstrous creatures rush toward him. Hirkan just looks to the side and thinks he's really tired. The creatures keep advancing, and the MC just stands still, doing nothing. Meanwhile, in another place, the elf is showing a strange rabbit, and after Sing tells her what happened, she says that so that's what happened between him and the MC. Sing emphasizes that he knows he overreacted and meddled, but he takes a deep breath, and the elf smiles and asks why he doesn't just apologize honestly, as she thinks it might not be as hard as he believes. Sing is surprised by her attitude and she asks if that's not what friends do. Back at the MC's battle, the creatures are very close to attacking him until Pitbull appears and lands a tremendous punch on the beast, leaving even Hirkan surprised. Sing turns and says he's there to apologize and that, apparently, he arrived just in time. Hirkan remains very surprised and confused. After the creature falls hard to the ground, Pitbull turns and says he has something to ask. Hirkan wants to know what he wants showing up out of nowhere, full of himself. Then, while summoning his summons, he makes it clear that if he's there to pick a fight, he should get lost. The skeletons rush towards Sing, who just stands there silently. However, he apologizes, and the MC is quite surprised, immediately raising his arm to stop his summons from attacking him. With the swords pointed at his neck, Sing emphasizes that he said that out of concern. Hirkan listens to what he has to say, and Sing further explains that when the MC mentioned things he knew nothing about, it was nothing more than a lecture, which is why he's apologizing. Hirkan doesn't like that much, turns around, and says that if Sing feels so guilty, he should help him hunt or something like that. Sing wants to know if the MC accepted his apology. Hirkan turns around and, mocking Pitbull, says he's going to drain him to the bone and that he better not dare regret it later. Sing is surprised but smiles and asks if apologizing has a price. Hirkan goes mad with rage, curses him, and says he accepted his apology and now he's spouting more nonsense. However, at that moment, several creatures come at them, but both clench their fists tightly and simultaneously eliminate the creatures with ease. The system quickly notifies them that the monsters have been defeated and that they gained a lot of experience points and leveled up. After a while, the MC sees another system notification saying he leveled up and, completely exhausted on the ground, he thinks that he finally reached level 100. Then he sees that he currently has 34 titles. His strength is almost 10,000, his endurance 445 points, intelligence 658, and mana 755 points. Sing, also very tired after defeating several monsters, comments that it was all insane. Hirkan says he knows that very well since they spent 3 days without sleeping for more than 3 hours. Then Sing says he is going to log out of the game. The MC replies that it's fine, but thinks that now that he has reached the level he wanted, he can take the quest without any problem, though it would have taken an eternity without Pitbull's help. Then he gets nervous, stands up, calls Sing, and with great difficulty, thanks him. Sing takes a deep breath, calls out to the Haho mask, and before logging out, tells the MC not to be shy since they are both men and that it's quite embarrassing. That said, he leaves the game, and the MC can't believe what he just heard, and furious shouts calling Sing an asshole and saying he will teach him a lesson next time. After returning to Baheim Village and speaking with the Elder, he says that the MC now seems capable and that he believes he can trust him to find a certain child, but emphasizes that when he is full of corruption, he shouldn't expect reason from them, and that's why he will give him the bracelet. However, the Elder sees the MC with a sinister and distracted look and immediately wants to know if he's listening. Then the MC receives a system notification informing him that he obtained the Bracelet of Purification and that the quest, Corruption of the Elf, has begun. While Hirkan is amazed by his reward, the indignant Elder comments that apparently the bracelet's effect seems truly solid. However, he makes it clear that he's counting on the MC for such a mission. Hirkan replies that yes, he can rest assured, but thinks that he will finish the quest soon and keep the bracelet, then asks the Elder where he should go. Dra replies that he has no idea, which leaves the MC in disbelief. The Elder emphasizes that if he knew the place, he would have already taken Hirkan there. Then he turns and asks the MC to handle it himself. Hirkan starts shouting, asking the Elder to wait and at least give him a clue, but he just leaves without saying another word. Hirkan can't believe he will have to do a quest without any information. As soon as he goes outside, he heads to a cliff and shouts, wanting to know how he's supposed to find a corrupted elf that spawned randomly in such a huge area. Then he sits and thinks that he thought the level problem had been solved, but more problems keep appearing one after another, and apparently, he'll have no choice but to exchange information again. So he keeps thinking about what to do, but soon remembers the last time, and concludes that public trades are quite difficult, since he knows that if he reveals the main parts of the corrupted elf quest, everyone will go crazy over it. That's why he knows he can't make it easy, as he has his own methods. Besides, he knows it's not confirmed yet, but that in reality, the corrupted elf's role is to raise a monster army, meaning that many monsters will appear near a corrupted elf. With that in mind, he He plans that if he goes after buying information about newly spawned monsters, some idiots will bring him reports. Then, he'll gather all of them and use that to deduce where the corrupted elf from his quest is. But while he shouts, boasting that he's the greatest genius of all time, someone slowly approaches, wanting to know if he's looking for information about monsters. Hirkan immediately turns around, thinking the first idiot has arrived, and says yes. However, he's left very surprised since the person he's seeing is Shev the Slayer. Moments earlier at the Red Bull's advanced base, Yell was calling for Shev, and he wanted to know what she wanted. Yell asked if he remembered the anonymous tip about the location of the elf's corruption. Shev said he did, and she told him that a new message had just arrived from the same sender, which surprised him a lot. The message said that a certain person was buying information about where monsters were spawning. Thus, Yell emphasized that this person was offering money for information about recently spawned monsters and wanted to know why out of nowhere. Shev said it could only be a smokescreen where someone who knew an important piece of information about the corrupted elf was trying to throw people off, and that it wouldn't be something useless at this point. Yell said that made perfect sense. Shev pointed out that someone saying they're hunting monsters is just an excuse because they're after something else. Yell got excited and, while grabbing Shev, asked what he thought about monopolizing the information. He smiled and said he'd be back soon, but that he'd be with the goose that laid the golden eggs, saying that while thinking about the MC. Back in the present, Hirkan remained very surprised because he had been thinking of finding some random garbage guild where they'd throw the information at his chest and then take off. But seeing the overwhelming presence of Shev, the Slayer, right in front of him, he wondered why the hell it had to be such a big, overpowered fish. Then he stood up, thinking that for now, the plan was canceled, and he would act silently without leaving any trace of suspicion. But he soon felt crushing pressure since the leader of the Red Bulls Guild was right in front of him, wanting to know if he was thinking about running away. Hirkan quickly summoned his summons, which immediately surrounded Shev. He laughed and remarked that the MC made a smart move, because if he had ordered the summons to attack, he believed the MC would already be dead. Hirkan became worried, thinking it was quite humiliating. Since he knew Shev was right, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Shev got serious and asked the Heiho mask to respond, but emphasized that he had a physical ability well above a novice's and an information-gathering capacity that surpassed intermediate guilds, so he wanted to know who the Heiho mask really was. Hirkan was very surprised, but tried to take a deep breath and say something, but Shev didn't understand and asked him to be clearer. Hirkan began shouting that everyone. Then he started acting crazy, fell to the ground, and screamed that he was just a stupid novice, and that, on top of that, a bad guy from the Red Bulls Guild was threatening him. Hirkan paused briefly, making a crying face, but soon went back to flailing and shouting that he was only trying to find information about monsters. Shev just remained silent without saying a word, and the MC wondered if his plan to play the fool had worked, and if Shev had fallen for it. Shev took a deep breath and then said that apparently there had been a misunderstanding since he didn't think the MC was the same person from the report. Hirkan stood up, thinking it worked, and said that it was just a misunderstanding and that next time he'd make sure it wouldn't happen again. However, he was completely shocked when he heard Shev mentioning a 5 billion bonus. Thus, while the MC started fantasizing about that amount, Shev made it clear that he heard correctly and that they would give those 5 billion, along with salary, benefits, and incentives. But the leader of the Red Bulls turned and said that if the MC wasn't the person he was looking for, there was nothing he could do. Hirkan ran after him and said that it had always been his dream to join his guild, but he stopped for a moment to think, drooling with the urge to accept the offer, and then shouted for Shev to stop thinking he could buy people with money. Shev commented that the MC's actions didn't match his words. Hirkan said that with that amount of money, he could buy a lot of meat to eat. However, Shev wants to know what the Heiho mask thinks about them offering him the same contract to join the Red Bulls Guild. Hirkan is surprised and replies that it's very sudden and that he would never accept. Shev quickly unleashes his incredible power and, placing his sword on the MC's neck, wants to know if even then he would still say no, making it clear that if he doesn't join, he'll consider him a rival and eliminate him right there. Hirkan swallows hard but still answers no, which leaves Shev very surprised. Then, while the MC releases his power and equips his battle armor, he makes it clear that he will not depend on anyone's strength because he will become stronger on his own, even if it means dying there. Shev remains silent, and the MC, while signaling to his summons, also makes it clear to Shev that he better be ready because once he becomes stronger, they will be the first ones he crushes. However, Hirkan becomes completely confused when he sees Shev sitting near the cliff, commenting that the view is quite beautiful from up there. Thus, he wants to know what the hell he's doing. Shev says something about the Red Lake, which confuses Hirkan even more. Shev tells him that his guild confirmed it's true that there has been an explosive increase in monsters spawning nearby. Hirkan wants to know why he's telling him that since they're supposed to be rivals. Shev laughs and wants to know if the MC really thinks he considers him a rival. Hirkan is surprised, and the blonde guy turns around laughing and tells him not to get so full of himself because the Red Bulls are the strongest and bow to no one. That said, he stands up and emphasizes that they were only giving the MC this information because they admire his solo playing spirit, nothing more. Then he says he's leaving. Hirkan stays silent for a moment and then shouts, "Salt Mountain!" Shev turns around surprised, and the MC says that if they're staying away from the elves' territories, then yes, the Red Bulls must be progressing through the dwarves' tower of the main quest, which means they're at Salt Mountain. But he gets angry and shouts, wanting to know what's up with the blonde guy, if he's getting nervous now, and who he thinks he is to call others brats, since he's been playing this game longer than all those idiots. Shev is very surprised by the Ha-Ho Mask's revelation, but suddenly he bursts out laughing, and the MC wants to know what the hell he's laughing at. The blonde guy replies that the reason is the MC himself, who is a complete idiot all the time. Hearing that makes Hirkan even angrier, and he immediately shouts, wanting to know who the blonde guy thinks he's calling an idiot. Then he turns and leaves with his summons. Shev immediately contacts Yell through the system and informs her that his recruitment failed. He also says that the goose seemed like it was about to kill itself before joining the guild and might have died if he had pushed further. However, he smiles and, thinking about the MC, tells Yell that he's very curious to see how far the Ha-Ho Mask will go playing solo. She hears all that and immediately gets furious, then starts cursing the blonde guy with several names and scolding him. He drops to his knees on the ground, completely embarrassed, and tries to argue, but knew that once he got back, he'd be hearing it non-stop. After that, Hirkan is with his summons at the place called Red Lake that Shev had mentioned, and while the skeletons play with the water, Hirkan thinks that his summons don't even know what their master is going through and keep acting that way. Then he turns and shouts for them to behave because he thinks there's nothing interesting about a Red Lake, until he remembers before when he was with his guild friends, and they were also playing with the lake and calling him. Back then, the MC said that this was the intermediate monster area near level 120, and that everyone should eliminate as many as they could and level up. But his friends didn't care and splashed water on the MC's face, calling him a boring addict. So he got very angry and ran after them, and after remembering that, he knows this is quite a familiar place. Thus, he calls his summons and orders them to immediately get into formation, until he turns around after hearing a noise and sees some people rushing toward him. But as they get closer, the MC realizes that it's a warrior, 2 mages, and a priest, and immediately wonders if it could be an ambush. However, he doesn't care and calls his summons to be ready. Then he tells them that when he gives the signal, they are to attack immediately. He starts counting, and as the people approach, he shouts, ordering his summons to attack. But he becomes completely confused when he sees that the people have bowed before him. Then he wonders what the hell is going on. The priest, with tears in his eyes, begs the Ha-Ho Mask to help them because they're in serious trouble. After they explain the situation to the MC, Hirkan wants to know if they really need his help to hunt the corrupted Grey Rooster. The warrior replies yes, but the MC wants to know why they don't do it themselves. The warrior explains that they're only part of the 2nd division of the Golden Brothers Guild, and that their guild is a prominent group, but barely reaches the level of the top 30 guilds in the game. And since they're only from the 2nd division, they're just a bunch of nobodies. Hirkan tells them to summarize it in less than 3 sentences. So the warrior says that if they fail the hunt, they'll be expelled from the guild and want the MC to help them. Hirkan says he refuses, and that's the end of it. All of them immediately start crying and begging the Ha-Ho Mask to help them, or they'll really be screwed. Then they grab the MC and say they'll pay him. Hirkan gets curious and asks how much they're willing to pay. The warrior says around 20,000. The MC turns around and says that's too little. However, the warrior jumps and grabs the Ha-Ho Mask's leg, shouting that it's all they have and that he can take the rewards if he defeats the monster. Fed up with hearing them beg, the MC thinks that he still needs to deal with corrupted monsters anyway. Thus, he says he'll accept the 20,000 and all the rewards and asks if they agree. They get excited and thank the Haho mask repeatedly. Hirkan just tells them to make the payment quickly and walks off. Suspiciously, they thank the MC again. But sometime earlier, the warrior and his friends were handcuffed and begging for more time to pay their debt. The place where they were being held was a slave farm owned by Lord Apollo, where anyone who couldn't pay their debts to him ended up as a slave. After thinking a bit, the fat man said he would give them one more chance. Everyone got excited, but that quickly faded because Apollo was asking them to eliminate the Haho mask. The warrior wanted to know how they could kill such a skilled player. Apollo said he would lend them high-quality equipment and didn't care if they killed the MC fairly or lured him into a trap. Then he made it clear that if they couldn't do it, they would rot there for eternity. Back in the present, they all know there's nowhere to run, and watching the MC's back, they know that when the Haho mask is distracted by the monster, they'll attack him when his guard is down. Thus, they ready their weapons. But suddenly, a massive claw stomps the ground, terrifying them since the level 120 corrupted gray rooster has just appeared right in front of them. Hirkan says that the creature is really noisy, then turns and emphasizes that he'll strip the creature's armor and that they're to handle the rest. Then Hirkan places his hand on the ground, activates muscle modification, and rushes toward the creature at high speed. They're surprised by the Haho mask's speed, and watching him fight alone, wonder if the MC will duel the creature by himself. While the rooster attacks with its sharp feathers, Hirkan dodges and thinks that the creature has long-range attacks. Then he jumps at the corrupted rooster and shouts that the creature is slower than he remembered. That said, he delivers a powerful slash to one of the wings, then to the abdomen, and finishes with the leg. The corrupted rooster charges at the MC, but he had already anticipated the movement and, with his incredible speed and the muscle modification ability active, delivers several consecutive slashes at once and shouts that the creature is really slow. Because of that, the MC completely broke the armor of the corrupted gray rooster. The warrior widens his eyes, very surprised to see that the Haho mask managed to do it so easily. Hirkan shouts, warning that the creature's body armor is gone and only the helmet remains. Then he prepares, but the warrior shouts the signal and the mages fire a large fireball. Hirkan turns around startled and a huge explosion happens. The warrior shouts for the mages to attack again, and at the same moment, they fire another fireball and another and another. In the middle of the dust, they wonder if they managed to do it. Then they get excited and celebrate, shouting that they finally won't be slaves anymore. However, the warrior becomes completely terrified upon hearing someone say that it was just as he thought. Hirkan, amid the dust, says he knew something was wrong from the start because they were all supposed to be poor but had high-quality equipment and made a necromancer fight on the front line. Then, he makes it clear that it's a good thing he was prepared. That said, the system notifies that the ability Skin Change has been activated, granting an additional 388 points to armor, followed by the ability False Heart being activated, increasing HP by 120 points, and finally the ability Boiling Blood, which increases recovery rate. Hirkan, while getting ready, emphasizes that he doesn't care if they are the Golden Brothers or the Beagle Boys. Then, as soon as he finishes equipping himself and summoning his summons, he says that he hopes they're all ready because they're already completely dead.